it was like, and I was saying the conversation, I was like, it didn't matter though if they did see it or not, because I was like, I am highly doubtful that they are gonna see it when they go there. I said those words because what we received from people that were reportedly over there was like these edited footage of what they were saying the witness of the 24-hour sun was. So I was like,
Mhm.
okay, so it seems like there's not many videos or people that are actually reporting back on this. So to me, I was just highly doubtful that that was going to be the case. But one thing that was an indication that there was the solar analema. So I was like, I don't know, it don't make sense. Why would they be faking videos if it looks like the analema kind of leads us to think that you would have the same phenomena happening in the north as you do in the south? So I was just saying, like, I don't know, it just I doubt it, but it could be. It's a possible thing that could occur.
And now do you think there is that it's probably the case there is a 24-hour sun in the south or not?
Sure. I mean, it is because
Oh
they did
wow.
more
Okay,
they did
good on
more
you.
of they did more of like the um I would say just people went down there and just like the whole purpose was witnessing the sun. But there's an argument right now to be had about whether or not it's been faked, and the
Sure.
conversation has been shifted from what the witness of the 24-hour sun was all about, like that whole thing, into like
Yeah.
this whole other conspiracy as to whether or not they actually did it. And in my estimation, I think that's a bit of a distraction away from the point, because now the conversation isn't being had whether or not the whole reason why they went there was for the evidence gained from whether or not they're going to be able to ascertain an answer to the question, right? The question is of most importance to the people that were going over there, wasn't it? Or am I mistaken on that?
Well, that's
Am I
I was saying just earlier today. I was really disappointed with Whitsett because I kept talking to him a month out, weeks out, where I kept saying, "What tests are you doing, Whitsett? You've been saying for years we need to go to Antarctica. What fucking tests are you doing when you get there?" And he goes, "Well, he's told us we're going there to look at the sun." And I was like, "It doesn't fucking matter what some mysterious billionaire says you're there to test. You're a fucking flat earther. You're the test things people." And he
Well,
didn't
yeah,
do a test. And I was
there's a
confused by that. I'm really
there's
confused by that.
I don't know if you've heard or not, but they weren't they saying that they were gonna do, like, their own tests? Like, McToon was gonna do what he was gonna do, and a lot of the other guys that went there had, like, their own type of thing they were gonna do, and then, of course,
But,
the flat earthers side were doing their own thing, like, their own tests, and I was
but
like,
were they
"Okay."
doing anything?
I haven't heard it, like, I'm just being straight with you,
So
man, I haven't heard anything.
the one I
Have
heard
you?
from Jaron, which I think is genius, which I only just heard about an hour ago, is Jaron went to see. He brought a large magnifying glass and went to see can the sun burn paper, and I was like, I'd never thought of anything like it. And the moment I heard it, I was like, that's fucking genius. Because if you're going to fake the sun, you might be able to fake the luminescence of the sun, but there is no way you can fake the heat of the sun concentrated into a point, right? Where you can burn something with it, and in a sub-zero temperature, you can cause paper to burn. And he tests that at midnight and midday. I was like, that's a really good test. Whitsett did 0 tests, none,
Yeah, I
not
don't know.
one.
I don't know, to be honest, because like, I'm not up to the whole kinda, like, seeing what they actually did. To me, I think it was just not needed, I guess, in my opinion, 'cause there was a lot of people that were claiming there was a 24-hour sun prior to this thing. So prior to them going over there, there was a lot of claims that there was, and I think 1 or 2
Of course
videos
there
that we
is.
have.
Yeah.
And I'm reverberating back. I don't know if are you hearing me?
Is that me? I'm not hearing you twice, but if I'm not hearing it,
Yeah,
there's a chance I'm doing
it's
it.
echoing through you, Eggshells.
Is that
Oh,
right?
sorry. I'll mute.
Yeah, so prior to the event of them going over there, there was a lot of speculation whether or not there was video like footage of like the 24-hour sun, because nobody really cared to actually video that anyway. And the thing that we actually had was more of just like edited footage, because you could see cuts in the video, which I don't like, honestly, I don't care, but
In
because of
one
those
video.
Yeah, but
There,
because of those,
there are uncut videos. Would you agree with the statement? There are many uncut videos.
well, not listen. When we were searching for these videos, the only thing that came up was maybe two, and those two were edited for sure. They were edited.
I can so fine, but we agree there are airbrushed photos of Elle Macpherson, but Elle Macpherson probably exists.
No,
So there
that's
could
not the
be,
point.
there could
That's
be.
not the
So
point.
let me finish. Let me finish. There could be videos of that, but like there are footage. There is footage that exists that isn't edited.
Well,
I
there is
agree.
now.
There is footage. You don't think already there was 360 footage?
No, that's the whole
Oh,
point.
I don't
The
think there
reason,
was.
listen, let me tell you something, Eggshells. The reason why everybody was up in an uproar when it came to like what they were witnessing over there was because of all the the edited footage that we had currently. So a lot of people like you and everybody else will say like we have so much footage of the 24-hour sun, and that's just not the case because like for years people have been like trying to figure out what can we look at so that we can have this 24-hour footage of the sun, and there wasn't anything like that. So
So
because
it
if there
is
was,
a good question.
yeah, if there was, that footage would have been like circulating all through flat earth. Like everybody would have been seeing like the 24-hour, uncut footage, like and what we have received by way of that uncut footage, it looked fake. Edited, it looked like somebody didn't try too hard to actually get it down. So it wasn't like their best foot forward when it came to the footage. It might have been, but it wasn't like
Alpha, 2
because
seconds.
all the
2
cuts. Yeah,
Alpha.
go ahead.
Eggshells, can you stick yourself on mute when you're not talking, dude? The
Oh
feedback's
yeah,
terrible.
sorry.
Yeah, it
Sorry,
is pretty
yeah,
terrible.
yeah.
Or put some headphones on, dude. Yeah, thanks for that, Jedi. But yeah, what we get from them, well, it was just like it wasn't like we had their best efforts at video capturing, the 24-hour sun. So I would say that to that effect, we had a lot of skepticism. I did as well, but that somebody went over there now and actually witnessed it and recorded it, and they made their whole point about going to Antarctica just specifically about that and nothing more. Then yeah, of course, if they witnessed it, I wouldn't have any qualms with that. The problem is, there was a lot of things being said about what they were doing, and there's tests that are going to be done outside of the 24-hour sun, being witnessed and such. And we were here waiting to hear back for like all these wonderful things about whatever else they're going to test. But now what we're seeing is just kind of like this drama between you know are they faking it from a soundstage? Dude, it's blown up on the FE side. There's
It's
the likes
gone
of
epic, hasn't it? It's gone
yeah, it's going
absolutely stratospheric epic.
yeah. You think that it's like you okay? Like when people find something that's not like real things, right? You find something that's not true and you expose it. Like there's certain you know certain conspiracies that do get like for real, like real one, like the things that people are doing, they're hiding things, the government's
Sketchy
doing
shit.
some shady shit, and it gets
100%.
exposed. Like, so do you think that it took on those levels of like exposure? And I'm like, it's not. I don't. Okay, I'm looking at what they're putting forward because I myself, like I said, I'm a skeptic, right? But there's a level to my skepticism. I want to make sure that if something is being done and there's a lot of things that if there's an answer for the thing that what it could be, like what you're seeing, what you're witnessing, then there's a possible reason why it couldn't be the thing you think it is as a skeptic, right? So if let's
You
say
must
I don't
change
know,
your
I'll
mind
use
if
one
you
for
open it.
example, like just recently, and I don't want to talk about this too much because it's another thing people are really skeptical about. But the fires in LA, and they're being caused by weapons, direct energy
Right,
weapons, right?
Yep.
So there's a lot of people that are skeptic about like what's going on with that, and is the government conspiring against its people, and are they just like destroying these homes to collect some type of are they getting these gains from insurance companies or whatever it is, right? They're doing this on purpose. For whatever reason. And so there's people that are on the side of thinking they're direct energy weapons, right?
Yep.
But
I've
then
heard
again,
this a
there's I've seen like because I was pouring myself over social media a couple hours ago, and I'm looking at like what people are saying on both sides. Some people are saying it's a natural phenomenon. Some people are saying it's a direct energy weapon. And some people are saying there's natural fires. There's no, just
Can I
started
make a
and
guess?
yeah, but
My guess is everybody who says it's a directed energy weapon is using all the same one argument, and that one argument is, I do not understand how a wildfire could burn something like this.
yeah, but here's what I'm trying to
100%
get
of
to,
them.
right?
Yep,
What I'm trying to get to is that there's people on. It's not both sides. It's like many
Mhm.
sides, right?
Mm.
It doesn't matter what position you take, whether it's natural, whether it's man-made, whether like you think it's a direct energy weapon, something like that. It doesn't matter. The point
Mm.
that I'm saying here is the skepticism, the level of it, right? And then
Mm.
to what extent are you going to take that? So I'm going to use the analogy from that to like move into what people are talking about with this 24-hour sun.
Mm.
And so you got like the flat Earth community. I hesitate now to say that because it's not really a community. It's just a bunch of people that either
Think
agree or
that all
disagree on certain
verticals are
points.
parallel. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's kind of like it's a stereotype fallacy to say community because not all of us
It is a
agree on
community.
the
It is
very
a
same
community.
points.
Many people say the same things. They go to the same places. You can recognize a flat earther when they say the sky is not the ground, or like
Yeah, but
it's
but
a
I would say
community.
like this. I would say like this. You can also label or mislabel them because you
Sure,
would say, hey,
sure.
those guys that are
Very
going
easily,
to
yeah.
the Flagtoberfest, like those guys are flat earthers. Those guys going to that flat Earth convention, those guys are flat earthers. And then when you would speak to them, they're talking about domes and ice walls and whatever. And then you'd come in here and you're like, hey, you guys are flat earthers like those guys, and it's not the same. We're not. There's very different like examples of people that would say the Earth is flat. So it's not a community per se. And India was always talking about this for the longest time. But we use it kind of colloquially because it gets us to like talk about groups of people that talk about the Earth not being, a curved surface and such. But anyway, like those people, right? So they got a hold of this, going to Antarctica, seeing a 24-hour sun,
Sure.
and then those guys are now in an uproar about like why do we see a 24-hour sun? If the sun, like some of the footage shows us, I'm going to give you one of the
Because the
points.
south is the center.
No. One of the points that they're saying right now is that the sun, as it's moving across the sky in that 24-hour footage, it looks like a circle. Then all of a sudden it gets elongated, like it looks oval. And they're like, what is causing
Really?
this, right? What is making this an appearance to the
360 camera
Like,
for sure.
yeah. So what we're getting
Ditch
from
line.
the people that are skeptical about this is saying that it could be right a soundstage, like a 360 soundstage, akin to what they've
How
used in
big?
the
How big do you reckon?
Well, I'm
It's got to
about
be
to tell you.
thousands of kilometers in size, right?
No. This like okay, so it's akin to the Mandalorian. The Mandalorian had used a soundstage that looked similar to a 360-degree soundstage, and what it did was you can incorporate features on the ground and in the near area, kind of like props that were just like looks real, right?
Yeah.
But the soundstage, the extent of it anyway, would be able to be used as a background or the backdrop for the scene. So what happens is like because of all of the technology that's being utilized here, it looks like because up close they can use the props that make it seem like they're in a certain location. Like the Mandalorian looks like he's in a certain planet or whatever. Like it's just it's
I've used
movie
green
magic,
screens.
right?
Yeah. I'm with you.
But what happened when people started talking about it? It like that took hold, and now it seems like that's the dominant kind of thing that they're saying overall as to like why it was faked, and don't trust these guys and such. So now what the people who are saying the Earth is flat, some of them who are saying they're flat earthers, are jumping on the bandwagon to do is to like not focus on the fact that they went over there and they were talking that the 24-hour sun was going to prove something, but now they're more leaning on the fact that they've lied about it. The flat earthers, they're not upset. They don't even care about McToon and all those guys. Like screw those guys. Like they're looking to the flat
Do you
earthers.
think?
Like you guys were supposed to represent the people who say the Earth is flat, and now when you went over there, You're faking all of this. This is a big slap in the face, like to us,
Sure.
right? Like we were waiting for you guys to be,
What do you think-
the beacons of truth. And this
Yeah,
is kind of like we're taking this as you betrayed us. You went over there,
Yeah.
and it kind of. And so when I'm looking at all these comments and stuff, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I think you guys are. To me, it's a bit emotional. I think.
Yeah.
Because it's taking
with you.
it's taking the eyes off of like what they actually went over there to do, the purpose
Yeah.
of the trip, like the whole reason
Check
why
your
it was called the final experiment. I think we lost complete focus on that. There's no more focus.
Do you think it was any meaningful experiment? Do you think whether there was a 24-hour sun does mean something?
Well,
I think it does.
yeah, well,
I think it
might
really
you
does.
might think it is. So like, listen, the people who think the Earth is a globe think it's meaningful, right?
Yeah.
And I'm looking at it
100%.
like I know that. I'm looking at it like Indio and the rest of the guys here, our friends here. We've already talked about this as in a proposition to the response of the final experiment, which you've already met
the
because I
final
told you already.
proposition. Yeah, I've heard it. Yeah, you got to put it in a syllogism.
And so what we did was, and I had my show on Twitter, right? You can find me AV_overdrive on Twitter. What I did was for 2 shows anyway. I had 2 parts to it. I called it the final proposition. Nathan Oakley was on the second part, by the way. If you guys want to hear that, he's on the second part. So I had just a calling out to anybody, and really it's recorded there for anybody to go back and check out. But I'm calling the people who believe. And then check this out, man. I said it this way. I had it on both sides. I'm like, look, if they went to Antarctica and they saw the sunset, I said, and the flat earthers came back and said, look, we saw the sunset. The Earth is flat. The proposition would have still stood for them. I would have had beef with them. I would have been like, okay, that's cool.
Sure.
The sunset, now you as a flat earther are going to have to be able to provide in a logical syllogism how this provided to anyone that the Earth is flat. And I would have charged them with the same thing that I'm charging the Globers now. So it's not any different from them to the Glober. Like for us in this group here, 24/7 has always represented like the arguments of like what truth is. Like we don't care
what truth is.
The only thing that we care about, the only thing we care about is how somebody can be logical, reasonable, and consistent in what their arguments are. Once they divert from that and they're getting into these conspiracies, and it divulges into like just complete anarchy, dude. It's a shit show right now. Is what it looks like. It's a bad look.
Why?
And I think,
why do you think it's a shit show right now?
Because, dude, like when you shift focus from what the argument is paramount. The argument is paramount. I don't care what anybody says. The argument is paramount. If you're not going to talk about what the reasoning behind why they went over there, the whole purpose of the reasoning behind why they went over there, then you're distracting against the point that we should be talking about. And all we're going to be doing, and it is a distraction. I mean, I look at it myself. I'm like, yeah, the shit it's not a good look for either side. Like, I mean, you
for
could
either
argue
side.
the case,
Why is it not a good look for the globe?
because you could argue the case like, yeah, you could conjure up this whole theory that it was a soundstage and like this yada yada. I mean, you could do that.
But you're just clearly insane at that point. You're just clearly the nothing.
well-
If like they've got to accept that the final experiment was an absolute parody. I think the ISS is a parody. I think Himawari is a parody. But the TFE is a parody because I've been in this community since just when the virus that we cannot name for stupid reasons happened, and I joined the community because I wanted to hear what crackpots were saying. And since then, people have been dreaming up, going, why can't I test it myself? And they've been saying this, and you agree with this. And they say, my limitation is financial. I can't get there, blah, 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 blah. We can't go beyond the 60th parallel. We can't freely explore. Fine, they didn't freely explore. I still would concede that point. That's fine, they weren't free. But they got to go and explore a celestial phenomenon that Robotham has said is impossible, that Nathan Oakley has said is impossible, that multiple people have denied, and every single time anything is tested to see can this work on a flat Earth, it's centered on the North Pole.
Yeah, I'll put it to you like
we go to test one thing if it's on the South Pole, and I don't think it's. I think what you're saying is agreeing with me. It's not a good look for the community to pretend like I don't remember saying that.
No, I
What
get
you're
you're saying.
doing is impressive, which is saying we need to figure this out.
No,
We
I know, but
accept that this is
listen
an
to this,
issue.
man, because I know what you're trying to say, and certain people have said, I don't think that we're gonna witness that, and when they go into South, I myself has said that, but I never,
You
I
didn't
never
think they would
closed,
say it?
I never closed the door on whether or not it could be the case because of the solar analema. Like I always thought it was a possibility. I was like, yeah, but because everything that we got from like people that went over there, there was the guy who was a plumber that was,
Yeah.
went to Antarctica and worked over there, and he had the conversation with Nathan Oakley. There's a lot of people that
Yeah.
said because they weren't paying attention to the sun anyway. Like who was actually trying to like just
Yeah,
witness that event?
nobody had good footage of it. Yeah,
Well,
nobody had even been there
was
trying to
it wasn't
record it.
it was on nobody's mind that they were
Yeah.
going to be because it was I'm saying it like this. I'm thinking that people it was just happening. So it wasn't like, wow, look, the sun's up for 20. They already it was like, so what? Like, it doesn't really,
Yeah, I'm not
so
going to
what?
record that. I'm here to do other things. I'm with you. I
Yes.
think you're saying it very well too.
So, what happened though was because of that, it was getting misrepresented as it's not happening. Right? Do you get what I'm saying? So a lot of people
because they're not recording it very clearly. It might be that it's not happening at all. Or that
Yeah,
people
so what
aren't
okay, so
spending
what,
enough time. Yeah,
what
I'm with
we're
you.
getting from
I think
the
it's well said.
from what we're getting from the other side is that this conversation that took place from the guy who was over there was more akin to like, well, I know that there's daylight out, but I wasn't witnessing the sun because maybe he wasn't
Yeah,
paying attention.
100%.
Who knows, man? Like I'm not
So-
faulting the guy for not like, did you videotape the sun for 24 hours to actually say what you're saying is true? But then from there it was like, because we don't have a lot of I'm telling you this because I know I've been through it. We don't have a lot of footage that's covering the 24-hour sun per se because all the footage we're getting was edited. So there was
all of it. All of it is.
Well,
when you say all of it,
the
you
things
found
that
some
were-
edited footage.
listen.
I think is true,
yeah, the things that were
which did
circulating
look
between.
sus.
Yeah, it does, and you can't deny that. Like if you were
No,
somebody
I agree with that. It looks
on
sus.
the
It
outside.
really looks sus.
So we were just mainly skeptical on that, but it wasn't like
Sure.
hyper skepticism.
Why now do you think they did that? What would you go, okay, so it looks now, they've released the full footage of that looped footage. They've explained why, and now somebody on your side is saying it. Do you now see, like, it did look sus, I agree with that, but my point, the thing that led me away from conspiracy theories is going, actually, if you just look for things that are confusing, everything looks sus.
Yeah, but if you're looking for
Do you get what I
something,
mean
you're
by
gonna-
that?
Yeah, and if you're looking for
Even if
something,
you
you're
don't
gonna
agree with
find it, kind of. If you're looking for something to be skeptical about, you're probably going to find it.
Exactly.
But
Do you think that's the case now? Do you get where I...
well, I'm telling you, maybe you're not hearing me. That's what I'm saying right now. There's a level to which people can take something where they're skeptical about it, and to the nth degree, they're going to make it sound like what they feel like in their mind is exactly what they think it is. So they're going to make it sound like, okay, yeah, this is all fake. It's a soundstage. It's my reasoning behind it is because we've seen something akin to this being utilized in Hollywood and such. But outside of that, I wanted to address the Nathan Oakley thing. So he was having a conversation of that, and everybody had, even myself, we all had reason to be skeptical about it, and that's just saying to the effect of okay, we don't have that evidence that we could say, okay, here we go. We got somebody who's making it their business to make the 24-hour sun the only thing they're going to be like focused on. Nothing else, nothing more. It wasn't like some guy who just was over there and maybe he did see it, maybe he didn't see it. No, it was this is what it's all about, right? Going over there to go witness that. So now that we have the people that actually made it their business to say, okay, this is what it's all about, and they witnessed the sun for 24 hours or, see up in the sky. So now, what does that bring to the table for the conversation, right? That's what I think was the most important part of them going over there. Okay, let's talk about it. What did they do? Because there's people that are like, okay, it doesn't really have anything to do with any conversation. I confront these topics because I want people to realize if there's any truth within them, you're going to find out in the context of logic and reason, right? We're going to be able to have this conversation and figure out whether or not they provided evidence of something. And so when we have the conversation, you're going to be able to know in any way that whatever they provided as their quote unquote evidence, right, is going to substantiate a claim. What claim are you going to say it substantiates? That's all I care about. And so the thing that
I'm
happened.
so sorry, Alpha. Can you go back again 30 seconds? My missus came home. There's a family drinks, but I'm so fascinated to hear what you're saying right now. I need to go back again because I had to run away. So can you go back 30 seconds and say it all again?
Well, I don't know what part you missed.
Like
that was. I was only talking about just hyper skepticism and like the reason why people feel the need to go to that degree where it seems like it's becomes a witch hunt and such, and it's like people do what they do in social media. It's fine, right? I mean, you can't stop somebody from being that way. But the thing is, there's one thing to have that and have the evidence to back it up, or you're just using speculation as a fuel for your fire.
To try to get out of it. To try to get out of a problem.
Let's say I had something against the do weapons or whatever. This isn't a topic, but if I had hard evidence that for example, the military were carrying out this weapon that was utilized to burn homes in LA or whatever, I had documents, I had, paper trail and money trail. I had all this stuff to kind of solidify a position. It wouldn't be skepticism no more. It would actually be facts. I was showing you something that was really there.
Here's the device. Here's how it works. Here's the wavelength. Here's the effect. Here's not the effect. It would take it out of the realm of skepticism, right? So it would it wouldn't be just me speculating. Oh, well, I think it's direct energy weapons. And then they're like, how do you know? Not just speculating, but I want to add to speculating. Sorry to join in with you, but it's speculating based on, this is what stopped me being a 9/11 conspiracist, where I went, I'm speculating based on what I don't understand. There are some things I do understand. There's some things I don't. And I don't understand building implosions, right? So I need to, and because it sounds like that's some of where you're at, where it sounds like you're going like, well, how can this happen? I would say, what am I expert on? And I'm pretty fucking good at some stuff, but that means there's other people that are better at me. And if I disagree with the experts,
I know what you mean.
There is a chance they're wrong.
Yeah, I know. So the speculation would cover kind of a vast majority of topics, but I would just say what it leans to is that whatever the narrative is for whatever happened, like we all get the narrative, right? We all get it. Like we get the mainstream, story. This is what happened on the news today, and then you hear what's going on, right? And there's
you're told what to think. You're told who the good guys are. Yeah.
And in most cases, some of the things we can challenge, we can find out whether or not that stuff that we're being told is real or not, like it's true or not.
I tell you, males can be females, and there are certain points where you get to where you're like, I don't even need to. I don't need scientific experiment to tell if there's a difference between a man and a woman. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's a level. There's a level at which you can carry the skepticism to where it becomes, and I would say, unhealthy. Like it's like, okay, guys, like I mean, if there's any truth in what's being done, there has to be a point. Like we have to reach a point to where it means it has some value, right? Otherwise, it's just people, had to say it this way, but like have their tinfoil hats on, and what
we're just finding an excuse to rescue flat Earth rather than say, actually, maybe there is a 24-hour sun. Maybe the Earth is still upside down. This is the other thing. Like maybe still there are groups of fucking weirdo pedophiles in control who have inordinate amounts of power. Maybe like 99% of flat Earth is true, but all verticals aren't parallel. All verticals maybe point into a point, but 99% of the rest of what they say about shuffling out an untested medication on a group of non-consenting adults and all of the rest of it, maybe 90% of it is true, but just all verticals might point into a single point.
Yeah, but that's
this
kind
is
of
a good indication.
I don't know if that's a comparison I would use. I would say like
fair enough.
I would say like if I'm gonna delve out some type of speculation, then I I have to cover whether or not I've researched the topic, what type of information I have to substantiate the speculation. So if I have a good reason to speculate as to why this could be the case, then I wouldn't say it's a far-fetched speculation. I would say it's practical. I mean, it's reasonable. It's reasonable to say that this speculation can take hold because of the fact that there's instances where the speculation could be analogized to like something that we do already.
Look,
Like
true.
for
Yeah.
example, the sound stage that somebody brought up. I think Eric Dubay used it. Like, and he's like,
Yeah.
well, the Mandalorian uses his sound stage, and it's a 360-degree sound stage, and that's fine,
Sure.
right? You could say that, but if it's too far into like that is we're sure that this is what's going on. I think that's just too much. That's a leap.
But
That's going.
it's not just we're sure. What it is you need to gauge it on probability, not just possibility. What you're talking about is possibility, where you're saying we can't say it's possible unless we've got evidence for it. I agree with that. But what is the probability? Because I heard someone say, A, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there's a 24-hour sun, doesn't do anything for the flat Earth because we measure water to be flat. That was his first point, okay? And his second point was, I think Whitsitt faked being in the south, right? Because of something to do with breathing out air. And then his third point was, I think they had a sound stage kind of set up where they filmed some things indoors, but also at the South Pole. I've heard individuals who
there's
hold
many
all three of those
versions of that.
positions, which is,
There's many
if
versions
it
of that.
doesn't matter, why would you have a sound stage, right?
No,
Show
I
it as
know,
it is.
but like,
Where
yeah,
it's-
I
what
get
you
that.
What you see as a community just going, if there's a South Pole, 'cause
No.
since
There's a conflation here happening. The conflation is the people that are trying to figure out what's going on, because all we can do is kind of research what happened. So what you get is you hear them hearing other people that are with Flat Earth, like a lot of us that are here with 24/7. We're like, it doesn't matter if they saw it or not. The sun
it does
up for
It
24.
does.
I know for you because you're a Glober, but I'm saying
No,
people in
it mattered to
24/7.
Robotham.
Yeah, just let me get through this. Actually,
Sorry. Yeah,
so
sorry.
I would
I'm
say
being
the
a dickhead.
people in 24/7. It doesn't matter to us whether the sun was being witnessed for or not. Like it was, most of us were skeptical that it would be, in the sky for 24 hours because of all the stuff that I'm telling you prior to the fact that they actually went over there. But that they went to go witness it and saw it, to us is like, that's fine. Good for them. I mean, it matches the celestial sphere. I mean, it also matches the Analema. Everything about it just okay. It's fine. But then again, you have the other side of the argument where it was faked, right? So I'm just telling you from the side of where people coming from with Flat Earth. So there's like the people that are not with 24/7, right? You got just your average Joe out there that's a flat earther. He's like, okay, it could be a soundstage, but then again, it doesn't really matter. I'm like, dude, you got to pick a lane here. If you don't, if you say
those
it doesn't
two
matter,
lanes are so far apart. If it doesn't matter, they wouldn't make a soundstage. You cannot have a. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, they wouldn't need to make the
$quintillion
soundstage. So you could say
think
this.
about how many employees would be required.
Yeah, I don't
how many scaffolders and brickies in Antarctica have been there for years, and these people are like, "Yep, sounds good." And what you've got is, I think is what you're starting.
I get what you're saying, man, but hold on, man, because I think you're stealing my thunder right now. So if you realize that people go over there to Antarctica for a specific purpose, and that's what they're gonna go do, and they went to go fake it on a soundstage, then you gotta ride that train all the way to its logical conclusion. And you're gonna have to provide the overwhelming evidence that was the case. But if it's all built on skepticism and everybody's on board, right, the skepticism train, then just like I mentioned prior, when I was talking about, like, if I was talking about direct energy weapons, I would have to have substantiation of this, and not just like comparing video footage against video footage. So what it does is me show you, okay, space is fake because we got bubbles in space. Now, that's cool. That's cool, right? That I said that bubbles in space and bubbles are going up and stuff. And you're like, dude, yeah, but that all had to deal with some, strange space phenomena or whatever. You could explain as a Glober. You could probably explain something to, well, that was just lighting that happened.
Yeah.
That was just blah, 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 blah.
I just Google whatever
and
the official line is and then repeat it.
I couldn't
admit that. Yeah.
And how could I defend against it when I'm only using what's been shown on a video format against what you're claiming it could be, or whatever the official answer is? So my skepticism against bubbles in space or something could be met with, the narrative says this. Now what? Because it's a debate. What happens is it becomes a debate. So the whole thing that I'm saying, if people are riding the skepticism train and they're all aboard, and you got all the FE that are saying that, it's a fake, it's a soundstage and stuff. You're going to have to bring the evidence. I'm talking about not just compare videos against videos, but you're going to have to provide what, how, and when, where, and all that good stuff. And it's a lot of work. But hold on, Eggshells.
Sure.
But if you don't need to do that, if you say, okay, so it happened, right? And then if it did happen, then what are the implications of that? So that means, okay, if you witnessed the 24-hour sun for a flat Earth, and you're not riding that skepticism train, like, oh man, it's a soundstage or whatever. So what is the defense over here on this side? And I'm telling you, it is exactly what we've been saying prior to this even occurring. It's the proposition, the logical syllogism that anyone who says that something has been provided as evidence when you witness the 24-hour sun, then you're going to have to state in any way coherently, logically, right? It's got to be sound, and something that's sound is valid and true. So something that's valid and true that was witnessed in Antarctica for the duration of the 24-hour sun, put it in a logical statement, how it provided evidence of something. So the something is the conclusion. The conclusion is the whole reason why you go to Antarctica to go witness the 24-hour sun. That's the conclusion. It's the meat and potatoes. It's the reason why you even thought of going over there. That's what I'm saying.
That's the reason why you thought of going over there, but it doesn't mean that's got to be your only conclusion.
Because I'm on a rant. So when when you go over there for that specific purpose, and the whole heart of the aim is to make sure that gets covered. Okay, you got flat Earth, you got globe Earth, and they're both going over there to witness this thing. Then when they come back, or it's all said and done, and say, okay, we saw the 24-hour sun, we got video, we got for the naysayer, and it's taken care of. Now we have to deal with it in a way that's going to be a response to that, and the direct response to that is what we've been saying so far. So all we have right now is people being able to argue for the fact that it provided evidence of something, and so that right there is the
evidence for.
What's that?
Think? What do you think it did provide evidence for the globe?
No,
it didn't.
No, but Jaron went on record to say that it sky phenomena. It clearly matches the globe. He's on record saying that. So he said it to everybody. I think he.
Do you agree with that statement?
No.
You don't think the sky phenomena matches the globe? No.
The globe equals the terrestrial sphere. It matches a celestial sphere, not a terrestrial sphere. There's a big difference. And the celestial sphere is only hemispheric, so it's only half of a sphere. That's what a person like. If you there's a lot of misconceptions.
The celestial sphere is a full sphere. That's just not true.
It's conceptually thought of that way, but the only visible thing that
it's called the celestial what?
Yeah, that what I'm telling you though, dude. Like what the person witnesses at night. So you can't see a celestial sphere. It's a concept. So the only thing you can see is half.
The concept is the sphere.
It's a dome. You only see a dome of vision. So let's take, for example, somebody goes out into mid-ocean, right? Mid-ocean, you see a sky full of stars. That sky full of stars will encompass you, all about you, in a dome. It's not a sphere. It's a dome. You see a dome about you, not a sphere. You don't see a sphere. It's not what's witnessed.
That's not the question, though. The question is, do the stars fit into a sphere?
Yeah, it fits into a conceptual model called the celestial sphere.
Right. And can you, using the celestial sphere and the observation of stars you can see, can you calculate with high accuracy the position of stars you cannot see? Yes.
Yeah, I would say that has been done ever since the 6th century BC. It's been noted that people that are sky gazing it's been noted that people that are sky gazing will witness certain phenomena in the sky due to the fact that it can be predicted based on cyclical nature of the heavens to be done in this manner. So what sky phenomena actually does, it models out to angles of vision, right? So we've covered this many times over here on 24/7.
Goes beyond your vision is the point I'm making. Is I can say, if I am a Scorpio and I'm born in November, I can say that a Capricorn is going to be about like 3 months away from me on the celestial sphere. And what I'm saying by that is I know that star sign is below the horizon.
No, you can't say that.
No. Can I not say that? So you're denying that is possible?
No, it's not below the horizon. It's not in your. So what you're saying
Is that not what the
basically-
celestial sphere
Yeah.
says? Is
No.
that what you're claiming?
You're saying that it's below the horizon. That's an absolute. Is it an absolute fact that the Scorpio that you're saying right now, is it below the horizon? Could you say that as an absolute?
I would say the celestial sphere model.
I need to answer the
Absolutely.
question. You know me
Yeah,
when
yes,
I
yes,
ask you a
yes,
direct
yes.
question. Okay,
Yes.
so provide the evidence that it's an absolute.
Please. So what I would say is the celestial sphere model. You've
No,
said
I need to direct
something.
that. Dude, you can't lock in with me because you know the way I am. So you're gonna have to provide evidence that Scorpio is below the horizon. What is the evidence of this?
So that's what I'm saying. Is the
What?
celestial sphere? What you're right about saying is
Hmm.
at any given point you can only see 180 degrees of the sphere.
Of course.
What I'm saying is, if the next sign that comes after Scorpio is Capricorn, when Scorpio starts rising, I know that Capricorn's next because Capricorn's always next.
That's fine.
And
But you
Capricorn
can't tell
rotates
me-
through the
you
sky.
can't tell me with all assurance.
Please let me finish.
I
Please
know
let
where
me
you're going
finish.
with this. I have to cut you off because it doesn't. It's
Well,
of no
you won't let me
consequence
say
to
it
me
then.
for you to
Well, if no
bloviate.
consequence, you let me say it, I think.
Yeah, it's of no
Show that
consequence
it's
to
no
bloviate. It's
consequence.
the only thing that people need to hear right now from you is that you're assured that it is a sphere that surrounds you. And that's not what's happening. It's thought of as a sphere, but it's not known as a sphere. Because I tell you why. The radius of that celestial sphere is infinite, which means it doesn't have a definite linear, representation. So there's no way of you saying that the
Fine.
celestial sphere is, 10,000 miles or whatever. It's just, you can't. There's no way you
didn't-
can do that.
What are you just making up stuff now? What
No,
are you saying?
Celestial
I
sphere
didn't
has
say any
always
of that.
been. Celestial sphere has
What are you
always
talking
been
about?
what conceptually looks to be, as from the observer on Earth, a dome that supports the vision that they
Sure.
see. So from
Sure.
observer's perspective, there's nothing more than that. But then conceptually, you could think of it like a giant sphere that encompasses the observer. The observer is encompassed by this giant celestial sphere. And so that's what they can conceptually think of it as, but it's never observed that way.
Well,
only thing
my
you can
challenge to
observe
you
is-
my challenge to you is this: is if I see the tail of Scorpio just cresting the horizon, can I know that Capricorn is behind it? Can I detect the position? And the celestial sphere, the model of the celestial sphere, says there are constellations below my feet.
Yeah.
That
So
you have to accept
even
that.
if
You have to
even if
accept
you
that.
say they're
It's
below
true.
your feet, even if you say
Yeah.
they're below your feet, you've never witnessed that, so you can't affirm
Doesn't
it.
matter.
Yeah, it does
Doesn't matter. The model
because at the end
says
of the
it.
day, you're
I
not
agree. I
telling
agree.
us
I
what
haven't
you
witnessed
actually observe. You're not observing
agree.
stars below your feet. You're not
I
doing
agree.
that.
True.
Yeah, that's true
100%.
statement. You're not observing stars below your
True.
feet, so you cannot
I'm
say
not.
when you argue for the celestial sphere that it's arguing for globe. It's not. Because if
saying-
it was arguing for globe, you'd have to substantiate the fact that stars are actually below your feet, and you don't witness that. So
You
the
do.
witness of what we
in
see,
Antarctica.
the witness of the witness of what we see has always been in like a dome of vision. The dome that we see at night, that's true. You can surely see that, right? Every observer sees a very specific set of stars in whatever geographic location they are.
Presented
So
to
it's never
them.
true. It's never true that they see a complete entire celestial sphere. That's
Yes, they
untrue.
do. That's true. That's untrue. Anybody on the equator can see the fullest celestial sphere. That's just untrue. Anybody who lives on the equator can see the full celestial sphere.
Yeah,
and
well,
most people live
I
close
want-
to the
I
equator.
want the
what
evidence
you said
of-
just then was false.
I want
It's
the
not true.
evidence of somebody seeing an entire celestial sphere. I want that
Anybody
evidence
on
right
the
now.
equator can see the full celestial sphere.
That's
No,
bullshit, and you know it.
He means it once.
Definitionally
No, he doesn't
true.
mean. He means what he says.
Eggshells, he means it once.
But obviously you can't see it all at once. You're only
That's
seeing
what
a
I'm
hemisphere.
talking about.
But
That's
that's
exactly what
retarded.
I'm saying.
He's not that retarded, Bacon,
Dude,
is he?
you cannot see the entire celestial sphere, and you're greasing the skids
That
to make the
is
conversation sound like it is.
disadvantage. To say, how can you look up into the sky to see stars and see all of them at once when you only see half of it? That's
That's
ridiculous.
what you said.
Surely
say
that's
that.
not what he means.
No,
I just
you
didn't
said
think
that.
you were
Why do you
asking
mean
a
what I
question.
mean? You
I'm
said
sorry.
that.
You're right, Alpha. That is on me. I did not expect that you were asking such an apocalyptically stupid question.
Well, it wasn't a stupid question. It's just the way your interpretation was. Your retort was that we can
Whole
see the entire
generations
celestial sphere. No, we
died.
cannot see that whole thing. What's
somebody lives on the
conceptually known-
equator, if somebody lives on the equator, throughout 6 months of the year, they will see every star that exists. That is enough. That satisfies what
Every
you're
star
talking
that
about.
exists.
And if
So
what you're
what?
talking about is not that, then what you are doing is just playing no true
So what?
Scotsman fallacy.
No, so
They
what
see the whole celestial sphere.
listen,
That's
dude.
the thing that you said they didn't see. They
No, but
do
it's,
see.
It's how you're.
So
it's
the
how
thing
you're-
you said didn't happen does happen.
you're all fired
You
up
as
now.
flat earthers are just wrong about everything.
No, listen. You're what you're doing is basically saying at some point I see all of the celestial sphere. Okay, but that's not what we're arguing because for it to be a real celestial sphere, you'd have to witness the entire thing encompass you all around you, 360. What do you mean why? That is the burden of proof that you would need to actually
Why?
substantiate the claim that it's an actual celestial sphere and not a conceptual model, which has
Who
been
said that
already
burden,
through
though?
the ages, dude. Through the ages, been understood as it's a conceptual tool that astronomers and people that utilize celestial navigation will use to actually navigate with. It's the dome of stars that are all about them.
The
180.
imaginary dome that
Not
works
imaginary.
magically.
No, it's not imaginary. You
Made
go
out of
outside. If you
nothing.
go, listen, dude. If you go to the middle of the ocean, what you witness is a dome of stars. You cannot
Yeah,
disagree
everybody
with that.
does. Sure.
You
but
cannot disagree with that. It's what
Sure.
people witness.
I'm agreeing with that.
All right. So
Well,
because
you keep
of that,
going back to the point that we agree with, but the question is, can you complete that other dome? Can
You
you
don't
make
need
a
to.
hemisphere? Can you?
that's a
It
logical
didn't say, do you
fallacy.
need to?
Completing
no,
the
question
dome-
is clear. The
Yeah, it's a
question is
logical
clear,
fallacy.
Alpha.
You don't witness
can
the
you?
complete dome.
Can you? Can you complete it?
Conceptually, yes.
Can you?
Conceptually.
And
But
conceptually,
it doesn't
if
appear that
complete
you can
it,
observe that. It doesn't appear that you can
sure,
observe that.
Fine. Would
So
you
that's all-
agree that celestial
observation-
phenomena
Look, listen, dude.
work
Observation
perfectly
is
with a
paramount right
globe?
now. No, you need to realize something. Observation is paramount. If I'm not witnessing that as an observer, then I can't say that's what it is. I can only say, well, I can think of it like this, and that's totally fine. If I use it like a conceptual tool, it can be useful for my geographic location. I can assure you that. But as far as me saying I observed something, that's not what's happening. So there's a little bit of sleight of hand that's happening with how somebody can use this conversation to say that they're turning that conceptual model into a real experience. It's not a real experience. You don't experience a complete ball that surrounds you. It can be thought of
Sure.
that way and utilized in a.
Do you?
And so-
but that's like saying if I drew a map from Sydney and I said if I went north, the moment I lost sight of Sydney, I couldn't no longer say I was near it. Right? We know. You are setting I think you are setting a silly standard to try to
That's a good analogy.
rescue a very obvious point that I think, like Robotham said, there is no that he denied a lot of phenomena that are claimed below the South Celestial Pole. We have argued in this channel about the validity of other videos, which, to be fair, you're right. Like, it's a bit weird that they, like, if it's real, why do they fake it? I think that is a valid question. Like, they have faked it, but once you think for a bit, you go, there's reasons for that. But it doesn't make sense. At a certain point, which I think it sounds to me tonight like you might be close to, which is why I should be at some drinks across the road, but I want to be here, is you might be willing now to consider, like, let me just sell to you giving up flat Earth. When I gave up conspiracy theories, I got so good.
You're not gonna sell me that.
spotting them.
It's a hard stop right there. Your foot might be at my door, but I'm gonna slam that.
No, hold on. Let him sell to a customer not interested. Go ahead. Let him drone.
By proxy of okay, go ahead. Try to.
You
make your
will be
sales pitch.
so good at spotting legit fallacies. You get better at your job. You still spend the same time in the same communities. You just switch sides, which is what they all do. It becomes just as enriching. But clearly, you're now on the side that anytime anybody does a test, what did all the Globers say before they went to the South Pole? Did you ask me? I asked a bunch of Globers. All of us said 100% the same thing, which is what Mattoon said, even though I'm not super a fan of him, which is if the sun is more than 5 degrees out of position, I'll abandon the globe model. If the sun sets at any time, I'll abandon the globe model. If it's dark in the sky, I'll abandon the globe model. Like so many, the sun just could be the tiniest bit out of position. A bunch of us would have gone, you've done it, guys. And all of us said, we will adhere to it, should do a loop that is slightly higher at one side. all of us said that must be the case, and Robotham said it can't be the case, and Nathan Oakley said it can't be the case, and Nathan Thompson said it can't be the case, and everybody said it can't be the case, because obviously it can't be the case, because if the sun goes around the equator either turns east to go around the North Pole or it turns left to go around the South Pole. It can't turn left and right at the same time. If all verticals are parallel, the equator's got to circle one of these 2 points, and if both of the points have equally good claim for being the center of that circle, the only way to make that work is on a sphere. And I think you know that at this stage. You can
You're
now
talking
embrace
about a
geospatial.
terrestrial sphere, right?
Yeah, we obviously live on a sphere.
Let me give my. I don't know, Brendan, if you feel moved by that.
Oh no, please no. I think he's not going to bury the sale anyway. It's just interesting to fucking let him
Yeah,
go.
he couldn't sell this pen if he tried. So listen, man. If you're thinking about a terrestrial sphere, which would be the thing that you're saying is the requirement for this sky phenomenon to take hold, my retort to you would be simply the thing that we've been talking about so far, the celestial sphere, what it appears to the observer from a ground position.
Yeah.
It appears as if the sky itself looks like a dome that surrounds you. Like if I said if you were in mid-ocean, you'd be witnessing a dome of stars encompass you. So what it seems to me is that you're kind of conflating the fact that what's observed in the sky and what you're equating to what the ground is are two in the same. So you're saying that what you witness in the sky and the ground comparatively is exactly the same thing, but you're making a false analogy.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yes,
saying
you are.
that.
So
no,
we
I'm
can
not.
witness
No, I'm not.
things.
Can I
Listen,
say what I am saying?
Hold on. We can witness.
Yeah.
Well, if that's not what you're saying, I'm telling you
It's
like
a bit
this.
distasteful to say
even
you're
if
saying
that's not
X
what
and
you're
don't
saying.
let me
Look,
collect.
even if that's not what you're saying, what we witness when we see the sun move about the sky is that the sun appears to us as it goes up over and around our heads in an arc. It looks like an arc in the sky, and this has been represented in dioramas everywhere. So the Native Americans did a diorama where it appears that the sun arcs overhead. So the sky phenomena clearly represents an angle of vision from the observer. From the observer's perspective, it looks like everything's at an angle to our vision. But see, let me tell you a little bit about how we see things, Eggshells, and I think this is most important for you. We see everything in an angle of vision concentric to our vision. And that's the reason why everything appears to us to move the way that it does. So, for example, if you see, like you're driving down your highway and you see these light posts that are like farther away in the distance, you could say that the light posts that are above you are at a different angle than the ones in front of you. But that's because everything's converging to your eye line. Your eyes, the way that you see the world, it has like a lot to do with how everything converges off into the distance, which means that everything will be at a different angle to your vision. And that doesn't mean that those lampposts are curving in any way. That's not what that means. So conceptually, you could think, hold on a minute, man, dude, because I'm on it right now. So when you look at the sky, it's the very same thing. Your eyes are converging everything to your eye line, the far distance, which means that everything's going to look like at a different angle when you see it at a distance. That's just the way your eyes see the world. And then you're saying because of how we see, that's the reasoning behind why you think that the sky and the ground are a complete, spherical ball. And that's not true, because that's how our vision works off into the distance. We can say that with all assurance. People have studied this. They understand this is the way vision works. And you're trying to use that as a catalyst for how we witness things to be exactly what you might consider as a model of globe. And that's where you're wrong, because that's how we see everything's converging to the eye line. So as it goes off into the distance, you could say that thing in the far distance is like akin to, 40 degrees. And the thing that's right above me, the light post, that thing's about 80 degrees as I'm driving up to it. So everything's at a different angle, but that doesn't mean the light posts are curving. That just means that's how you see the world.
But what's the point? What's the point you're making?
My point is that you're trying to equate the celestial sphere being a real one. And not only that the celestial sphere is a real one, where you got stars underneath your feet, but that the ground is actually a sphere, which is in no way representation. Which is in no way representation to the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is separate from the terrestrial sphere, which you're trying to make a point as to what it actually. So you're going from the celestial sphere and then now making the Earth a terrestrial sphere, which is completely it's insane for you to do, because what we see with our eyes, and how we interpret the information. can only be done such that when things get at far distance away from us, everything looks like at an angle degrees to our vision. But so now we have the reasoning behind why some things look the way they do, and now we're gonna have to put them to the test. So if you think that something on the ground is curving, like you know the Earth is curving and it's blocking your view, then you're gonna have to test it. Well, how can we do that? Is there any way to figure out sorts of tests that we can
You're
do?
just making up a difficult test now. What's going on?
No,
You're just like
no, I'm
ranting. You're not even letting me respond. You're
difficult
just
test.
ranting
Yeah, because
about a test that you won't do.
No,
that,
wait.
that will prove it to you.
Here's the thing. Eggshells, because you've already misinterpreted. You couldn't sell me to the globe. Number one. Number two, you're misunderstanding.
No, nothing could sell you to the. If Flat Earth is getting flown to Antarctica, doesn't sell it to you, nothing's going to.
That's
Let's
not
be
it.
fair.
I don't
It
care.
is. It is.
24/7.
If that's not it, nothing will get you there.
No, because it's not about people going over there and witnessing the sky phenomena. Because I already told you the celestial sphere would be the reasoning why they see things arcing overhead, why they see sky phenomena.
The same
where the
method
sun's
everybody uses.
doing what it does.
Because it's the thing that helps you tell you that you're on a sphere. That's the best way to tell you're on a sphere.
It doesn't. You're equating the celestial sphere to the terrestrial sphere. See what you're doing right now? Yes, you just did.
I'm saying
you just did right now.
if you treat
you and Jaren and everybody else.
Let me tell it for you. Let me tell you what Jaren's doing. If Jaren and everybody else and I are treating this terrestrial sphere like a globe of 3959 and the celestial sphere is an infinitely large circle that is concentric on that, and then you make predictions and observations of the celestial sphere from that terrestrial sphere. If you assume it's got that radius, let me finish. Let me finish.
No, stop. You didn't do that.
Please let me finish.
No, you didn't
Please
do
let
that.
me finish. Show that you're scared of this.
No, what I need you to do right now is show the relevance to the terrestrial sphere that it needs to be there in order for there to be predictable sky phenomena with the celestial sphere. That's what I need you to do right now. I need you to equate, like some way, draw the comparison to having a terrestrial sphere needed for the celestial sphere existence, because it doesn't need the other one. Celestial sphere is apparently separate from the terrestrial sphere. I need you to make the connection. Connect the terrestrial sphere to the celestial sphere. That's what you're not doing. I need you to do that right now. Connect them.
Sure, they're concentric. They're part of the same model.
Concentric to what?
Well, you're right in what you're saying. One of the things
I know I am.
Yeah, what you're saying is the celestial sphere can exist in absence of a terrestrial sphere.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
But that doesn't make sense.
That'll be all. Mic drop. I always
that
get
doesn't make sense.
I always get my opponent to agree with me.
Wait, can you let him elaborate? Because I want to know why.
Let me tell you, for the rest of the people in here, this is not a debate. This is me teaching you guys how to understand logic and reasoning.
But can you finish though? I want to hear him.
You don't know how celestial navigation works, dude.
Sorry, that's not.
But I want to hear him finish the rest of his point.
I know me. I don't care because
you're giving up. You're giving up.
No. You can say whatever you want. Here's what happened though. The point of all of this, his discussion, his being.
No, you didn't listen to him. I'm not listening to you.
Well, you don't have to listen to me. You could leave. That's the beautiful thing about Discord. You can actually hit the exit.
Yeah, Alpha, if what you're saying is true, why not just let him respond and you can refute it?
The whole point was that it has nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere. And he said he was all up in the tizzy about it having to do with something with the terrestrial sphere. And guess what? It doesn't. He admittedly said so.
Yeah, but you have to silence your opponent. Why can't you just let him respond? If you're right, let him respond.
I was right.
Stop silencing.
He did respond. He said it.
No, he didn't. You muted him.
The terrestrial sphere. Yeah,
God, why does everybody have to listen to you blabber? I want to hear writing on eggshells.
You can get upset. Well, then go have a private call with him. How about that? Tell him to call eggshells.
I want to hear you and eggshells have an actual conversation.
It was done, Callie. It was done. If you want to hear more about it, go into another call with him or to another channel and discuss it with him.
So you're running away. So you're a coward.
He gave up the ghost, dude. The ghost was given up where he said it doesn't have anything to do with the terrestrial
He's still here. He hasn't given up. He's just muted.
Over.
He's muted. That's all that's wrong.
Game over, dude. You know it and everybody else knows it.
Yeah. Stick your flag in the ground.
Oh, it isn't in the ground. It's always been there. I didn't even stick that flag anywhere.
You've muted him. That's not convincing anybody of your position.
I don't need to convince anybody.
You're right.
That's not the point
That's
of this.
true. No,
It makes you look stupid. It makes you look like you can't debate your opponent.
All right, here's what's going to happen. You're going to reconcile the fact that he admitted that you don't need to have the terrestrial sphere equate to the celestial sphere. That's what you guys, I want everybody in here who's naysaying to agree with me on that. Did it have anything to do with the terrestrial sphere?
Yeah, every star has a geographical position on Earth.
That's not the question. I need you to answer yes or no to what I'm asking. Did the celestial sphere need the terrestrial sphere? Does it need it?
What do you mean need it? What does that mean?
Okay, you don't know the question. How about you, Paza?
I think they're contingent on each other. I think one is concentrically ensconced in the other.
How?
How can you have a sphere of stars above a plane?
Do you want me to show you?
Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
I posted it earlier.
Go ahead and show them. They don't know this, and I love it. I love that they don't know this.
Look in the successfully.
Hold on, Bacon. Don't interrupt. Look at the
celestial sphere. You'll notice there's a horizontal plane below a dome. This is the arc of perspective described in the celestial sphere. It's not actually a sphere, it's a hemisphere, half a sphere. You standing on a horizontal plane, taking angle measurements from that horizontal plane up to the things in the sky. So yeah, it works. That's how we use it.
You lose, Globers. Once again, epically too. I've demonstrated that your inability to articulate your point was such that you can't even understand the conceptual way that people look at the sky. And it's angle measurements. You can't have that without a flat plane. It's essential. It's paramount. It's the whole reason why people make observations and say that they can take angle measurements to stars. You fools.
No, but Alpha, you got his concession, but you still lose.
Yeah, I got his concession. He conceded to the point.
What's wrong with these people?
No, and see, that's the only thing I do. I get them long enough to where they tangle themselves up into their own kind of like explanations. Because see, Eggshells was in here and he didn't go have dinner drinks because he wanted to stay here and figure out if there's some way he could sell me to the globe. And in fact, he conceded the point about the globe existence, in regards to the celestial sphere. No, they don't need each other. Boom. That's all they needed him to say. Game over.
Yeah, well, it's easy to say your opponent lost when everybody that wants to respond to you is muted.
Don't get all up in your feelings, Bacon, just because he lost his point. And see, this is important for you, Global.
No, it's because you muted him.
Yeah, of course, I got what I needed. What else do I need to hear him say? I just needed him to concede that the terrestrial sphere is needed for the celestial sphere, and he said it's not needed. Boom. That's it. And Jedi showed you an example, a depiction of why it's not needed. So, I mean, what else do you need?
Yeah, you made your mic drop argument, but it just didn't allow him to respond, and everyone was calling you out, and everybody did call you out on that, got muted.
I don't give a shit.
And I probably would have done.
I don't care.
Oh, it seems you do since you muted them.
No, I don't. He's still.
Oh, if you didn't care, you wouldn't have to mute them.
Okay, Bacon, let me unmute him so you can hear him speak. He lost.
If you didn't really care, you wouldn't mute them.
Bacon, to paraphrase back his argument, you're the fourth person to say you didn't win because you muted him. And what happened was he didn't allow his opponent to rumpus the living crap out of his win. Maybe you could paraphrase back his win that he's told 4 different people, rather than just appealing to the same garbage response, which is what his globe-believing opponent didn't get the opportunity to talk straight through his win. Therefore, he didn't win. He did. That's measured flat for the celestial sphere, and your globe's based on it. Acknowledge me saying it, because he just said it. Alpha Veritas said it to you. He said it to the last 3 people. No one's acknowledged it. Does your cope level mean that appealing to the mute button makes you feel like you didn't lose?
Thank you, Nathan. They're salty when it comes to this.
You're lost, Bacon. Alpha Veritas just handed him his ass. Eggshell's ass. I did yesterday. We did the day before.
Of course.
The same thing. Exact same thing. Bacon, do I need to mute you? I'm still talking.
I guess so.
Do you need to be muted? It's a question. It's not rhetorical. Do you need me to mute you? Because you seem to be talking while I'm talking about how badly defeated Eggshells has been recently. You seem to be flashing away like you need to be adding things while I'm talking. Mute yourself, you stupid dick. Bacon, you
Y'all know
stupid
the
little-
difference between a sphere and a dome, right?
I'm talking to you. Whoever's talking, shut up. Bacon, I'm talking. I mean, have some respect. Go on mute while I talk about how badly Eggshells has lost to me, Alpha Veritas, Quantum Eraser. You pathetic cope-seeking bitches need to appeal to the mute burn. No. Earth's measured flat. The globe's based on it. Alpha Veritas is pointing that out. He's won. And all you pathetic, sad little twats can do is appeal to him having to mute and shut up his opponent to stop him interrupting his victory.
Yeah, you wish, dude. We all heard you say that a sphere is a dome. It's two different shapes.
This guy.
What a fantastic rebuttal that was. So, sphere, dome, different shapes. Okay, we measure Earth flat for the elevation angles in the celestial sphere. It's two hemispherical systems, north and south, sandwiched antipodal in a model.
So what? Earth is like a coin, like heads or tails?
Another asshole. Don't need to mute you, all you appeal to the mute button. You're talking through me, you stupid little cope-seeking bitch. I'm still talking, answering your stupid frigging question that demonstrates how frigging.
Sorry, I was compelled to respond to you saying that Earth is a quarter.
Dick brain. Do we need to appeal to the moderators to shut you bitches up? Yeah, we do, because then you can cope. You had to mute me. Now, I'm telling you how your celestial sphere is created with two hemispherical systems that you interrupted, because you're a cope-seeping, glurf bitch. And you need shutting up with the mute button. You bitches can't cope. You have to chant through a flat Earth victory. And when you're shut up, you've got an excuse to cope. Oh, he was muted. It means he didn't win. Did any of you steal Manny's argument? Paraphrase back his victory? No, you all appealed to the
he said a sphere is a dome.
There you go again, sad little glurf bitch who has to mute me. This is your mute button, you sad little twat. Muting me, aren't you, you sad little bitch? You're muting me, bitch. I haven't finished. Talking about the hemispherical systems that you talked about. You haven't got a fucking clue what you're on about. That's obvious. I'm trying to detail it through your interruptions. You need cope. Lost. Earth's measured flat. You all know it.
Earth is topographical. It's certainly not a horizontal plane.
Really? What about the angle measurements that create the celestial sphere that the globe's based on? That was Alpha Veritas's point, you stupid dick.
Yeah, it's not angle measurements to a dome. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, so Earth's measured flat, dickhead. That got your tongue? Protracted silence after that fact's pointed out? Yeah. Alpha
I don't know,
Veritas.
you keep threatening to mute me. I don't know if it's okay to jump in yet.
Me reiterating the point. Mute buttons needed by the glurf bitches. Your celestial sphere creates the globe. How's the celestial sphere measured? With angles off a plane. I just pointed that out. Not one of you sad cope-seeking bitches could affirm what was said to you by two different people. All you could do was appeal to the mute button, you sad little twats. That got your tongues, bitches!
Yeah, the horizontal plane is tangential to the
I'm talking now after the protracted silence. Yeah, pointing out how there was a protracted silence, you pathetic sad little bitch. And now I'm talking in that protracted silence. Time to talk was when there was silence, dickhead. Yeah, that silence was induced by me pointing out the two victories, now 3, from me, Jedi, and Alpha Veritas. Your globe is based on the angle measurements to create a hemispherical view north and south that creates the celestial sphere. Earth is measured flat to create the globe you seek cope for now. You know it's measured flat.
Earth has elevation changes. It's topographical.
With respect to sea level, you'll need a flat Earth for those elevation changes. They're described with respect to sea level. You stupid idiot. Earth is measured flat for all elevations.
Earth to be flat to measure.
I'm still talking. Mute button needed for a bitch seeking cope. I'm talking.
You're never going to be done.
You need to mute me, bitch. I heard you. You talked about topology. You talked about elevations. Yeah, I'm responding to you, globe bitch seeking cope. I know it's painful. Don't need to fucking mute me. Pathetic cope seeking bitch. Yeah, you'll need a flat Earth for those elevations. They're described from sea level. You don't need to interrupt me with a mute button. You don't need to accuse Alpha Veritas of not winning when he details explicitly his win, the same as mine. And your response is to tell me about a flat Earth measurement with respect to sea level. Elevations? Heights of stuff. You'll need a flat Earth for it, dickhead. Hello! Another protracted silence! You bunch of dickheads. You are all ignorant of the facts when it comes to Earth's measurements. Alpha Veritas seems to know them. Jedi seems to know them. You can be damn sure I know them because I'm telling you, bunch of dicks, about how Earth's measured flat. And when I do,
you can only have a dome.
Without interruption from cope-seeping glow.
Yeah, you say Earth is a dome?
Hope-seeking glurf bitches who need to interrupt me with their mute button.
Stop interrupting him, bro.
Finish detailing
Jesus.
without interruption from cope-seeping glurf bitches. They leave protracted silences.
Well, he wants me to respond, right?
I did. I left a silence and no words came. Then I shouted hello and started talking again after you left a nice little silence.
Well, you're in a room full of people that are going to try to talk.
You only seem to want to talk when I'm talking, dickhead. Yet you accused Alpha Veritas of muting somebody.
Talking.
Guys, just stop this, you stupid glurf bitch who needs a fucking mute button now, don't you? There was a silence, mate. There it is again, dickhead. Is it only when I fucking talk? Yeah, because you're a globe-seeking, cope-seeking bitch who needs to interrupt when I point out Earth's measured flat.
You need to go back to kindergarten and learn your shapes.
There it is again. There it is again. Maybe you bitches can appeal to the mute button. We need to stop you fuckers doing this. Keep interrupting me, sir.
Yeah, you don't know the difference between a sphere and a dome.
No, I was detailing the north and south hemispheric measurements of a flat plane that create that sphere. It's then converted to globe by Haversine conversion. So yeah, I do know the difference. I was halfway through detailing it when a cope-seeking glurf bitch started interrupting me, sir.
So, are you saying that the entire southern hemisphere is antipodal to the north and that Earth is like a coin, heads or tails?
I'm saying it's measured flat. It's two different separate systems. Measured flat in both instances. You can then, after the fact... Is it just me?
You have two hemispheres.
Interrupting
two hemispheres make an entire sphere.
You stupid glurf dumbo. Yo, fuckwit. I'm in the middle of fucking talking. Maybe when someone shuts your dumb ass up with a mute button, you can appeal to me not winning.
I hope your kid isn't listening to this.
Hey, dickhead, I'm still talking, dickhead. Yeah, I'm telling you to stop interrupting me while I answer you, you stupid globe-believing dickhead. Yeah, this is why we fucking mute you stupid spastics. You think appealing to the fact we have to shut your dumb asses up when you can't help yourselves? Yeah? You feel the need to talk straight through the middle of that which proves Earth is measured flat. And somehow interrupting it will stop it being a fucking fact. Then when we stop you doing it, oh no, he had to mute the wanker that couldn't stop interrupting him. Grinning. Yeah, he did eventually, didn't he? Did that make you feel better? None of you steel-manned Alpha Veritas's point. That was why I stepped in. Not one of you reiterated his point. All of you appealed to the mute button, and while I was reiterating his point and redeeming the win, same as Jedi did, what do you know? I'm getting interrupted by these globe bitches seeking cope. Who can't help themselves. That's why you got muted. That's why Eggshells got muted. I hope you understand that, you bunch of spastics. It's not rhetorical. I hope you understand that. I'm seeking affirmation from globe heads. They understand that people.
I believe in the flat Earth.
They can't shut themselves up. Another interruption during me taking charge of the protracted silence. I hope you understand, meaning I'm seeking an affirmation that you understand why you dickheads have to be shut up with a mute button when you can't fucking stop interrupting. A victory from a flat earther.
Why are you so mentally unstable?
Do you understand wasn't the invitation to start talking before the question came? Stupid dick. Do you understand?
You're mentally unstable.
I'm not. Now, that's an ad hominem attack. Now, when I go through the motions of explaining why you dickheads have to be shut down with a mute button because you can't help yourselves, you tell me I've got a mental incapacity. No, I'm concisely detailing why you fucktards have to be shut up with a mute button because you can't help yourselves. It's been demonstrated 5 times in the last 3 minutes, you stupid dickhead. Now that I've explained it and it's happened 5 times in 3 minutes, Do you now that I've reiterated it for the third time, having suffered an ad hom from a dickhead, why you fucktards have to be shut down with the mute button because you can't help yourselves?
No, I'm more interested in your blood pressure.
Mentally retarded when I point out your obnoxious behaviour, you bunch of globe-believing dickheads seeking cope, who are now for the third time being asked if you understand why you've got to be shut down because of your egregious behaviour.
Yeah, you're saying that on a flat Earth you could have a celestial sphere. Are you saying that on the other side of the flat Earth,
We're saying it's
that's
measured
the other
flat
hemisphere?
to create it. No. We're saying Earth is measured flat to create it. Do you understand what I just said?
Okay, so how do you have a celestial sphere above a flat plane? How does that make sense?
Why are you asking me a question? You understand then? Just say yes or no.
What's wrong? You can't answer questions?
Seems that I didn't get an affirmation, I got an okay. So it's okay Earth is measured flat then? Yes?
No, it's not.
So you don't get elevation angle measurements to create the celestial sphere, the very topic we're talking about that I'm answering in regards to Earth being measured flat to create the celestial sphere. You deny the flat Earth measurements required to create it. A minute ago it was okay.
That's not measuring the
your
Earth.
question that seems to take precedent and the interruption that's coming afterwards before a pause for breath.
Yeah, let me respond.
I still haven't taken breath, and yet this wanker, Glurf, is interrupting.
Okay, hold on, dude. Let me respond.
A shock. Maybe this dickhead will need explaining why he needs a fucking mute button to shut him up. No, you stupid
run away, run
away. Shut him up. Moderators have got to appeal to him, because now I'm having to do the same thing that Alpha Veritas did. Shout down an opponent that's using his fucking mute button on me. No, wanker. Not mentally handicapped. Detailing the answer to your stupid globe-tard question, aren't I? And how am I doing it? With fucking interruptions from a cunt. Yeah, that's what's happening. Yeah. So we've had to have a moderator step in. Maybe this is a reason to justify how I didn't win. After I explain. Elevation angles. Okay, you say? Given that you've said okay, that's not a yes or no. When we get to the point that Earth's measured flat with those elevation angles to create the celestial sphere that your globe is dependent on. So, is it okay that we measure Earth flat, sir, second time's a charm? Seems to be a protracted silence. It's just me, right? I ask a very direct question about
I don't know when you're done, dude. You're never done.
After the protracted silence, he then starts talking through me. Is it okay that we measure Earth flat then, sir? You said okay.
All right, are you done?
Is it okay that's non-responsive, asking me if I'm done when there's a clear, protracted silence?
I'll respond then. Hello?
That I'm now having to reiterate with him just talking while I'm talking. Because he only wants to talk while I'm talking. Non-responsive, asking me if I'm done during a silence when you're talking and I'm not, is a stupid question from a globe-believing dickhead who clearly doesn't understand simple communication. Yeah, I'm fucking done, you stupid dickhead. When I asked you if it is okay that we measure Earth flat.
Whoa. All right. So, a hemisphere is half of a sphere.
It's non-responsive. Shut this asshole down. He doesn't know how to communicate.
Hey, hold on, dude.
Wanker, you're going to get muted. You're a dickhead. You're not answering me. You said okay and then tried to brush past it with a new question that you're trying to attempt to ask. Second time. What a wanker. No, it's not just okay that Earth's measured flat. It's the end of the fucking argument. Not a new question about how hemispheres work. No, we measured Earth flat to create that hemisphere that your globe's dependent on. And when you just affirm with a tacit, okay, let's move on with a new question, it doesn't get stressed that Earth's been measured flat and you're accepting that fact with an okay. Let's move on. And this is where we have to shut you wankers down and mute you, don't we? Because you're desperate to interrupt me pointing out that the okay I got was Earth is measured flat. But okay, we can stop talking to you now. Once we get you to acknowledge that fact without a tacit, okay, let's ask something new, like that doesn't matter. It matters. Earth's measured flat. You absolutely, without question, require it to be so. Not just going to move on with you interrupting me. We're going to get you, the fundamentalist, globe-believing dickhead, seeking cope here, to acknowledge that fact about Earth's measurements that you want to discuss. When it comes to the dome. The dome itself is just a calculation based on angle measurements from Earth.
proving we are on a flat plane. That's how we friggin' measure it and create your stupid globe belief.
So where does the other half of the other half of the sphere
Why
go?
isn't he acknowledging? Third time. It's okay that we measure Earth flat.
Acknowledge that you turned a sphere to a dome.
I'm not going to do a damn thing, sir. I'm in charge. You will acknowledge Earth's measured flat. We were having a conversation. You accepted it with okay. That wasn't good enough. And I won't be moving.
Do you know the difference between a sphere and a dome?
Oh, just the chanting, Asa. Just the chanting through the middle of it. Me re-attempting to get you to affirm that which you just said okay to. Was it okay? Earth's measured flat, sir? It's that silence!
Oh, I got it already. Nice. Okay, so a sphere is not a dome.
Maybe talk through me after the silence, yeah? Maybe ask me if it's your turn.
Stop talking so much.
I'm done. I'm still talking. He's still talking while I'm talking.
Yeah, for no reason.
There was a silence, and now an asshole talking through me. I
Here's
picked
not
up
a
the
dome.
reins. There was a long silence, and this asshole's now only talking while I'm talking. The winner that has to mute arsehole globe believers seeking cope when they can't fucking talk during a silence. They have to talk while I'm talking. Oh, dickhead, I asked you for the fourth time if it was okay, end quote you, that we measure Earth flat for you to then move on with a different subject. Is that okay that we measure Earth flat? If so, it's the end of the frigging conversation.
You know the difference between a sphere and a dome?
Don't need a question. Need an affirmation. You said it was okay. It's okay we measure Earth flat, right?
It doesn't measure flat.
Does it not? What's an elevation angle? Define it.
An elevation angle is not measuring any type of time.
Making the celestial sphere we're discussing with elevation angle measurements with respect to a plane to create this dome we're talking
An elevation angle does not tell you the surface of the Earth. It tells you the elevation angle of the star.
I leave plenty of silences. I'm not muting this asshole talking through him. I'm talking. He's talking while I'm talking. We do measure elevation angle measurements to create this perspective view called a dome, which gets turned into an antipodal sandwiched view called the celestial sphere. It's based on measurements of Earth. They are elevation angles to the stars. That is a fact. Now we're going to define what that is, because you say okay, and then suddenly no, we're not measuring Earth when we create this calculated dome. And we do measure Earth with elevation angles. Now we're going to define them. Not you yammer through me winning with the mute button. You understand, sir? We're going to define elevation angles. Something that was okay a minute ago when we were measuring Earth flat with them.
Yeah, typically an elevation angle. Yeah, typically an elevation angle is determining the angle between the horizontal plane and the star.
And if he talks again before the question's concluded, he won't have to answer it. I'll try again without the interruption. Can you define an elevation angle, sir?
Yeah, it's the angle difference between a level plane, like horizontal plane, and the height of the star.
Definition from? Can you post it so we can check that what you're citing is correct?
Oh, you posted it enough. A bunch of people posted it.
Right. Is this a cited definition, or are you just making this up?
Oh, that's really what an elevation angle is.
Is it a that doesn't answer me, does it? This
calm down, dude. Your blood pressure must be raging.
You don't need to interrupt and chant. That was non-responsive.
I'm worried for your health. You sound horrible.
Keep chanting, and it will mean you're not losing. Mute me. Keep muting me, bitch.
I don't have the ability to mute you.
This isn't a citation. This guy's a liar. He's just making shit up. Doesn't matter how many fucking times he yammers through me, muting me like a glurf bitch.
Yeah, the horizontal plane that you reference when you take an elevation angle
he'll be talking
created by a leveling instrument.
He'll be moaning about how he has to be fucking muted. I'm still talking. One in charge telling you to define an elevation angle, and then that being preceded by you making shit up on the spot that isn't a cited definition. I've got 20, sir. I don't need you to make it up. Do you want to try again defining that which is proving Earth's measured flat to create the system we're talking about? That'll be the celestial sphere that the globe's dependent on. That'll be the flat Earth measurements of elevation angles we're going to be defining. Do you want to have another go, you little liar that makes stuff up on the spot?
Yeah, if I cite the horizon, that's not a horizontal plane. My line of sight is not a horizontal
plane. To define an elevation angle, not the horizon. This is non-responsive.
But you're claiming that if I cite the horizon, that's my horizontal plane.
I'll try again without him interrupting me, objecting to him not responding for a third time when I ask him to define an elevation angle. He made stuff up about an elevation angle. Now he's talking about the horizon.
It's the angular difference between
losing, bitch.
The
The
angular
losing bit.
difference between the
Tell
star
me where you got
and a
this
horizontal
citation.
plane
Don't
established
yammer
by
through me. It's
by a
not going to
leveling
make
instrument.
you win. Hammering through me, hammering this point home is not going to make
Yeah,
you
you
win.
make it that way. Why don't you stop talking?
I'm trying to appeal to the mute
Elevation
button.
angle between a horizontal plane
I'll
of
go on
reference create
mute.
with a leveling
You
instrument.
appeal to the mute button for a fit. Go on. I'll go on mute. You appeal to how you've been shut down. Go on.
Yeah, go on mute. Relax your blood pressure. The elevation angle is a horizontal. First, you establish a horizontal plane of reference, which is not the
This is not a
surface of the Earth.
definition.
You need a leveling instrument.
Oh, I asked for a definition. Telling me
You
after
need a leveling instrument to
you
acquire.
appeal to the mute button. Can you shut this guy up? Because this is not where this is going to go. He hasn't won.
Stop coping, dude.
No, you're not making stuff up about an elevation angle. Define it, cite it, post it. We'll have a look at it. I've got 20. If all we've got from you is you making it up off the top of your head. Second time I've said it.
I thought you were going to go on mute and relax.
No, we're going to get a definition of an elevation angle, or you're going to appeal to how you're being
The
shut
angular
down
difference between a horizontal plane of reference and the height of the
While
star.
you talk through me to attempt to obfuscate.
Because you're not listening.
You made stuff up about twice. You're going to appeal to the mute button. Tell me to mute while you yammer through me, having ignored the definition that you haven't cited and keep making stuff up about. I've said
I've told you what an elevation angle is like.
While you appeal to how you're being shut down by me. No, you're not. You're yammering through me when you fail repeatedly to define that which you've disagreed with. The point that up until about 5 minutes ago was, quote, okay, but now is suddenly contentious. But when it comes to
elevation
defining
angle is not measuring the ground. You're measuring the height of the star.
I get talked through and muted. These bitches need to moan at Alpha Veritas for having to stop this, but he's still muting me, isn't he? No, we're still at the point where I've asked him 4 times to define an elevation angle, not just make shit up off the top of his head. Now, I've got 20, and I've told him that 4 times. Now, are we going to tolerate this arsehole liar making shit up off the top of his head about horizons, or is he going to cite it? If not, I will cite how an elevation angle measurement is defined so we can clear up whether or not Earth's measured flat to create your globe. That's what we're doing.
It's the angular difference between a horizontal plane and the height of the star. For the 5th time,
We'll
stupid.
need a horizontal plane then. Earth will be measured flat as that
horizontal plane is created by a leveling instrument. The ground is not a horizontal plane.
Being obfuscated.
The ground is not a horizontal plane.
Or do I have to appeal to the moderators because I'm being muted in my victory like Alpha Veritas? Is it just me? It seems like when I win, the actual cited definition comes referencing how we'll measure.
Muted.
Is it just me or I'm getting multiple mute buttons used on me? I'll just summarize my attempt to summarize this win about Earth being measured flat as a horizontal plane as defined by my opponent. So it is okay to measure Earth flat for this then. We got there in the end with lots of muting from wankers, didn't we? Lots of fundamentalist religious zealotry trying to obfuscate this truth and fact about what's okay when we measure Earth as a plane for these angles to create the celestial sphere that the globe will be based on. So we start by measuring Earth flat, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, that's correct. This is my victory. There's a lot of zealots that need to shut this down. And if I even attempt to stop them doing it, I'll be called as the heinous instigator of the mute button. I'm just winning, bitches. Earth's measured flat and you all fucking know it. That guy knew it. Okay, right? So now after lots of obfuscation, sir, can you concede, like I was attempting with lots of attempts to get away from it, it's okay, end quote you, to measure Earth flat, like defined by you, to create the celestial sphere. We'll be measuring Earth flat for that, won't we, sir? You want to ask me if I'm done, you dumb shit? I'll ask again in the protracted silence. Maybe you'll start yammering through the top of me. Is it okay, end quote, you, to measure Earth as a flat plane, end quote, as per the citation, and you reading it? Okay to measure Earth flat, sir?
Yeah, the Earth is not a horizontal plane.
So why are we measuring it as such to get these elevation angles?
You're
correct?
not.
Is it just me? Is it just he's answering I'm not before the questions come? Is this going to be a long, drawn-out process where you deny elevation angle measurement? Yeah, we absolutely measure elevation angles to create the celestial sphere. Stupid, idiot, globe-believing numpty.
So where does the other half of the sphere go
Are
on
you
the flat?
asking me something? You just told me no. Is it you disagree? I accept your disagreement in spite of the fact that we've had a protracted period of you trying to obfuscate the fact you said was okay, and then you defined as such. It was okay, defined as a level plane, but no. Let's move on to a new question.
I don't know. Maybe you don't know how shapes work.
Maybe the introduction will change the fact that you tried to dodge this fact with a new question. It's okay then. We will be measuring Earth flat. You just disagreed after defining it, you stupid numpty.
Except Earth is topographical, so it's not flat.
When we measure elevation angles with respect to a what again? What are we measuring to create this?
A leveling instrument is going to create a horizontal
or is
plane of
my
reference.
question being interrupted by a guy seeking cope? It's okay, sir. I don't need my constant.
So take a deep breath and shut up for a second.
I still haven't taken breath than this guy seeking cope because he knows he's on a ball that's made with flat Earth measurements. That'll be elevation.
I want to see how red your face is. Can you take a...
Maybe if you interrupt incessantly, you can appeal to the mute button when one of the moderators shuts you down and stops you doing this. Zealot! I'm still talking, you stupid monkey. Why's your malfunction? Do you think it's your time to talk while I'm taking a shit on your globe faith by pointing out how Earth is measured flat to create your globe faith? You think that needs a non-stop stream of interruptions? The point where you piss me off so much that someone mutes you, and then you can go, they only won by muting me. It wasn't the flat plane necessitated in my globe faith. It was measured as per the definition that I simply cannot concede to, will rumpus and say no to. It's by this long process of getting you to define terms, make it explicitly clear Earth's measured flat. So that is the end of the conversation. We measure Earth flat. There's no ifs, buts, or maybes.
No, you don't.
Globe. It's not just me summarising my victory. It's this dickhead's time to talk after that long silence, of course. The time
Show me where Earth measures flat.
Shithead. Yo, shithead. Time to talk was in that silence after my conclusion. You didn't take the opportunity. You were dumbfounded. Now you're
Show me the measurement.
acquiring a mute button that you wankers think that makes it your victory when we shut your stupid ass up for doing it. There was a silence for you to talk in.
Why can't you reference a measurement?
You're still doing it with your mute button now. Like we need to hear you while I'm talking. No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't. We need to hear how Earth's measured flat. It's a necessity for you to believe in a globe. When I point that out, there's long protracted silences, followed by interruptions and me re-summarising our victory here. Dickheads that think appealing to a mute button that they are using is going to somehow win them the day. And they have to be muted because they can't shut up. Why can't they shut up? Because someone like me is telling Earth's measured flat. They can't cope with it. Mute button time.
Yeah. If I look at the horizon, how do I know that my line of sight is a horizontal plane?
Can't have a horizon on a globe.
That's pretty weird.
Flat plane for a horizon. Define horizon.
Where the sky meets the ground.
And that's useful in practical terms for what?
Well, your leveling instrument creates the horizontal plane.
So all horizontals are parallel with the horizon?
No.
No?
Nope.
Just a hand wave of all parallels are planes that are parallel with the horizon. That's not true according to you.
If you really want to take an elevation angle to a star, you're going to establish a horizontal plane of reference, which is going to be created by a leveling instrument, not the surface of the topographical Earth, which is clearly not a horizontal
Flat
plane.
Earth. I'm responding to you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, we will measure a horizontal plane of reference. Yeah, we will measure Earth flat. Yeah, we will be leveling things.
It won't be the Earth. It'll be from a leveling instrument.
Or am I responding? And while I'm
I
responding,
don't care anymore, dude. I'm going to try to speak through you because you keep talking.
So you paused, I responded. You made a statement, I responded. Is it just me, or is it you need your statements to come out unimpeded? As in, nobody challenges them. It came out, I heard what you said. You're defying principles that a horizon's used for. The axiomatic principle of a horizon, with things being parallel with it. Planes. Ones we're measuring. You defined it. Now you're denying it. It's pathetic.
Yeah, the horizontal plane of reference to establish an elevation angle is not the surface of the ground. You could take an altitude angle and reference zenith. It has nothing to do with the ground.
How high you are off the surface, you stupid dickhead. I think altitude's got nothing to do with the ground. Are you demented? I think maybe
an altitude angle. You don't know what an altitude angle is?
It's definitely his interruption. I was accused of having a mental inefficiency. Is it just me, or is
I can reference a vertical plane and get it?
Is it just me, or is he projecting his own mental ineptitude onto me? It seems to be the case because he's constantly interrupting whenever I've got something to say. Hello, dickhead. I put something to you. Altitude. That's with respect to the ground that you say it's got nothing to do with, you stupid.
I said altitude angle.
I'm still talking, dickhead. I'm berating you for your stupidity. Now, we all heard you say I need committing. But in reality, you're saying altitude, what, the height of stuff off the fucking ground, has nothing to do with the ground? You stupid globe-believing dickhead. You seem mental. The altitude of stuff is how fucking high it is off the ground, you stupid spastic. I'm done talking.
Altitude angle is when you reference
I haven't finished talking and you're still talking while I'm talking.
You don't know what an altitude angle.
I haven't finished, retard, that says altitude's got nothing to do with the ground, fucking retard. Shut up. You aren't worthy of my time, you fucking spastic. Telling me that altitude's got nothing to do with the ground. Elevation, that's how fucking high things are, off the ground, has nothing to do with the ground. You're a spastic. Fuck off, you stupid globe-believing retard. I'm done talking to you, fuckwit. Altitude's got nothing to do with the ground. What kind of fucking retard are you? It's got everything to do with the ground when we measure elevation angles. Altitudes have got stuff to do with the ground. You're just a fucking globe-believing retard. Thinks that what how high stuff is has got nothing to do with the ground. How high off what? Spastic brain. We're measuring Earth flat. All you can do is squirm and say stupid shit like you just did. Canting through me like you got a fucking right to be talking while I'm talking. You stupid spastic that thinks heights of stuff, altitudes of stuff, elevations of stuff has got nothing to do with the ground. You're a retard. Globe-believing spastic being told off by me, a flat earther. Finally unimpeded, he's finally been put in his fucking place with his own stupid spastic words about heights and altitude angles not having anything to do with the fucking ground. Why? Because it's measured flat. In a globe-believing dickhead's brain, when Earth's measured flat, it can't have anything to do with the ground. In spite of this whole fucking discussion being about the principle that we measure Earth with angles to create a celestial sphere, the globe can be created from. That's how we measure Earth to create your stupid globe model. But you're more than willing to deny the measurement that creates your system, that creates your globe. Has anything to do with measuring the ground? Idiot! My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm the one berating you and chastising you for being stupid, as you just demonstrated. I'm the one chastising all of you idiots in this server for telling flat earthers off for winning because they have to shut your dumbasses up when you can't stop interrupting. Because you want to hear the sound of your own voice telling a flat earther, that's me, altitude angle's got nothing to do with the ground. Do you feel stupid? Not rhetorical, you may respond.
Well, he got server muted, but I think he meant to say co-altitude angle.
Nobody asked you what you thought he meant to say. It can be taken off fucking server mute and it can answer me. Do you feel stupid, shit for brains, retard? Elevation, altitude angles, nothing to do with the ground. Unbelieving wanker who kept interrupting me. Do you feel stupid? I'm telling you off for it.
It's a vertical plane of reference when you get an altitude
angle. Do you feel stupid's the question, retard?
I'm just making sure you know what an altitude angle is.
I understand that altitude angle, elevation angle, and heights of stuff when measured will be with respect to a surface.
You're referencing a vertical plane.
You stupid man that's definitely inexplicably stupid. You said it had nothing to do with the ground. That makes you retarded.
Yeah, I don't have to reference the ground as a horizontal plane
altitudes of
when
things.
I take an
You need to
altitude.
put him back on mute. His stupid spastic reiterating the dumb fuckery made me berate him. Nothing to do with the ground, you say, you stupid retard. Now the White Knight, who was stepping in to tell me that it needed interpretation. No, that stupid wanker thinks that elevations and altitude angles have got nothing to do with the ground, making him retarded. I need some interpretation about what you thought he was saying. He said it again, didn't he? Yeah, because he's dumb. Good, that shut down the White Knight, so I can make my conclusion unimpeded. Earth is measured flat. We need to measure Earth flat to create the systems that the ball's based on. Hope that's clear for anybody who has a misapprehension about how their ball came to fruition, because some dickhead Glurf who kept interrupting suggested that elevation angles... Elevation? What's that? Like height of stuff, how high things are above other things, what the surface in this case, they've got nothing to do with the ground. No, he was just a spastic. So we're clear, Earth's measured flat. It's a shame it took such effort on my part, dealing with a self-righteous spastic on the globe side who felt the need to interrupt this, obfuscate this, ask stupid questions like whether I'm done in silences, interrupt the reiteration of points that he couldn't concede, get definitions after he made stuff up. You've got to lie to be a globe believer. You've got to make shit up. It defies how Earth is measured. That's what's just happened here. It's a terrible shame I should be put to such imposition, made to feel so frustrated by a spastic globe-believing wanker who doesn't know a fucking thing about how Earth's measured, and will fundamentally deny the base premise of measurements of Earth when it comes to Earth being measured flat to create his globe. Why do we have to endure that? Why did I have to endure that? Why did Jedi and Alpha Veritas have to endure that shit from you assholes? Can you answer me that, please, globe-believing assholes? Why do we have to endure that type of shit? Not rhetorical, you bunch of White Knight interrupting asshole Glurf scum. Why did I have to endure that shit from that spastic? Answer me.
Because you came out your mom's pussy.
That's what we got? Another Glurf scumbag? Because I was born? No, it's because we challenge your zealotry.
Your face is as red as when you smack your baby.
That's what we get. Accused of
Your
child
baby smacker.
abuse.
You smack your baby around.
Remarks from White Knight fuckwits. You, sir,
You commit acts of violence on your child.
Oh, I do not. Remove this asshole.
Yep, baby smack.
Remove him. That's what you've got. In the face of me detailing at great efforts with a wanker interrupting me constantly how Earth's measured flat with his own citations from his own lips. Yeah? What I get is called a child abuser. Told I've come out my mum's pussy. That's your rebuttal, is it, wankers? You're all fucking retards. Ain't no mistake about what's happening here. You're spastics. Cuckold spastics. Cucking to a globe that you haven't got a fucking clue how it even works. Any more accusations of child abuse in the face of the flat earth measurements? Feel free. Bunch of cowards. The question on the table was, why did I have to endure that shit as well? We'll add that to the list. Only being talked through constantly and shouted down with lies and made up citations, defiance of the actual measurements as per real citations. I've got to be accused of what? Coming out my mum's pussy? Yeah, that's pretty much true. Being a child abuser? No, that's definitely not true. And being constantly interrupted. Why have I got to endure this shit from you spastics? Simply because you're ignorant of how the globe works.
Hey, good morning, Nate.
Morning.
Did you just call it a globe?
Said you spastics don't know how your globe works. It's created with flat earth elevation angle measurements that I've just taken great efforts to explain to you bunch of idiots. What I got in return was interrupted, chanted through, and lied to. Citations were made up and measurements were denied. And then I was called a child abuser. And I'm asking, third time, why I'd have to put up with that shit. Why? It's not,
how do you explain this?
Guys muted me. Oh, sorry. Protracted silence wasn't your opportunity to talk.
How do you explain this?
Because you're all wankers that have a religion in a globe and are indoctrinated into that religion, and anything that challenges it needs the most egregious behaviour to be exhibited in defence of your indefensible globe created with flat Earth measurements. We get treated by shit because you're
What's this? What's this thing?
What's this means?
Like on the stream, what's this?
The cartoon.
What's this?
What's this about?
Not looking in our chat, you dummy. We told you that already.
Don't know what he's talking about.
He's just shown a picture. He's just shown a picture of a globe. That's all it is. In his
Is there a black? Just out of interest, to
What's
the guy,
this?
Freedom Man. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, Freedom Man. We'll see how we get on. I'll reset. Nice to meet you, Freedom Man. And my name's Nathan
Hey.
Oakley. How you doing?
Oh, hi, I'm also a Nathan. How are you doing?
Fantastic. I'll call you Freedom Man just for the ease of confusion.
Thank you. Okay.
No worries. Your globe picture, does it have a black area around the globe?
Yeah, it's floating in space.
Space, like a vacuum?
I guess so.
There's like pictures of clouds on it and that, right?
Yeah.
Do you tend to find that high pressure gas... Let's try that again, hopefully without the interruption. Tend to find that gas doesn't fill areas of volume. Like you can have a high pressure gas next to a vacuum without it dispersing. Is that something that you're acquainted with in general life?
No.
What your picture represents is something called a second law of thermodynamics violation. Gas on that globe that you didn't take the picture of and isn't a real picture, it comes from a fake place, violates a law of nature. Gas would fill the vacuum. Nothing containing the gas in that picture.
It's like the gas wouldn't be able to like stay in the atmosphere.
No, just try that once more. Say it slower for you, Freedom Man. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. Entropic dispersion. Gas fills space. It's a law of nature. And a violation of that law is a representation you've given us in the form of that picture with clouds, representative of the high pressure gas, not filling a 10 to the minus 17 Tor sky vacuum, represented by the black area. That picture is bullshit. I hope you understand, Freedom Man.
So why did they make this?
Could you just affirm that you understand that that law of nature's violated in your picture before you ask me something, please?
I don't know. I'm not like a lab coat.
Okay. Have you ever farted?
Yes, sir.
Did the fart form a sphere shape, or did it disperse throughout the available volume?
Oh, look, I'm not really like a science person. You know what I'm saying? I just do a fart. I don't really think about it.
It's not a complicated question, Nathan. Did your fart form a sphere shape, or did it disperse throughout the house, letting everybody know how stinky and dirty you are? Which one?
Well, I don't really know if it's either or. I mean, it could have like...
Well, then you're stupid. Then why are you having this conversation with us? You have no place at this table if you don't know what happens when you fart. It spreads out and fills the volume. That's what.
Well, why can't you just like walk me through it? Why do you have to be so mean to me?
You don't need to interrupt me while I'm pointing out something you didn't understand. You can shut your fucking mouth. Yeah, you don't need to be a fucking lab coat to understand that gas fills space when I example it with a frickin' fart. I am without question certain that you've experienced that at least once, sir. If you're going to say, oh no, I don't know whether or not it formed a frickin' sphere in front of me or spread out throughout the house eventually dissipating, I don't really know. Well then why the fuck are you talking to us, you stupid spastic?
But I'm trying to learn about like the flat Earth.
All right, well, I'm telling you, gas fills space. It's a law of fucking nature. It's the third time I've told you. Your law of nature violating picture is bunk.
Gas. Cool.
Could you acknowledge that before we move on to other stupid shit you want to talk about? Your space picture's fake. Gas fills space. It violates the law of nature. I've told you five times.
Okay.
I don't need your interruption, Freedom Man. I don't need this.
Oh, you're good at that. Why do they?
Wanker, I'm not done talking. I've asked you 4 times. You keep asking me questions in response, like a complete wanker. I'm going to try a 5th time, Nathan. Pay attention. You now understand, like the fart, gas-filled space, making your picture fake.
Well, I don't know.
You don't know that gas fills space? Bit too much to cope with? Down and shut up.
I guess it does. I guess it does. All right, we'll go with you. We'll go.
Nathan, you're getting told to do something. Go on mute. You no longer have a place in this discussion. You're just too stupid.
Why not? Why not? That's just really rude. That's just really rude.
Shut up, you stupid dickhead. Too fucking stupid to take part in this conversation, so you've been server muted by the mods because you're a fucking retard. Hey, you can't comprehend gas filling space when I example it with a fart. Fuck off. Go and listen to some globe-believing numpty like Simon Dan bullshit to you. Too stupid to be here. For a moment, you felt cocky sending that picture, Freedom Man. I'm in no doubt. Look, what's this then? What's this picture of a globe from space then? Or why were you posting that? For cope? What, did you think that we would all suddenly bow down and worship at the altar of heliocentrism because you posted a fucking picture and then couldn't shut your mouth and failing to understand how gas fills space? It's not a difficult concept to wrap your head around. Everybody here can comprehend that. Except that Nathan guy who's stupid. Like, really slow. I don't really understand. Even with an example with a fart spreading out, it's really hard to get my head around this. Gas filling space. I don't really understand. All right, like, fuck off, retard. Any other fuckwit retards need to ask questions about sky vacuum-based globes? After I've detailed how that globe mathematics was created with flat Earth measurements? Feel free.
All right, as it's gone a little bit silent, I'd like to invite, because there's a lot of people in the channel at the moment, so welcome one and all to the 24/7 channel here on the Politics server. We're visited by Nathan Oakley today from FED. Welcome to the dojo. If anybody's got any questions or points of view that they'd like to raise, then this would probably be the best time to do so. It's going to give a warm welcome to everybody. Hope you're all doing well. This last hour and a half has been absolutely hilarious. I appreciate you all being here, but like I said, if anybody wants to raise any points or ask any questions, then now's the time to do so.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Nathan. I just wanted to make an example of their gas pressure. I think if you had like a regular rubber balloon that you just blew up, the air's inside of it. If you pop that balloon, the air would disperse. It wouldn't stay in the balloon shape. Does that make sense? Did I come through?
Yes, that came through. Thank you for that, mate. The balloon is contained. There's also lots of citations in the side chat if anybody's confused to what we're referencing. The definition of gas pressure, second law of thermodynamics. You're going to need a container to stop the gas dispersion into the vacuum space. You're going to need a container to achieve pressure. So if anybody's confused, please see the side chat.
Yeah. Do you guys have jobs?
You don't. You're always in here.
Well, do you guys have jobs?
It has nothing to do with the surface of the earth. Somebody can have job and somebody cannot have job, but it will not curve the water.
I have an answer to that. Yeah, we do. And it's destroying your fairy tale globe. That's our job. Any questions? Didn't think so.
Oh, Alpha Veritas, what are we going to do with these people, mate? I just do not know.
Eviscerate them on the daily. Eat, sleep, flat earth, repeat. That's on the agenda.
I loved your little victory earlier, mate. That was stunning.
Wasn't it?
It was just brilliant. Eventually, you will get everybody to concede and agree with you.
He tried to sell me his pen, globe, but in return, he actually conceded the globe. It was a wonderful victory, yeah.
I have a question of something I don't understand. Why do balloons with helium float and go up in the sky, but when I blow them up with my lungs, they don't?
The helium in the balloon makes the entire solid object less dense than its surrounding medium, so it floats. The regular balloon that you blow up with just regular air is more dense than its surrounding medium, so it would fall.
Now, why would density matter if gravity's not real?
Nathan's doing his opening, right? He's coming back.
Yeah, I was, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Gravity's not real, and balloons still go up. So now what?
Yeah,
That's what I said.
Let's let the question go to Nathan right now, because Nate wanted to ask a question. But Nate, go ahead, repeat your question, please.
No, I mean, I don't really want to go on too much about this. I'm just curious because we're talking about gases basically acting the same way, but for some real reason, a balloon with helium floats up, and a balloon that's filled up with my lungs doesn't float up. So it seems like
what does this have to do with gas filling space? All gases disperse into volume. That's what they do.
it seems like they disperse differently, though.
We can definitely agree that the space is claimed above our head is fake because gas would be filling it.
So then balloons with helium won't float up, or they shouldn't.
Just before we discuss helium, you appreciate that there's a claim that the sky is a vacuum and gas disperses into vacuums. We just get that pegged down before we move on.
Sure, but this helium gas seems to be dispersing differently.
Nate, just 1 second. Like the last time, right, I was here earlier talking with a guy and he was like, okay. And it's like, Earth's measured flat. Yeah. So it's not just quickly accept that there is no space. It'll be dead. Gas fills space. If the sky was a vacuum, is it just me, or is it this point that I laboured a minute ago is now getting interrupted? Is it just
gas
me?
fills its container?
It's all right, Nate. I was in the middle of a sentence, buddy. I'll say it with a smile this time, like it's not extremely irritating. Be irritated, yeah. I'll try not to be. Just reiterate it without the interruption from you, Nate. We accept, you and I together, based on how gas, without exception, always behaves, it always disperses into vacuums. That's what gas does. Therefore, there is no sky vacuum. Gas would have filled it. Can we just stay there for a second with you accepting space is fake based on that law of nature I detailed earlier, second law of thermodynamics. Gas fills space, right? You accept that.
The gas fills its container, yes.
Right. So there's no sky vacuum because there is no container around a globe Earth. That bullshit is violated when we describe second law of thermodynamics. You agree with that, right?
Well, it seems like these gases are acting differently. Shouldn't it just fill the space like all other gases? Seems like helium is very different from what's in my lungs.
Yeah, I'm answering you. Yeah, don't ask rhetorical questions in the middle of something. Yes, they would, they should, they do. It's a law of nature. They would. It just means that the pictures they claim of Earth from space are fake because they violate a law of nature. Gas would fill the space. That's what gas does.
What this nigga's talking about, bro?
So space is fake. Right.
Can we get a concession on this, do you think?
I don't understand what this nigga's talking about.
Just need Nate. Yeah. Just Nate. The guy with the protracted silence. Is him leaving the protracted silence, not anybody else. You don't need a white knight to step in for Nate. Just need Nate, the one talking to me, the one leaving a protracted silence after I point out that outer space is fake. There is no sky vacuum. It violates the law of nature. Don't need the answer to my question while I'm answering it. Ideally, it would come in the protracted silence you left, Nate, rather than in the middle of me talking. Is that okay with you, Nate? Do you want to pop yourself on mute while I finish this statement, rather than you answering it while I'm asking it?
You were looking for a response, no?
I was looking for it during that protracted silence you left earlier, then a load of white knights started answering for you because you didn't say a fucking word. I'll just say it again, hopefully without you yammering through the top of it and then leaving another protracted silence. You understand that outer space is fake then, Nate? Does gas fill space?
I didn't talk about acknowledging that. I simply asked. You said that gas...
That's the only reason we're talking about this, Nate. It's the only reason this is on the table.
I asked my question and you're completely shifting the conversation.
See, so you're non-responsive. So you're now insisting that you ignore me and ask a new question.
I was talking about an orange and you bring up an apple, buddy.
Nate, I'm talking. Don't want to talk to you anymore, Nate, because you're an unreasonable prick. It's only the question that you want to ask after the fact. The only reason we're talking about gas behaviour is because there's a claim there's a sky vacuum. A guy came with a picture of Earth in a sky vacuum, Nate. Therefore, we're talking about gases. Now they behave. Now, you don't want to concede the actual point here. You want to leave protracted silences, interrupt me reiterating that point that you left a protracted silence after, and move on to something else. No, this is your last chance. Then I'm going to ask the server operators to kick your ass to the curb because you're an intolerable dickhead. Unless you acknowledge. You understand, outer space is fake, it violates the law of nature. Gas would have filled that space in line with entropic laws of nature, Nate. You understand that?
What I understand is that you said that gas should fill its container, but helium is floating up, so it's not really filling the house that it's in.
Stop! Should. Stop. Misinterpret what I said. Bullshitter. Should. Oh, it's a law.
It does. Okay. Yeah. You said it does.
Excuse me. I interrupted you because you egregiously reinterpreted the fucking words I said to should. I didn't say should, asshole wanker that I don't really like talking too much anymore because you're a cunt. I'd rather not talk to cunts. Misinterpret what I say and reinterpret them into different fucking words I didn't say. No, I didn't say it should. Might.
It does.
I didn't finish talking or take a breath either, Nate. What I did do was describe a law of nature 4 times to you, and you don't seem to want to concede it, because conceding it ultimately means that your entire worldview fails based on a law of nature. Now you're telling me what you're not here to do. Couldn't give a shit. I'm telling you. Gas fills space, it's a law of nature.
I agree with that.
Yes, so space is fake, Nate.
What's interesting to me, though, that you were talking about...
What's interesting is that lack of concession again. What's interesting is you not acknowledging it for the 5th time.
So you want me to finish,
Nate,
are you afraid of being challenged?
Nate, I don't want to hear what you find interesting. The point is space is fake. That area of black that picture of a globe was in, what we were discussing, the only reason this is on the table. I don't give a shit what you think is interesting. The only thing that's interesting is something you failed to concede 6 times. So, Nate, space is fake. Gas would be filling it. We'd be dead. We'd have no gas to breathe.
If you're going to give me loaded questions like that, it seems like a bad thing.
That wasn't a question. Stop.
You were before saying that so space is fake.
Stop. It was not a question. That was not a question. excuse me, dickhead that's interrupting me by rephrasing that statement of fact into a question. Oh, when I say gas fills space, that sound like a question to a retard? Really? Because you're a retard, Nate. No, when I say it's a law of nature, gas fills space, it's not me asking anything. Stupid little man.
So if you didn't understand, loaded question was in regards to Steve, you saying that so space is fake, right?
Yeah, it's just like the last asshole with a mute button, isn't it? Same as the last asshole with a mute button. I'm telling you off, Nate. You rephrased a statement of fact about a law of nature. It couldn't get more emphatic in terms of statements of fact when I describe a law of nature. That's not a question, you stupid asshole. What you did was then rephrase and repackage my statement of fact. You seem to fail to concede 7 times about how fake space is based on that law of nature. That's not a question. A statement of fact. Excellent. That's where the appropriate protracted silence belongs. After my statement of fact about space being fake, violating a law of nature, second law of thermodynamics, describing gas dispersion. There is no space. There is no pictures from space. There's no moon landings. There's no orbital motion. It's all bullshit. It all takes place in a sky vacuum, violating natural law.
The vacuum of space doesn't violate any natural laws.
Second law of thermodynamics, gas fills space. Entropic law, dispersion. Gas disperses into volumes. Sky vacuums claim to be a volume. Therefore, gas would disperse into it. It absolutely, when you claim there is a uncontained gas not dispersing, violates the natural law known as second law of thermodynamics. You're wrong.
Yeah, I understand your logical fallacies and misability to understand the laws of physics, but that doesn't mean that there's a contradiction there in reality.
Law of physics. Physics is a study of the physical and natural world. You do physics with scientific method. This is a law of nature, merely a description. It establishes causal effects. This is a description of that which occurs always. You, sir, having just told me that I don't understand physics, are in a category error. That makes you fundamentally fucking retarded. How dare you tell me what I don't understand?
Well, hold on, Nathan, hold on. Because I agreed with the first part of that.
Don't tell me to hold anything, you stupid, pathetic prick. You've just told me that I don't understand physics. Fuckwit. Shut him up. Wanker. Wanker. You haven't got a fucking clue about physics. You just put a fucking law of nature into a physics category. No, the study of the physical and natural world is elucidating cause and effect reasoning through systematic experimentation. That's physics. Natural law is merely describing stuff. So you, having just charged me with not understanding physics, haven't got the slightest fucking clue what physics are. Otherwise, you wouldn't be describing laws of nature as laws of physics.
So then let me amend my statement.
Me, wanker. Are you interrupting me because you're wrong, like the last dickhead spastic that was wrong? You're just fucking wrong. You're in a category error. Laws of nature, son. Physics, you mean like science? No, descriptions of shit isn't science. Just describing stuff. Fuckwit. You don't know what science and physics are. Spastic. Felt the need to tell me I don't understand. That's why I'm raising my voice and taking a very sharp tone with you. Because you're a wanker. A wanker that, when shown how wrong he is religion in a globe, tells me I don't know what science is. That's just you being a prick, projecting your own ineptitude onto me, someone who absolutely understands the difference between physics and laws of nature. Something you clearly don't, you stupid dick. How dare you tell me I don't understand?
Okay, well, if you're done, then I will amend my previous statement.
You're done, you stupid spastic. You don't have a place at this table either. You don't know the difference between natural law and physics. You think you can suddenly demean me by saying, well, if you're done. No spastic dick brain who doesn't know what physics is. You're done. Put yourself on mute. You've no longer got a place in this discussion, you stupid dick. Nate.
You gotta start
go learn what the difference between laws of dickhead. That means mute. Telling you, not asking you. Mute yourself or I'll have you muted, you stupid spastic.
But you're
Don't know the
barking
difference.
over other people, Nathan. It's
Spastic.
kind of
Hey,
rude.
server moderators, he's decided to be belligerent in the face of a direct order from me. See that, Nate? You stupid belligerent little blitch. You will be muted by the moderators when I tell you you're in a fucking category error and a spastic. It's not your invitation to talk through me, you ignorant little globe-believing twat. No, sir. No, when you tell me I don't understand what science is, that's you lashing out in your ignorance, you stupid spastic. I haven't got a fucking clue what you're talking about. But when you're shown how your religion's wrong, you're going to tell your opponent that he doesn't know what science is. By using a category error, calling laws of nature laws of physics. What a spastic. You don't have a place to talk to me, Nate. You're a dumb fuck. Any other wankers want to tell me I don't know what science is? Tell me about laws of physics. Dickhead. Ignorant, globe-believing wankers. That's what we have to deal with. My opening question to this was, why do I have to deal with this kind of shite? Why does Alpha Veritas and Jedi have to deal with this kind of shite? Nate's been shown to be an ignorant prick. What does he do? Starts chanting through me. Gotta stop swearing.
You love Fridays, don't you, Nathan? Coming here. You think it's awesome.
You say that, I'm thinking of finding somewhere else to go so I can be more useful. I'm not needed here. I'm a fifth wheel.
Am I
it's always a
allowed
pleasure.
Sorry.
Go on, carry on, mate. If you want to jump in, you're fine. Let's try and be reasonable, though.
Yeah, I was just asking if I am allowed to participate in a discussion as a Glober if I'm polite and respectful.
Absolutely, yes, you are.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be demeaning before. What I was confused about is because, like, if there is a force acting on the gas, then or the fluid in general, then shouldn't it be able to be contained by said force without violating any laws of physics?
Again, the question.
What was that?
Begging the question fallacy.
Can you explain to me like how I'm begging the question?
You're assuming there's a force. If there's a force acting on it, won't the force be acting on it? Circular reasoning much? What force?
Okay, sorry, I hadn't gotten to the part of like talking about any force. I was just asking, like, in general, a force, like
you had. Don't be disingenuous. You literally asked us about if there's a force working on it.
Yes.
Why are you now haven't finished talking?
Sorry.
Why are you now double speaking and saying you weren't speaking about a force when literally that was the exact word you used?
I'm not saying I wasn't speaking about a force. I'm saying I was talking about a general.
I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're becoming a twat really fast.
I'm really not trying to be.
You are. I'm not talking about roast chickens. Well, you've just asked me what I want for dinner and offered me roast chicken. Oh, I didn't mention roast chickens. I'm not talking about roast chickens. Anyway, so do you want roast chicken? Whoa, you just told me you weren't talking about roast chickens. I don't want to be perceived to be talking about... Anchor. You specifically brought up forces that nobody mentioned other than you. And when I point out it's circular reasoning, aka begging the question, you're like, well, I don't want to be talking about forces or suggesting forces. You did. Now I'm asking you why you're a wanker. And you're saying, oh, I don't mean to be a wanker. Well, stop being a wanker.
Okay, I'm really not trying to be. I am talking about forces. I just was talking about general forces. I was asking a general question. I wasn't specifically talking about the Earth and the atmosphere or anything like that. If we want to talk about specific examples...
Then you're in the wrong place. Then you're in the wrong place. We are talking
The conversation will naturally lead there. I was just getting to that part. I was starting with a general question so that we could build up a foundation of agreement.
You know where you are?
Yes.
Where are we?
We are on the 24/7 Flat Earth server on the Baltic System
general
server.
questions discussion. Then it's not general question debate. It's Flat Earth debate. Then
Yes,
nature of
yes,
the world,
correct.
nature of the space, that the sky is not a vacuum. nature of Earth being measured. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, then if I may be allowed to bridge what I asked into the flat Earth discussion, the reason I was asking...
I tried to. I asked you what force, and then you started telling me you weren't talking about a force. Wanker. I asked you what...
Okay, let me just bridge it then. Let me bridge it. I'll bridge it together.
Shut the fuck up, you stupid dickhead. I'm still fucking talking. I asked you what fucking force. Oh my God. If you're respectful... So far, you've brought up a force and immediately denied it, and then this is the third time you're talking through me while I get irritated with a wanker. You've brought up a force, denied that you want to talk about a force, says it's a bridge into a force that you're going to be talking about if you're allowed. What force?
Well, we could talk about the intramolecular forces of attraction in like fluids like water droplets, or we could talk about gravity for the atmosphere of the Earth.
Why would we talk about the intermolecular bonds in water when it's not gas? And we're specifically talking about gas, which has no intermolecular bonds. It's unfucking bonded.
Because the principle shows that forces are sufficient to hold together a fluid and to prevent it from dispersing.
I'll ask him again. This wanker's ignored me. So the unbonded gases, should we talk about the intermolecular bonds that don't exist? Because they're not existent in gases. Second time, you fucking retard.
Molecular bonds aren't existent.
Is there a white knight needed?
No, I'm perfectly capable of answering the question myself. No, in gases, the intermolecular bonds...
There was an interruption, so I'll reiterate my question. Hopefully you'll be respectful, given there's been a bit of a segue in between it. We're not talking about things with intermolecular bonds, so we're talking about gases and its dispersion, aren't we?
We're talking about intramolecular forces.
It's not an intermolecular force that we'll be talking about. Let's just draw a line under it, because you seem to want to yammer on about it, even though I've absolutely smashed it in the face immediately. We're not talking about forces of intermolecular bonding. Gases are unbonded. Okay?
Yeah. I never brought up any bonds. Okay,
Which
other people...
So not intermolecular bond forces.
Other people brought up bonds.
Okay, I'm still talking to a wanker. Okay, wanker. So you've brought up forces, and we're not talking about intermolecular forces, even though you specifically detailed them and brought them up, because they're not applicable because we're talking about gas. So you're a stupid shithead bringing up shit that isn't relevant, segue into stuff about gravity. Okay, mate, we're not talking about intermolecular bonds. Okay? You're just stupid.
I agree with you. We are not talking about intermolecular bonds. I never brought them up. I brought up intermolecular forces, which are not the same thing. And gases.
Time to talk isn't in the middle of my conclusion, sir.
Dude,
this
they
is
don't
not
like talking
being
about
respectful.
physics.
This is not you being respectful, sir. This is you yammering through me before I finished my conclusion about how stupid you are. Now, while it might be painful to hear how stupid you are, bringing up a non sequitur of intermolecular bonding when we're talking about gases that are unbonded, you might like being called stupid when you're trying to explain why you would bring up the forces you say you're not bringing up. Because intermolecular bonding forces aren't relevant, making you a fucking retard who's getting on my last fucking nerve. I'm going to ask again for the fourth fucking time, and if you don't answer me, you'll be removed. What fucking force, spastic?
The intramolecular force of gravity.
They're not bonded! You fucking
I
retard.
agree, they're not bonded.
Stupid dick.
We're not talking about bonds. We're talking about forces.
Unbonded. You fucking
They're
retard.
different things.
You stupid fuckwit who can't shut up. I've told him 3 fucking times, haven't I? There is no
I'm edging
bond.
right now. I'm edging.
Stupid
I'm edging
spastic.
right now.
You just mute this other white knight cunt.
Yeah, I'm edging right now.
Interrupt my fucking victory over a
Yo, what's up, guys? I'm
I
edging.
don't need you white knighting when I win.
I'm
I've
on
won.
the edge of orgasm
Scrap
right now. I've
brain,
been for 2 hours.
What's going on? Moderators, what the fuck is going on? Oh, white knight asshole. Why isn't the moderating team shutting him this guy up?
I was trying to find him, Nathan. Sorry, I had 2 at once, and I was trying to find which one it was.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry to get so stroppy with the mod team. Assholes want to obfuscate this win. He needs to find a segue into gravity. What's he picked? Intermolecular bonds, of which there are none in gases. Wanker. And what happens when he's caught out? There's non-forces that he didn't bring up and didn't want to talk about. Well, intermolecular forces that aren't applicable in gases. Okay, shit stain. Piss off.
Nathan, if I might, intermolecular forces are not the same thing as bonds. I was not talking about bonds. Am I being heard right now?
This time, which force you're talking about? Which force that's applicable to gas dispersion? This time.
Gravity.
Gravity is not a force. End quote. Professor Brian Cox.
Sure, yeah, it's a pseudo force.
Excuse me. I'm contradicting your stupid fucktardery with a quote from Brian Cox. You stupid twat. I'll say it again because this wanker has decided to interrupt Brian Cox's quote. Gravity is not a force. Do you understand, you stupid shithead?
Yes, I was agreeing with you earlier.
Oh,
that
sit
is a
down
pseudo
and
force.
shut the fuck up, you disingenuous scumbag cunt liar. No, we're not talking about gravity. It's not a force. It won't be affecting gases. It's not a force, as you just admitted. So why the fuck would you bring it up? Forces, that is. You haven't got one ascribed to gas dispersion. There isn't one that's applicable in this instance, and gravity is not a force. Okay? Stuttering bitch. Shut up. That's you being done and being told to shut up. You don't have a segue into gravity. Even if you did, it's not a force. So we've dispensed with your stupid shit. You can sit down now.
I do have a response if you permit me.
Sorry, gravity is not a force. You just said it was a force. The force of gravity, you said. End quote, you. Shithead, you're wrong. It's not a force. George Musa, editor of Scientific American. Gravity is not a force. So, shithead, do you think I'd give a flying fuck if you've got a rebuttal? Go tell Cox! Go tell Musa, you stupid twat! Give a fuck if you've got a rebuttal. You're wrong!
Well, I do have a rebuttal that proves I'm not wrong if you will hear me out.
You're not wrong when you say gravity is a force, the force of gravity. Professor Brian Cox and George Musa disagree with you, stupid.
They agree with me.
No, they fucking do not.
They're not flat earthers, Nathan.
Let me give you a different Brian Cox quote. There is
Brian Cox is not a flat earther.
force of gravity at all. End quote, Professor Brian Cox. At all. There isn't a force of gravity at all. End quote, Cox. Go get a fuck that you've got thoughts of a rebuttal in your head. You
can debunk what you just said, though.
No, you fucking haven't.
If I'm permitted a response, I can. Are you afraid to let me talk?
Stepping again. I'm just proving him wrong with quotes from professors of his own fucking religion. But he's right, they're wrong. No twat. You're wrong when you say the force of gravity, because it's not a force, end quote, George Musa, because it's never going to be a force. There isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote, Brian Cox. So I don't give a shit if you think you've got a rebuttal. You were just fucking wrong.
It's a pseudo-force measurable in Newton.
You were just wrong, shithead. Or did you just claim mute button? Is that what I just heard? Mute button.
Newton's.
No, shithead. I heard gravity is a force from you. It isn't. That makes you wrong. If you think you've got the right to yammer through me pointing out that fact over and over and over again with you saying, I've got a rebuttal. Cox agrees with me when he says there isn't really a force of gravity at all. Because the force of gravity's right. No, there isn't a force of gravity at all. Gravity is not a force. These are quotes from people that are much higher up in your rhetoric. They're from the priesthood of your scientism rhetoric.
Against Joe Flacco, something easier opponent.
Other pseudo forces like centripetal or centrifugal forces are measurable in newtons. So you can measure these forces in newtons, even though they're.
I see. That's fascinating. How does centrifugal force affect gas?
I'm giving an example of how a pseudo force can be measured in newtons.
How does
just like gravity?
This pseudo force affect the gas we're debating?
Because these gas molecules can still experience the newtons of the pseudo force of gravity.
There is no force of gravity. I'm done talking to him.
I said pseudo force.
I don't talk to him anyway. Pseudo force means sham, not real.
No, Brian Cox would agree with me that gravity is a pseudo force. He would agree with what I just described about gas molecules experiencing the newtons from that pseudo force.
Excuse me. Pseudo means fake, not real. Sham. I've responded to you. You've ignored me. So I don't want to talk to you anymore. I take your head off, and you make out like nothing's happened.
Because you couldn't respond to my response right just now.
I'm reiterating the point he's chanting through, and he just carries on chanting. Did he not start
That's
this
what you
conversation
do,
by
Nathan.
saying he's being respectful? Is being respectful chanting through your defeat? Pseudo means sham. Third time I've tried to say it with a chanting zealot chanting through me.
Do you know what an etymological fallacy is?
Oh my God. Just fuck this guy off. I'm done. Wanker. You can't have a civil conversation with me. You're chanting through me. When I try and point out that your sham force, that's pseudo force, fake force, that's pseudo force, it's not a force. It's not going to affect Jack. What, chanting through me is going to gain you the victory? Maybe being put on mute because you can't shut the fuck up when you're wrong. Yeah, that's just you not being able to shut the fuck up when you're wrong. You're wrong, dickhead. It's not a force. Calling it a pseudo force isn't going to make it affect gas. Saying the newtons can affect it. Really? No, mate. It's gas. It disperses into volume in line with entropic law. The description of how gas disperses is the second law of thermodynamics. Gravity is not a force. Newtons aren't going to help you when they're not described as being a force. The pseudo-Riemannian bent space-time geometry. Not a force. Affecting gas. Just wrong.
And yet it has been measured in newtons experimentally.
Category error. Experiments. Yeah? They're not measurements. If you're saying you've measured something, then it's not experimental. You're talking about measuring the difference in a causal effect influenced by you, a researcher. That's an experiment. If you're talking about measuring something, yeah, a force, and you're 110 years out of date. Experimentally measuring the Newtonian force of gravity. It superseded 110 years ago by Einsteinian, pseudo-Riemannian, bent space-time. And no, you can't measure this non-force of down, which you can't have on a globe.
Would you like me to link to you the study where, by the way, every single experiment involves measurements, Nathan? And I didn't say Newtonian gravity. I said measured gravity in newtons, which is a unit of force.
Okay, so you're saying gas is affected by the force of gravity stopping it filling space. So you're saying gravity is the reason gas defies the second law of thermodynamics, correct?
I didn't say any of that, Nathan.
Subject on the discussion table is the gas dispersing into the volume of space. You're saying that wouldn't happen because it's affected by a force. Then had centrifugal forces, we've had intermolecular bonds, and what we've got now is a non-force that was superseded 110 years ago by gravity will, according to you, affect the gas to stop it dispersing into the sky vacuum. Now that I've summarised it, he's interrupted it because he's very reasonable by saying no in the middle of my summary. Yeah, absolutely. The discussion is gas and its dispersion in line with entropic law. You're saying no, there's a force affecting it. What force? A non-force. A force that isn't really a force at all. Gravity. And then when I point that out, you say it's a pseudo force. So the sham force holds gas around a sphere Earth in a vacuum. You say, no, we're not debating that. We're just debating newtons. No, we are debating the violation of the second law of thermodynamics in the form of a sky vacuum with gas not filling it. You say gravity, which is not a force, will stop that happening. No, it won't. If that was the case, we wouldn't have a law of nature. Is it just me? Just you're an asshole, aren't you?
I thought you were done. I really did.
Losing prick. Doesn't mean you keep needing to interrupt me when you lose. You're losing. Yeah, the reason you're telling me there's a force of gravity holding gas here is because it seemingly in your mind overcomes our debunking of your assertion there's a sky vacuum. It doesn't, because it's not a force. Newtons aren't going to hold gas here.
So the reason why I said no was to demarcate the point where I started disagreeing with what you're saying, because when you first started talking, I agreed with the way you were summarizing my position, and then it started to feel like a straw man, so I said no, just to demarcate that. And I wasn't trying to interrupt. It's just your speaking pattern. Sometimes you pause, and I think you're done, and then I start talking, so maybe I won't be so trigger happy to jump in. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. That was completely non-responsive. So gas fills space, outer space, the sky vacuum is fake. It violates a law of nature, the second law of thermodynamics. If gas didn't disperse because of a non-force of gravity that was superseded 110 years ago, then we wouldn't have this description of that which occurs always. It's only a law of nature because it describes that which occurs always. You're detailing a non-force and then relabeling it as a sham force, pseudo-force. You also tried to infer that somehow centrifugal force has got something to do with gas not dispersing into a vacuum. You also inferred that intermolecular bond forces have got something to do with gases not dispersing into a vacuum. Gases disperse into vacuums. Space is fake.
So, if I can clarify, I never ever mentioned bonds. I said intermolecular forces, which are absolutely not equivalent in any way, shape, or form to bonds. I just would like to clarify that point. Intermolecular forces are just forces of attraction between molecules. Gravity is one example, electromagnetism is another, and I was just trying to bring up the general principle when we started up talking to just see if I could get agreement that intermolecular forces in general could maintain a gas pressure like in a vacuum. A force could bring those molecules together. That's all I was trying to do, was just try to start the discussion with some point of agreement is all.
Gotcha. No, that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Gas fills space.
So, like, you disagree with even intermolecular forces of attraction if like those gas molecules were charged, like with a plasma, like in a Penning trap, where magnetic force is used to like hold this plasma fluid, which is just an ionized gas, together, and it maintains a pressure in a vacuum without a container.
Sorry, without a container?
Yes, a Penning trap.
You're lying.
Do you know what a Penning trap is?
Sounds like a container.
It's not. It's not. It uses a magnetic force.
Were you stuttering? Was that a stutter? Go through this example of gas pressure without containment, and the moment you describe the process and its containment, I'll insult you with the most most vile things I can muster. So you detail this process. I haven't finished.
Sorry.
You detail this process, and when you get to the container that's required, I'll stop you and call you a fuckwit. Okay? On you go.
Okay. So I will just start with the actual container for the device, because within that container is
immediately a container, then, shit for brains. Oh, fuckwit.
Within that
fuckwit. Yo,
is
fuckwit.
a vacuum.
No, I'm not just gonna, no, sir, when you say there's no container, and then
Nathan, if you let me finish that sentence, though,
how are you going to detail the container? Yeah, it definitely requires a container. Gas pressure requires containment to form pressure. If the sky was a vacuum, there'd be no containment for the gas to press on. It would fill it. The gas would fill the space. Now, this twat just said, no, you don't need containment. Plasma forces. His example has a container in it, doesn't it? Shit for brains, fuckwit, retard, ass.
Inside is a vacuum. That's all I wanted to say.
Inside the containment of the vacuum,
Yes,
that container
is a vacuum. And inside that vacuum, in the container, inside the vacuum, not...
Oh, fucking retard. Getting muted by a server operator because you just lost and couldn't shut up after you lost. You said you'd be respectful, but you weren't. You got your ass handed to you after you told me that there was a container involved. We already fucking know, you stupid retard. But you felt that being respectful was chanting through me pointing out that there's absolutely a container in your example, unlike your fundamentalist zealot religious belief that the sky is a vacuum without containment. Are you going to require containment to form gas pressure? If the sky was a vacuum, then in line with entropic law, the gas would fill that area of volume. It's a space the gas could fill. And all examples that fundamentalist religious zealots like this dickhead offer will also require a container. A lie? So no container needed. Now look at my giant vacuum container. Anchor. Space is fake, shithead.
Okay, so inside that vacuum is an ionized gas which does not disperse into the vacuum, even though the
plasma.
vacuum is inside the container.
Yeah, not gas, plasma. Slightly different.
Ionized gas. And the reason why I was bringing
You're
up
talking about a
ionized
tokamak
gas.
reactor. We know what you're talking about. It is a container. Wake up, sunshine.
I'm not talking about the tokamak reactor, actually. I'm talking about a penning trap, a different
Same
device.
difference.
Huh? There's a huge difference. One is a fusion reactor,
talking about
and the other has
plasma.
nothing to do with fusion.
You're not talking about gas, you're talking about plasma.
It doesn't
Yes,
matter.
and the
It doesn't
reason
matter.
why I'm
Guys,
talking
hold
about
on, Grayson,
plasma.
Grayson, 1 second. Look at what you just posted in the text channel. And if you could read that out for everybody, that would be great. Because I just reposted it.
For a post from who?
Your post. What you put in text chat.
Inside the container is a vacuum.
There you go. Inside a container. Inside a container.
Everybody needs a container.
Inside a
huh?
container.
But what is inside the vacuum though? But what's
Doesn't
inside the
matter.
vacuum?
You've already
Grayson.
said that it's inside a container.
But seriously though, please, Alpha Veritas, please
Grayson.
answer me. What is inside that vacuum?
Grayson, I have a question for you.
Wait. I would really prefer Alpha Veritas to answer me, and then I'll answer.
Yeah, stop talking. What does using a container? How does that using a container disprove a container?
Yeah, you lost.
Because inside that container is a vacuum, which inside that vacuum is
you
an
need a
ionized
container
gas,
for your
which does not
vacuum.
disperse.
Grayson,
It
you
does
need a
not
container.
disperse.
For your vacuum.
That's the
You guys
problem.
really cannot let me finish one sentence
listen,
because you
gotta
really
tell
don't
your-
want to hear the end of that
listen,
sentence.
Tell your YouTube viewers that you provided evidence without a container using a container. Go and run and go tell your 4,000
Bro,
subscribers. that.
why cannot you think about what's going on
Why cannot
inside
you?
this container? Why can't you get that
Dude,
in your
check
head?
this
What
out,
is
man.
going on inside? Describe it to me, Alpha
Yeah,
Veritas.
I don't need to describe something. The argument you've debunked yourself by what you
No,
just said.
because the inside of that container debunks you.
Inside the container, inside a container, it was the whole argument. How can
No,
you have
if you
gas
can
pressure
if you
without
can
one?
address what's going on inside,
I'm
then
addressing the
I will
statement that
acknowledge
you
you're
made.
right.
I'm
And you would
addressing
win
the
if you
statement.
could acknowledge what's going
I
on
did.
inside the container.
You
If
are
you could
so
just
lost.
acknowledge that. If you
You're
could
lost
just in
this
your heart
conversation,
acknowledge.
dude. You're lost. You're lost because you think that you're going to provide evidence of a container.
Why can't you
with
just
a
tell me what's
container?
going on inside
Or,
it,
excuse me,
dude?
evidence without a container using a container. This is the problem you have right now.
Everybody can see that you are dodging. Alpha, I'm asking
addressing
what
it.
is going on inside.
I'm
You are
addressing what you
trying to
posted.
prove that we don't have a container around us by putting a container, making a vacuum, which requires a container.
That requires
And what's
it. Yep.
going on inside the vacuum?
It
Just
doesn't
somebody
need to-
answer
We
me.
don't need to worry
Why
about
can't you
that
address
because you're
that?
already
Nobody
inside a contained
cares.
system.
But
You're
why
inside a
don't
con-
you
It's
care?
not a
You
vacuum.
That's
Grayson,
ball.
you're inside a
should
contained
care.
system.
It's not a vacuum.
Yeah, you're inside a contained system. That's the problem.
Yeah,
You
but
can't
what's
work within the
inside
confines
that,
of a
dude?
container.
Why
You're
can't-
trying to listen, dude. If you're saying what's inside of a container, the whole point is to provide evidence of not a container and then still have gas pressure. And you didn't do that. You still utilized a container.
Because it's what inside the container that proves what I'm
Okay, so
saying.
we're
But you guys
inside
are
a con- so
physically,
you
you
just
seem like
proved
you're
our point.
incapable of even trying to
Grayson,
think about
you
it.
Yeah,
proved
there's a
our
vacuum
point.
inside the container, therefore proving you need a container.
No, what's
Thank
in
you
there?
very
What's in
much.
there? It's more than just a vacuum. It's more than just a vacuum.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
we're
you need to
inside
acknowledge.
of a
None of you have
contained
acknowledged
system.
so far. Just
Grayson,
acknowledge it.
acknowledge this point. Are we inside a contained system before you go on and provide your evidence?
I'm in a room right now, so yeah.
No, the argument, sir. Please track with what I'm saying. Your
Okay,
argument
I
was-
will genuinely try to engage with you in good faith
All right,
because
so
I'm
good
trying to, Alpha.
Let's
I am.
see if you can, Grayson. So you're trying to provide evidence of gas pressure without containment. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when you started your statement, and I went ahead and posted it again I'll post it again for everybody who missed it. Check this out. This is his statement right here.
I thought you were trying to engage with me in good faith right now, Alpha.
I am. This is good faith because I'm only.
Why are you
posting
trying
what
to
posted.
rum up the audience? Just engage with me as a person, dude.
No, this is what we're doing. We're exposing people to the fact that they don't understand what they're talking about. Their examples always use the thing that they're trying to prove against, which is what you've done. Check it out. I posted it. Inside the container is a vacuum. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, we get it. We know what you're trying to say. But you undoubtedly expose yourself. Unbeknownst to you, you think you're trying to provide your evidence of no container. You've already used the example that you, in your specific example that you posted, was
Support the
with your
channel.
own
There is
words, a container.
runs alongside each of these shows while they are live. There's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by Eli, Click OK, One Deck, Refracted Curvature, and a whole bunch of people in the Flat Earth Debate Politics Discord server, so welcome one and all.
Hello.
Greetings, everybody.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, good evening, welcome one and all.
Hey.
Hello, hello.
We're still coming to the politics server, although I think our services are kind of redundant here, as everyone knows what to do with Globe Believers. So as much as it's fun smacking around the Globe Believers while we're here, it might be the case that in future we find a different server to better utilise our skills, let's just say.
Is there a G Plus link?
Yeah, there is a G Plus link.
Yeah, you like asked where it was right below the link.
Yeah.
I don't have it, so.
I want to post it again, Neil.
I'll send it to you. I'll handle it. I'll get it.
I've got it. I'll do it again. Again, Neil. Are you in the politics server then, I take it, Neil?
Yeah, he's hanging with the cool crew tonight, Nathan.
AJ and One Deck. Go on, AJ.
I was saying, yeah, he's hanging with the cool crew tonight out in the politics server.
What's going on with this guy with the container trying to prove we don't need a container for gas pressure?
It's a pseudo container, mate.
All right. Yeah, you just get your force that's not a force and not included in the molecular model to assert that there is a force acting on molecules that's not part of that model. And then you say, a pseudo force can change the vector of particles if you can.
No, but while Nathan was starting the show, he wanted us to understand what's going on inside the container. Are you serious?
So you guys are having a show making a straw man of my argument before you were streaming?
That's exactly what you said.
It's not what I said.
You're talking about what's going on inside your containment that you say we don't need for gas pressure. Good job.
That's a complete straw man.
Okay, can you demonstrate the gas pressure without container then?
If you would like for me to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, then you can look at the
because in
pressure
human history, nobody did. In human history, nobody did it. Now you will get the Nobel Prize.
No, he just listen to what he said. He used the atmosphere. So you want me to just look up, right? Good job.
It's begging the question. Right, so it's begging the question. The air doesn't take a sphere shape, though, does it? That's begging the question.
You can just measure the pressure differential in the atmosphere as you
your
elevation that just drops off.
You being reasonable while you talk through me, rebutting you. I refute what he says, and he immediately starts chanting through me. No, sir. Air does not take sphere shapes. It's begging the question. You automatically assume that your gas, in your worldview, arbitrarily takes a sphere shape around a globe. You said atmosphere. That's oxymoronic. Gas doesn't take sphere shapes for you to assume that you've got a gradiated atmosphere. It's begging the question.
Is it not reasonable when you measure as you go up and up in elevation and you measure less and less and less pressure dropping off asymptotically to zero?
Elevation?
That's a violation of lateral law. So when you say dropping off to zero, no, that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You can have a gas pressure gradient in containment. That's in line with entropic law. Dropping to zero without containment, which is what you've just said, violates the second law of thermodynamics. No, gas fills space. It doesn't just dissipate without containment. You can't form gas pressure gradients without first forming gas pressure. It must be contained to form pressure.
First of all, I said drop off asymptotically. If you quote me, please include the exact quote because that changes what I say if you drop that out. And second, it is contained by the force of gravity.
No, it isn't. Gravity is not a force. We covered this. You're just a chanting zealot at this point, chanting that you've got a force. When I've given you Cox quotes and Musa quotes, described what superseded it 110 years ago with bent pseudo-Riemannian geometry. None of that's being acknowledged. You just keep appealing to this force that it isn't. No, gravity does not hold gas without containment. That violates the second law of thermodynamics. There are no demonstrations of a force of gravity holding gas in containment because, number one, that violates natural law. Number two, gravity is not a force.
Well, okay. So I would like to explicitly say, right? You said I haven't acknowledged your point about gravity not being a force. So let me explicitly acknowledge gravity is a pseudo force. However, pseudo forces can still be measured in the units of force of newtons. My example of this is other pseudo forces like centrifugal or centripetal forces, which again can be measured acting on objects measured in newtons as forces. It's the same with the pseudo force of gravity. So I acknowledge your point.
No, it's not.
Objection.
No, it isn't. Go ahead, John.
I don't care about your newtons. You're not going to change the vector of a particle with a pseudo force. That is not going to happen.
Gas centrifuges use centrifugal force to enrich uranium gas. We do it all the time.
Exactly.
Centrifugal force.
Centrifugal forces can absolutely alter the trajectory of objects in the centrifuge.
John's getting rumpus. Within containment, right?
Was that in contention?
No, there's not a
Oh
force.
my God.
There's not a centrifugal force acting on the gas. That's not happening.
Really? Because from the NRC, they say that they use centrifugal forces to enrich uranium gases. So do you disagree with the entire nuclear industry? Do you want to tell them that they don't use centrifugal forces?
In containment. The
Yes,
sky's
that was
not a
not in
vacuum.
contention.
I'm responding to you.
It
The
is.
sky's not a vacuum. I'm responding, asshole. Is it me or is it me responding with you yammering through the top of the response? Yeah. Because you can feel it coming. Your example has containment, though, doesn't it?
I know, but the claim was that
So
pseudo
the sky
forces.
is not a vacuum, asshole. You don't need to yammer through you affirming that which we're arguing about, which you're trying to whistle past. So we'll need containment then.
Sup, losers?
I'm responding to the claim that pseudo forces do not affect the vector of gas. That was the claim I was responding to.
Pseudo-gravity doesn't hold gas in a sphere shape. Oxymoronic sphere-shaped gas, that's atmosphere, is an oxymoron, won't be achieved with a force of gravity because gravity isn't a force. Not going to change
Nathan,
the
can I ask you
vector
a
of gas particles. I'm getting yammered through again. I asked in the pre-show, why do we have to put up with this shit? Idiots who are wrong. No, this idiot's just wrong. Pseudo forces don't change the vectors of gas. John's pointed that out. He's been completely ignored. Now we're talking about some other example that's got a container. So we will absolutely need containment, form pressure for gases. That is the point. The sky vacuum's debunked. You can't have gas pressure without containment. For example, has containment.
Nathan, I have a question if I can ask. So using the framework of Einstein's gravitational field equations, have you looked at how much gas you would need in order for that amount of gas to be held together by the force of gravity under Einstein's equations?
Oh my God, are you dense?
Pseudo force. Sorry, it's just policing the language at this point.
A pseudo force is going to have on the vector of a gas particle. It's been pointed out. You keep whistling past the graveyard.
Centrifugal forces are pseudo forces.
You're give a shit. Sorry,
you're
and our
asking
gas is affected. Sorry, and we have a contained system for your centrifugal example in containment to be applicable to Earth, do we, sir? Shut up! Whoever that is, mute this asshole who's interrupted with that shit twice. Shut up! We haven't got a centrifuge around Earth in your heliocentric sky vacuum world. You've got no containment at all. That's the point of the debate. Yammering on about how pseudo-Riemannian geometry with interruption constantly is going to somehow affect the direction of a gas particle. You're wrong. Not a force. Pseudo forces don't affect gases.
So, Nathan, we do have observations of like molecular clouds, like nebulae and things in space. So I'm just asking, how much gas do you think it would take for the force of gravity as reported by Einstein? I know you don't think it's a thing, but just according to the equations, how much gas would it take to be held together?
Shut him up. I'm sick of it. He keeps asking me about what a force will do when it's not a force. Piss off. Get lost. I'm not answering your question about what a force will do when I've told you about 6 times it's not a force. Well, tell me what the pseudo force would do. Nothing. It won't do anything. Gas would just fill the sky vacuum. We'd all be dead. Ergo, there's not a sky vacuum. To be breathing, the gas must be contained.
Stop letting them use gravity.
Also, in the centrifuge, it's the movement of the container. The gas is acting as gas does. The movement of the container is what's changing. When you wave your hand through the air and you increase the pressure of the gas that's already. But see, you have to have gas pressure to do these things first.
So
why are we allowing them to use gravity?
We're not.
I don't get. Use it both frustrating me.
No, we're not. Or you let them use anything. Oh, you must use
So when
your
they come in and say gravity is a pseudo force, what the hell is gravity? It's never been proven. See you later.
So outer space is fake. It violates the second law of thermodynamics to assert that the sky is a vacuum and that the gas we're breathing is not under containment. It must be.
The centrifugal claims were from Euclidean. Did you want to move on and address those with Euclidean and leave Grayson?
Not. So yeah, space is fake. All of the numpties that think they're on a ball flying through a sky vacuum need to look at what the second law of thermodynamics is and how gas actually behaves. It fills volumes. Sky's a volume, an area available to the gas we're all breathing. Then we'd have never developed gas pressure to breathe. We'd all be dead.
All right, Nathan, you said that pseudo forces cannot affect the vector of gases.
No, I said gas fills space. It's the second law of thermodynamics. I debunked the sky vacuum with entropic laws of nature. That's dispersion of gas into volume. That's what I said. Some other guy brought up pseudo forces, and I pointed out that they're not applicable. Use multiple types: centrifugal, intermolecular, and gravity. I pointed out that not applicable to gas dispersion. That's described in laws of nature. Is this a straw man based on another opponent's position that they put to me? Sounds like it.
Okay, so pseudo forces can affect the vector of gases? Is that what I'm hearing again?
So gas fills space. Gas fills space. I didn't talk about pseudo forces. That was what my opponent talked about. I took it apart as not applicable to gases filling space. Second time's a charm. Do you only need the straw man based on what my opponent put to me? Because I didn't suggest this. This was my opponent's position, shithead. Second time.
So should I record the claim of you saying verbatim that gases or that pseudo forces don't affect the vector of gases?
Yes,
you made the claim.
Yeah, stuttery. Gases fill space. That's my point. That's my argument.
Okay, so he's not repeating his claim, even though I will record it and show it to you. He's not repeating his claim.
You're not addressing what I've said. You're telling me you're going to present a recording to me when I'm telling you my argument right now. Gas fills space. Therefore, the sky is not a vacuum. That's my argument. Deal with that.
It's just weird how you're not repeating your claim. I get that. Falling back.
So unless it's what you want to attack, you can't cope. You're a pathetic man.
What do you mean? You made a claim and can't substantiate it.
You can only chant through me, right, while I'm reiterating that which you can't cope with. Gas fills space. Sky is not a vacuum. We're debating it because this is a flat Earth debate. It's not centrifugal force debate. Not intermolecular force debate. It's not pseudo force debate. Flat Earth debate. And contradictory to the flat Earth measurements that we actually use is an assertion that those measurements, when converted into sphericity, put the world in orbital motion in a sky vacuum, which violates natural law. That's my debunking of your sky vacuum. Simple.
So you no longer claim that pseudo forces can affect the vector of gas.
So you will be on that. You will not listen what he said.
Sham forces.
All right, so if they're sham forces, then they won't affect the...
Define pseudo. Do you want to define what pseudo means?
in between being real and fake. But
No, that's
we
not the definition of pseudo. Just making shit up like that. I'm just talking while you're talking, it seems. You're just making shit up. Where did you get that citation from? Let's hear it. Where's it from?
Oh, that's just I could
Just
find a
made
citation
shit
for
up,
it if you like.
you lying glurf. Just made it up. It's pretty important. You're saying the pseudo force is affecting things, and you're telling me I've claimed it or refuted it. What does pseudo mean?
Centrifugal forces are considered
stutter.
pseudo forces as
Don't
well.
stutter.
Because you're
Define
fucking
pseudo.
interrupting me, shithead.
Yes, because you're not defining what pseudo means.
Centrifugal forces are considered pseudo forces, dude.
Sorry,
and you're saying that they don't affect gases.
Sorry, you keep yammering.
Stop interrupting me. No, stop interrupting me, Nathan.
Point out how badly you've lost. Maybe if you keep talking, it'll be perceived as a win. I want to define what pseudo means so we can establish whether or not I need to concern myself with what pseudo forces will do. Let's just define what pseudo means. Go ahead.
All right, from AJ, resembling or imitating can be one definition.
So it's resembling force. It's not actually a force then, it's just resembling one.
And
All right, I don't
did
concern
pick and
myself with
sorry,
things that
he did pick and
forces.
He did pick and choose here. There's two definitions. I just quickly threw something from Oxford in, and the first definition is supposed, perpetrating, to be but not really, so false or not genuine.
I've got not genuine, spurious. I've got not genuine, spurious, sham.
And centrifugal force is considered a pseudo force, and that affects the vector of gas, which is the thing that we're talking about. You made the claim that pseudo forces cannot affect the vector of gases, but gas centrifuges use pseudo forces to do that. Which is
sorry. Hold on, John. Don't take the John. Don't take the red herring. Right. And this proves that the sky's a vacuum, does it?
That wasn't the thing that I was talking about to you, Nathan.
I was. Oh, maybe this red herring's useful then. So it's just a red herring then. Okay, well, we'll just shut this stupid shit down immediately then. Yeah, it doesn't have any address to the sky vacuum claim then. It's just some spurious shit you think you can hold me to based on a recording that has no relevance to the sky not being a vacuum. How interesting that you'd hold up this red herring like the recording was really critical. So it's not important then. Jolly good. It's non-sequitur.
It just shows that you can't hold on to your
you were talking about. It's definitely what you feel the need to interrupt over, though, right? You need to use your mute button, though, because it's not what you were talking about. Yeah, we were talking about the sky not being a vacuum, like the entire heliocentric paradigm being based in a vacuum that violates natural law, and you muppets saying that, no, we can still have gas here without containment. Look at all these examples of gas in containment. Or we can talk about something else, like centrifugal forces, and how they are completely non sequitur to the sky vacuum that we're discussing. Because you're not discussing that. It seems like a bit of a red herring then. Maybe you could sit down and shut up rather than giving us your fallacious red herring next time. Thank you.
Yep. Your claim was shit, and you're not going to be able to defend it, Nathan. That's where you're trying to meet me.
That's you flailing. That's you flailing, sir. Yeah, I cite second law of thermodynamics, and you say, you don't know. You haven't got a good argument. No, I've got the second law of thermodynamics. It's a law of nature that describes how gas fills spaces. And your sky vacuum is a space that gas would fill if we had one. Therefore, we haven't.
And how does that pertain to pseudo forces, Nathan? Which is what we were talking about for the past 10 minutes.
It's non sequitur, a red herring that you seem to want to bring up because you can't cope with the fact that we haven't got a sky vacuum for men to float around in. So you bring up non sequitur red herrings. It's got nothing to do with this non sequitur you guys brought up and tried to strawman me with, like I'd made a claim about pseudo forces.
You did.
No, it's irrelevant and non sequitur to the gas filling the space that would be there if you had your sky vacuum belief.
So why did you choose to engage with me about the pseudo force thing, and now you're trying to say that that's not what we were talking about for the past 10 minutes?
Non sequitur.
No, you were engaging.
All right, are the gases we're breathing subject to a centrifugal force? There's that protracted silence from a glurf muppet who's got absolutely nothing.
Because I'm muted, you retard.
A giant shit on this wanker who's now.
Because I was muted, you retard. Are you fucking retarded?
After a long silence, you had nothing to say in that silence, sir. Yeah, shut up, dickhead with a globe belief. This is non sequitur. Pseudo, sham, fake, not genuine forces aren't going to stop gas filling space, making your sky vacuum, your religion of space, fake. Nothing you can do with your non sequiturs and red herrings will change that. Thank you.
Even if pseudo forces did affect gas, which they don't, you would still need a container.
Exactly.
Yeah, I never thought in all my life I'd hear people saying that pseudo forces have a causal mechanism in them to actually do something. That's
stupid, idiotic.
The pseudo force only works if you've got a pseudo container.
How you can get centrifugal force?
You actually have to have something moving, like with an actual force applied to it.
Okay. What is moving?
Non sequitur, though, Sasha. It's not relevant.
Yeah, but in a sense of moving, he will explain that Earth is moving, and that centrifugal force is moving also atmosphere, and somehow that moving. No?
The outside of the container needs to move, yeah? The outside of what's containing.
Oh.
The globe doesn't have containment according to them.
What it is the acceleration, right, is of the centrifuge. Is the centrifuge moving? The gas is behaving as gas does, but the available microstates are constantly changing because the centrifuge is spinning. It's not centrifugal force. You can measure newtons out of that, sure, but it's not the gas. I don't know what to say to it. It's insane.
Meanwhile, all this is happening over a flat stationary Earth that we know for a fact is measured flat at sea level. So regardless of what gases do and how they behave, we do live on a flat stationary Earth, and we can actually prove and demonstrate that with measurements of latitude, celestial navigation, and a lot of other things. It's data from aeroplanes. It's definitely flat and it's definitely stationary.
The sky is definitely not a vacuum.
What about how about I use the Earth curve calculator and point out that it utilizes Earth as a flat plane to calculate how much curvature there is? I like that one.
Yeah, but refracted, we don't want to talk about measurements of Earth, mate, because that destroys them. So we just need to talk about lights in the sky and gas particles. That takes everything away from the actual evidence that we live on a flat stationary plane, which is what they don't want to talk about.
They want to talk about angles.
They do until we point out that they're with respect to the surface of Earth, the horizontal plane that you're measuring for elevation angles. They'll deny that the elevation angles have got anything to do with the surface. What we had in the pre-show.
Or that the baseline is curved.
Elevation has nothing to do with the surface.
Yeah, that's my reaction as well.
It is referring to above sea level, isn't it, though? It needs a level reference of plane to get the elevation, don't we? A horizontal plane of reference, sea level, or sea curved.
You couldn't be sea curved or it wouldn't be forming an angle, would it?
Exactly.
You could use your eye curve. I mean, eye level. Curve. Level doesn't curve. Duh.
Just for the Discord server, in case you're not following along, what John's pointing out is that your Earth curve mathematics also measures Earth flat. We're just kind of wondering if any of the globe believers in this server were aware Earth curve mathematics utilizes measurements of Earth as a flat plane to assert Earth curve. Any of you guys know that? Obviously not. Earth's measured flat for Earth curve inference. The calculations of Earth curve that only exist in Earth curve maths are based on measurements of a flat Earth. Right there in the Earth curve maths, surface level and parallel eye level.
even the two the globes, their supposed globe arguments and proofs from thousands of years ago, involving the Greeks and Albert Rooney, are also flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Nothing to do with measuring curvature whatsoever.
Indeed.
Well, I mean, it's not like Aristotle measured the angle of a shadow with respect to the surface of Earth.
That's exactly what he did.
Oh, yeah, he did. That's an elevation angle. Yeah.
He measured Earth flat. Likewise, the guys down in Antarctica, down being the antipodal assumption they make for a ball belief, actually south, they also measured Earth flat. Took the elevation angle measurements of the sun as it went around them for 24 hours on a flat plane.
No, they didn't. They affirmed the consequent.
No, they didn't, Neil. They didn't affirm the consequent. We kept pointing out that they would have to affirm the consequent. They never actually did. They said the globe. They didn't say anything about the globe. They said the flat Earth model fails, and then they offered actual globe Earth proof in the form of flat Earth elevation angle measurements of the shadows. They measured Earth flat.
Yeah, I'm talking about Jiren and the rest of them. They went there. I don't care what you say. They went there affirming the consequent.
I'm sure they did, Neil. That's fine. But when they were going there, they probably used a compass, right? North, south, east, and west. Do you know that you have to level a compass with respect to a horizontal plane?
It's a flat instrument. Yes, it's flat. Jaren can't even hold the compass the right way round.
I heard one deck say he's got a poem.
Yeah, it was just to do with what you've been saying, McLooney Tune measuring angles like his Greek pal did 2,000 years ago. And here we are again with them going somewhere, measuring elevation angles, trying to prove to live on a globe. So I wrote a few words, short poem. It's called Eratosthenes Returns, #LooneyTune. Eratosthenes, what have you done? 2,000 years later, measuring angles to the sun. Eratosthenes, the earth is measured flat. Eratosthenes, the Greeks all knew that. And your sundial #experiment has just double proved that. Vertical and horizontal, nothing to do with curves. You've just shown us the angle measurements using the surface of Earth. Eratosthenes, when you gonna learn?
Ooh.
Very good. I want to know when the mainstream will catch up with TFE and start pumping it out. I assume they're like us and they want to see the dust settle before they start picking out bits of it onto their channels. Very few people have actually picked up on it. Hardly any mainstream coverage. I thought it would just keep flowing in. We had Cox cover it in the Mail. I think no, not the Mail, the Times. Then it was the New York Times and the Mail in England, and that was it. 3 little articles and very little else. I thought there'd be tons of it.
They got to release the documentary. It's going to get worse. You'll see.
Well, they might, but I don't think they would want to. They want it to stay in the fringes of this subculture that we're part of. I don't think they want it.
No,
to the main people.
No,
I don't think so.
Duffy wants that out there.
I'm sure Duffy does, but I would have expected the order of things to be a few big name YouTubers like pick up and go with it. I think one, it's Some Ordinary Gamers who's got maybe 1 million subscribers or more. Then I thought, your PewDiePies and whoever else would be shortly behind, right? They haven't. After that, mainstream news would be covering it. That's what I thought would be the order of things. It's just faded into nothing.
Well, what happened with the Netflix? Is that how it went down? The mainstream grabbed it right away? Because I don't remember.
I don't know. Is there going to be a Netflix documentary? It'd be a bit boring, wouldn't it? Maybe there will.
No, I'm asking about the one that Bob Nodell and them were on. Was that picked up right away by mainstream?
It's just a production company that's produced it and then sold it. They sold it to Netflix. Behind the Curve you're talking about.
That's correct. So don't worry. Business partners are still together. They'll hash it out and they'll sell it to somebody.
Maybe.
pretty sure Jaren is the one I heard say that the horizon was your eye level.
Again, John? Horizon what?
I'd have to go back and watch that documentary again, but I'm pretty sure Jaren claimed that the horizon rises to your eye level, right? Instead of at your eye level. You know, like it's really dangerous ground to be on because you do have a dip correction from eye level to the horizon, depending upon your altitude. You know, and it does appear to rise as you go up, but that, you know what I mean? Like you're working with apparent, not actual things. It's the language can get iffy.
It appears to rise to eye level, when in reality the horizon itself is formed with the surface that you're above, so it can only be below you. Therefore, the higher you go, the more it drops with respect to the fact that it's below you. Makes perfect sense when you understand how the horizon's formed. Ed, whoever that was.
Prove it. Prove it.
What the hell, man? Order.
Eli, you're supposed to be off mute. Go ahead.
I don't think that the mainstream would pick it up, or PewDiePie or all these people would pick it up. The larger portion of us were all ignorant.
My name's Nathan Oakley, and I steal Patreons from people with my mental illness.
Somebody was seeking globe cope by attacking me, the man. The Discord server. Eli, I'm so sorry.
Look in the chat.
2016 was a different. Oh, please.
On it. The airwaves are clear.
Do I have to come in there?
Go. What have you got to say?
It is now. Okay. It's a different time.
Did someone say heat rises?
Is that the same guy?
Well, Eli, he's picking a fight with you, Eli.
Might get that hand.
That's what they want. They want you to get irritated.
Yeah. Why are you guys irritated?
No one knew that.
You're irritated.
Because Nathan Oakley steals people's money with his fake beliefs.
Wait for you to finish. No one's doing what I'm supposed to be doing indoors. Come in there and do it myself.
Well, I'm trying to catch them all out, but I got 3 different people at once, and there's about 50 people in the room, so I'm scrolling and getting them. I've got 2. There's 1 more.
Drew was the one who jumped in.
Right, let's let Eli get to the end of his bleeding point, and then AJ can take control of whoever he wants to really introduce the conversation. Go ahead, Eli. 3rd time's a charm.
There'd have been 0 people putting out a team. Put in right for the picking for Netflix or the new anyone to pick up. They don't do the dumb shit they used to do before because they have people like us. The people are too aware. They have to change their tactics. That's why it wasn't going to be big. It was going to be based on how we responded. We have responded. It was a nothing burger. They can't do anything with that. I think they know that. That's it.
Okay.
I beg to differ. You'll see.
Okay. We'll see, I guess. Right, there's lots of people in need of pain relief, it seems, AJ. AJ?
Yeah. We've got Drew. We've got Fitzits. Let's go Fitzits, because Drew's... Fitzits, you're up, buddy.
Can I come back on as well after to talk about measurements?
Fitzits. Shitsits.
Oh, sorry, I'm unmuted. Thank you very much.
Go ahead. What's your question? What did you have to say?
I don't have a question. I just find you entertaining.
And what?
I said I just find you entertaining. Thank you. I also really respect what you do.
No, this is the guy who just said you stole Patreons or something like that.
No, that was Drew. Drew said he stole Patreons. I said
And-
is for monetizing.
Patreon works.
And Fitzit said, hang on, and Fitzit said, also likes to milk those, even more mentally unwell, which is genius. Okay.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Like a cow?
Yeah, like a lol cow, actually. Milked for content.
I think it's just flattering that all you guys come in here and just prove flat Earth. That's all you do is you only prove the Earth is flat, and it's so flattering to us. Thank you, Glovers. Thank
It
you.
doesn't make a difference to me.
I just want to say
It's
thank
something I
you.
really think about.
You've only, yeah, I know. That's all you can think about is proving flat Earth. It's sad.
Flattering. Nice pun.
Yes, it's very flattering to me and the rest of people in this room.
Hold on, let me check one thing quickly.
It doesn't make a difference for you, but
Lovely
you're here.
little command.
It
Yeah, so
doesn't
this
make
guy
a
has
difference
nothing
for
to
you.
say. He has
Did you
nothing.
say it doesn't make a difference for you?
Well, whether the Earth's flat or not, why would that make a difference to me?
But you are here. You are not in cinema.
I'm not in cinema. Sorry, what do you mean?
I mean, you are not watching movie. You are here on 24/7 Flat Earth Politics server, and you are
Yeah,
saying,
no, this is cinema though. This is content.
yeah, and you are saying, I don't care about this topic, but I'm here.
Yeah, I find the people that do care really entertaining.
That means you are going to the places what you don't like. You always go to that place. For example, if I don't like cinema and I don't like movies, I every day go to watch movies. That's my logic. It's like yours.
I don't mind cinema. I don't mind cinema at all. I don't mind flat Earth.
Yeah, that means you yeah.
All right.
It's
Well,
not-
Clown shoes can't even touch the logic, so there's no need
if
to
you've
talk.
got nothing that you'd like to contribute, just mute up your microphone for us. Yeah.
Yeah, I had nothing. Yeah, thank you.
It's all right. But no, that's fine. Like I don't really care what the nature of the surface is, but I do know. Well, hold on. But I do know what the nature is of the surface and prove it. And everyone measures it that way. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Why I don't see why somebody would be triggered so badly by it.
It's because there's a distinction that's now been drawn that TFE has elucidated for us, which is that there's the cultists of flat Earth who believe in things like domes, ice walls, azimuth, and equidistant connections. They're all nutters, and people are amused by them. Now, on the other side of that coin, you've got us, where we talk about how Earth is measured at. We are very triggering to those who come to be amused by cultists who believe Earth's flat. We're a bit of a shock to some people, which is why you're being asked.
Sounds like Drew wanted to get in.
I mean, they navigated. Sorry, mate. Go on.
I was saying our next troll, Drew, wanted to pipe up and jump in. Maybe he's got something to add.
The Patreons guy.
I don't know if that was Drew.
No, he's a waste of space. We can move possibly back to Grayson. Or yeah. Grayson Hawk, you got sunshine.
I've got some substantive measurements of Earth curve.
Okay. You'll be measuring Earth flat for him. I absolutely guarantee you.
Okay, so do we want to touch on any of the gravity gas container stuff that we were talking about before? Or should we just move on to the Earth curve? Because you said, looking up at the sky doesn't really change anything for you anyway.
A quote. Was that a quote?
Straight to the sky.
Was that a quote?
Oh, no. Sorry, it was a paraphrase.
What were you paraphrasing? Can you quote what I actually said then, please?
I couldn't give you an exact quote, but you said something along the lines of that the lights in the sky or observations of the sky
I've already
are not.
started doing this once. Stop. Don't just make shit up that I haven't said and say you're paraphrasing. And then when I say, well, what's the exact quote you're paraphrasing? You don't know. And you're just going to make up more shit I haven't said?
Do we want to get to measurements of Earth curve?
No. Could you paraphrase what I actually said to you? Rather than you making up shit that I didn't say, paraphrase some of the things I did.
Well, this wasn't what you had said to me earlier that I was talking about. It was after you were talking to the other guy.
So you can't? Is that a no? You can't?
No, I mean I'm happy to do so if you want me to talk about
ideally
quote
yes.
from you about what we were talking about.
Yeah, you're objectionable. You're a prick. You're objectionable because you just made up shit I didn't say. I'm saying rather than doing that, you've already done that. That egregious shitty thing that you made up shit I didn't say, and when I ask you to actually give me the thing I did say that led you to paraphrase shit that you made up about what I'd said, and I hadn't, rather you just did now after making shit up I haven't said. Repeat something I have.
And it seems
Okay,
you
okay.
can't.
No, calm your tits. You'd said that there's no pressure
This
without a
guy, I can't
container,
talk to
that
him
it
anymore.
violates
Get rid
the
of him.
second
Can't
law
talk
of
to him.
entropy.
Can't talk to him. I want to talk to someone who tells me to calm my tits. Fuck off. Globe
Calm your
cleaning.
breasts. I'm sorry.
Get rid of him. I don't want to talk to him. He's just told me to calm my tits while he talks through me. Prick. You're a disingenuous prick. You make shit up about your opponent's words. I don't like you. That's why I don't like you. You're a prick. Someone who, if we're in each other's company, I'd make it really clear that I'm getting quite aggressive with you. What might happen to you as a result of your disingenuous lies and scumbaggery about things I haven't said. And when it comes to things I have said, you haven't got a fucking clue. You don't know. You haven't listened to anything I've said to you. I already know that. Another reason I don't want to communicate with you. Because when asked, can you paraphrase something I actually did say to you back? No, you can't.
Yet I heard it about 15 times loud and clear. The sky is not a vacuum.
Yeah. I heard
Thing is,
your
guys-
shitty arguments and can paraphrase your shit back to you. Yeah? About intermolecular forces. Yeah? About centrifugal forces. About gravity that's not a force. I listened to you. Yeah? Now I'm paraphrasing. That means generally what you said, but not exact quotes. What you said. You can't do that. You didn't listen to a single word I said to you.
May I make a plea on his behalf that we move on to the Earth curve measurements, since that would be relevant to the conversation.
Fair enough.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. So I was going to bring up LIGO. You've probably heard of it, but it has to be perfectly straight in order to operate. The laser has to be straight. I've been inside the control room myself on a tour. It has to be straight for the laser to shine through. It shines through a vacuum, so there's no bending, there's no refraction, no anything. But the level changes over the 4 kilometers of the straight arm. The level changes in such a way that you can back calculate the radius of the Earth because it's perfectly straight, not level.
And how do you measure that?
You measure the level of the actual concrete arm that's 4 kilometers long. It's like a laser interferometer. It's like a laser beam that's 4 kilometers long. It has to be perfectly straight for the laser to shine through the vacuum. And
what he's asking. Just chill. We heard the first time. What he's asking is, you say it deviates. What's it deviating from?
Deviating from level.
So level is deviating from level.
Did I hear yourself?
Do you hear yourself? I'm just going to summarise without hopefully a fundamentalist zealot chanting through the summary of you saying level's not level. Because it's deviating from level. So I haven't finished summarising you stupid shit and you're already opening your mic talking through me like a complete wanker. You stupid idiot. You're describing a deviation from level and saying it can't be level because it deviated from level. That's stupid.
So the only part of the 4-kilometer arm that is level...
Is this moving on from your stupidity then? Just going to move on, not acknowledging it. So
let me clarify.
There's no clarity needed, you stupid idiot.
We're talking about curves, not level.
He's saying that the level of LIGO deviates. And how does he know?
It changes.
From a reference that is level while he interrupts that devastating idiocy being repeated again. He interrupted.
But that's not what I was saying.
That asked if he could be reasonable and tolerant with us. How does he know how much it deviates? What's it referencing? Well, it's referencing how much it deviates from level. Okay. Idiot.
The only part of the 4-kilometer arm that measures level is in the very middle. It deviates to the right and to the left. It changes throughout the 4 kilometers. The only part that's level is the middle.
Level. No, it's not level because it deviated from level that you referenced how level it isn't when it deviated from the level. You're a shithead idiot. You're stupid.
No, the center of it measures level. If you put a level onto the center, like the middle of the tube.
What you're saying is idiotic, stupid, moronic.
It's true. It's fact.
And violates its own principle of level to describe the deviation from when you say Earth isn't level because LIGO deviated from level. I know Because I had a level reference to show how much it deviated from. That's idiotic.
It's a documented fact. The middle of it is at 2 kilometers is level. None of the rest of it is.
That's awesome. It's a man-made.
You know how level it isn't because it deviated from the level reference that you've got to describe it deviating from level. Therefore, it's not level. You're an idiot.
Level is just perpendicular to the force of gravity.
Perpendicular.
That's all it is. The force of gravity, the vector of gravity changes depending on your direction on Earth, so does level.
Gravity's not a force, dum-dum.
You've already objected to.
Pseudo-force. Stop policing language. It's just pedantic.
I don't want to raise my voice and get a sore throat while this wanker reasserts something we've already covered. There is no force of gravity to be perpendicular to. That's not what perpendicular is. 90 degrees to horizontal. This wanker will chant through that devastates his nonsense waffle about forces of gravity being perpendicular to, when we've already taken apart a force of gravity. That will result in him chanting through me unless I'm stunned about it. You know, that's what I've got to contend with. This guy's an asshole. And he's just contradicted himself. He knows LIGO isn't level because it deviated from level. That's just so stupid, it's untrue.
You can directly measure it not being level, except for at the very center at 2 kilometers in the arm is level. And then you can directly measure the rest of it yourself. It's perfectly straight, but not level. That's a direct, documented fact. If you don't like it, then you stick your head in your sand and pretend it doesn't exist.
Got it. We heard. Thanks. We heard your contradiction in terms 3 times now. You shut up now. We're done. Thanks. We heard.
It debunked flat Earth.
Sorry, shithead. Oh my God. This is why we mute you wankers. Do you think that after losing badly and contradicting yourself, you can spew out that it debunks flat Earth? What a wanker. What a wanker. I'd be made to look really stupid by saying level deviates from level. That disproves flat Earth. He'll spew at the top of his embarrassing defeat. That's just unreasonable behaviour. No, it doesn't debunk flat Earth. What? Because level deviates from level. You'll need level. Idiot. It doesn't debunk anything. It's just a contradiction in terms spewed by a moron.
So it's level, but not level.
But 2 kilometers, it's like a 1.22 miles. Maybe he's only using the for saying there is a curve, you know.
Oh, he's talking about level. He's not mentioned anything to do with curvature.
I know. He need to say that it's dropping away from that level.
So we'll need to measure a reference.
Saying that the lasers need to be perfectly level.
Yeah, so we need a reference for that. We need a flat Earth to describe this deviation from the level.
Yeah, he doesn't say level changes. He doesn't say the surface changes. He says the machine, the arm of the machine changes, not the surface.
But he started off saying the lasers had to be perfectly level, but then they curve away from level.
Exactly. Are there any flat surfaces or level surfaces on a sphere, Nathan?
No. Stupid.
End the story.
Level isn't level, Neil. We know how level it isn't because we can show how it deviates from level. Therefore, it isn't level.
I got a question. Is the machine using mathematics or equations?
The machine? No, it's just a straight concrete tube.
Who cares? You're going to need a horizontal plane of reference. That would be level for it to deviate from. To describe the description you're appealing to, you need level, the first instance, to have it deviating from. You're trying to violate level in your description so that the level the laser must be isn't really level. You know how level it isn't because you can show how it deviated from the level. There's a lot of levels that you need. You need a flat Earth for this. For God's sake.
Nathan, you and everybody listening can go there yourself. They're open to the public on Saturdays. Measure it yourself. You can see it's a perfectly straight concrete line. And if you measure the level, it's going to change as you go across the entire 4 kilometers.
Yeah, if we measure the level, we're going to need a horizontal plane of reference to describe the deviation from it, aren't we?
Yeah, only the middle.
Yeah. How quickly we had the little, yep. Really quick, that acknowledgement. Yeah, we're going to need a flat Earth for this, dickhead. We're done with
No, you aren't.
Babbling through the conclusion.
This is a direct measurement that the Earth cannot be flat.
It's another time.
You're offering me a little theoretical little reference. I'm offering you a real concrete, literal concrete example that you can measure for yourself.
spewed his nonsense, waffle. He's conceded how we'll need a horizontal plane of reference to describe the deviation from it. Yep. And then immediately wamble through the top of me. Yeah, wanker. Piss off.
He just said that the concrete tube is straight. And I assume that concrete tube is on the ground, so it's also straight, level.
Yeah, they need a flat Earth more than we do. And when it comes to we pointing out that Earth's measured flat for that, they go, no, the axiomatic principle of levels, not level. Why? Well, because I can show how it violates it. It's deviating. Look, here's the measurements. You can check for yourself the measurements. All right. The deviation is described from what? From level, of course. You're like, you bloody idiots. What are you on?
You just don't understand large spheres.
No, I understand that he needs level. It implicitly requires level. And he doesn't have it. So he needs a flat Earth to describe his paradigm. We've been pointing that out for about 2 years.
Yeah, the really big sphere is an appeal. What is it called? It's a special pleading fallacy. If you measure a segment of a horizontal line, you call that level, as we do, still a horizontal line. Doesn't matter how far it goes. Nothing's going to change that.
Anybody got any Earth curve measurement proof?
We covered that earlier.
We said that was riveting.
Yeah. They need a horizontal plane to measure to assert that there's a point below the surface level called Earth curve, Neil. They also need a flat Earth for that. It's on screen now. Surface level and eye level are parallel with one another. You need to measure your height above the surface level and with respect to the parallel eye level with it to derive this calculation of a hidden value below the surface level that's flat when measured. They need to measure a flat Earth for everything. There is no exception. It's measured flat.
So it's a pseudo Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, pseudo Earth curve. You could call it that. Sham Earth curve calculator, fake Earth curve calculator, because you're measuring Earth flat to assert it in a calculation.
The actual full title, they just took some words out. What it actually is the flat Earth resolution loss curve calculator. It has to do with loss of resolution and its relationship between eye level and surface level.
It's loss of perspective. That's what it's losing.
Yeah, precisely.
Then hijacks it.
Yep.
Slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projections are described in, again, the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator.
I haven't heard that in a while. Back to 2015. We back to 2015 or what?
We certainly are.
Well, how do you explain Antarctica on the flat Earth though? Because it's much bigger on the flat Earth than the globe Earth.
How do we explain Antarctica on a flat Earth because it's much bigger on a flat Earth? Did you say?
Yeah.
Who asserted Antarctica was anything, anywhere of any size? Give us a quote.
Well, if you have a flat Earth, it goes around the world on the flat Earth, right?
Did you hear what I just said? Who said?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
What did I just say?
You were saying who's saying what size it is or whatever.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's got to have a size, right? Are you saying it doesn't have a size?
Tell me what so you're saying. So this is your claim then, shithead. You claim Antarctica's massive. How the fuck would you know? Have you measured it? So this is your claim. You say it would have to be. So this is you saying it then. Why? Have you measured it, idiot?
Have you measured it?
I wasn't claiming to have measured it, you stupid shit for brain, strawman burning fucktard. Hey, fucktard. What you're doing is attempting to burn a straw man. And in reality, what I've done is taken that shithead straw man that you thought you were going to get to use and turned it into your stupid claim. And what's going on for you is you can't fucking believe what's happening. I'm charging you with your claims of what Antarctica could be or should be, end quote, you. It should be, should it, shithead? When did you fucking measure it?
No, I haven't measured it. No.
Then shut the fuck up about Antarctica, you complete retard.
Why are you getting mad? Why are you getting triggered for a question?
I'm dealing with a retard. That's you. You are a retard, and you annoy me greatly with your stupid shit you say about how Antarctica should be big on a flat Earth. What a fucking retard. I'm annoyed because you're a fucking retard. Is that clear?
No, it's not clear.
Is this going to be an insult based on nothing because you're a bit upset about me pointing out how stupid you are? Are you going to now try and insult me?
No, I'm not insulting you. I'm genuinely asking how big is Antarctica on the flat Earth?
What you're genuinely doing is stuttering, you little bitch.
How big? And then he asked again, how big is Antarctica?
Yeah, how big is it on the flat Earth?
Wait, did I make myself clear when I asked for a quote in regards to who's asking this question and then tied it down to you? Are you having a conversation with yourself, sir?
No, I was asking you. How big is it?
Don't make a claim about it. It's the third time I've said that. Are you deaf?
Okay, how can we know how big it is?
Are you having this conversation with me or yourself?
With you.
Itself, he's listening.
Are you dense? What part of I don't make a claim about it fourth time? Do you not understand, you abject retard?
I didn't say you're making a claim. I'm saying, how do we go about measuring
Why are you asking me then, you stupid idiot? Are you dense? Why the hell are you asking me then?
Dude, you gotta show him that there is an Antarctica first.
Because while the White Knight pipes up, it's because he had a little straw man to burn, didn't he? About what I say Antarctica should be. And it failed miserably, and he got called a fucking retard for it, didn't he? You tried to burn a straw man, sir, and it failed. Yeah? That's what happened.
No, that's not true at all. That's not true.
And now you're talking while I summarise what's happened. Yeah, I know, it's painful for you, because you've been made to look like a thick twat by me, Nathan Oakley, a flat earther, making you look stupid with your assertions about how big Antarctica should be on a flat earth. What a muppet you are. Are you one of those stupid retard flat earthers with a retard flat earth map that got debunked in Antarctica? Are you one of those retards?
There's many flat earthers who believe Antarctica has a size.
You're one of them. You're a retard who thinks you know how big it is even though you haven't measured it. What a dickhead. It's not me though, dickhead. Did you want to burn a straw man like that was me? No, it's you. You're that dickhead.
I think you're misunderstanding. No one's claiming you're making a claim.
You're stuttering. I think you're stuttering.
I'm not stuttering at all.
I think you're stuttering, sir. I don't think you're going to get to burn this straw man. I don't claim anything about Antarctica. I have paraphrased a claim third hand from a man who went there for 18 months, who said he did not see a 24-hour sun down there. Now, but for retroactive continuity, I can only assume he was telling me the truth. That has changed, and now we do see a 24-hour sun, according to footage that's been presented to us. I don't make any antipodal assumptions about being on a ball, and all the measurements that it's given us are flat Earth measurements. So the only thing I conclude from Antarctica, is that's what you're fishing for, is that they measured Earth flat down there, down being an antipodal assumption you make and I don't.
I think you misunderstood the question.
No, I definitely didn't.
Yeah, I think you did.
No, I definitely identified the straw man fallacy in your question about how big Antarctica was on a flat Earth map. I'm paraphrasing. That means repeating back what you've said, but without being a verbatim quote. What you actually said to me, and then taking a dump on it by pointing out I don't make any claims. What I do is point out people's affirming the consequent fallacy with a 24-hour sun when making a downward antipodal assumption. I'm quite concise in summarising my rebuttal to what you've put to me, because I did listen and I do understand you. You, on the other hand, are a fucking retard. And you're being told that, based on your behaviour, it's demonstrable, and you're being told it by me, a flat earther, with righteous indignation.
What behaviour? I'm asking a genuine question.
You're stuttering. That's what you're doing. Second time.
You misunderstood this. You think I'm... Okay, can I say something?
I think you should sit down, you retard.
You could insult all you want. It just shows the room who's insulting and who's not.
Demonstrable fact, you are a retard.
No one was claiming. No one was claiming that.
You want to keep stuttering at me? You're done stuttering at me, or are you going to sit down now? You've been defeated badly. Sit down. Shut up.
But I wasn't claiming you're making a claim about Antarctica. I was asking a genuine question.
Oh, weren't you?
No, I wasn't.
It seemed like I pulled apart that straw man and took a giant steaming dump on it, and then called you a retard because the only one saying it was you, making it your claim. Remember?
Is that what you think happened?
I definitely humiliated you for it, and you're definitely going to see the need to interrupt me pointing that out again, aren't you? I've told you. You've been defeated badly. It's on your shitty straw man you tried to burn, and all you've got now is your interruptions incessantly through the top of me summarising how stupid you behaved. Not an insult. It's a summary of your performance, shit for brains.
I have a question for you.
Coherent question?
Yeah, I have a question. For
Coherent?
Nathan.
The last one?
Yeah, it's gonna be a very coherent question. Well, it depends on what your definition of coherence is gonna be. I don't know what
Obviously. Go ahead.
Feel free.
What's gonna be sufficient evidence for you to admit that the Earth is a globe?
Measurements of a globe? Ronnie?
Yeah.
Okay, tell them.
No, I'm asking you. That's a question.
Measurements of the globe.
Okay, yeah, I got you. You're repeating yourself. Your question was, what would I accept? Proof of a globe. My answer was measurements. Do you have any?
You said yes. So the next thing is provide the measurements.
Yeah, so what standard of measurement?
So give me measurements now. Go. Of a globe.
Let me just put on my notepad.
You're muttering.
I bet $5.
I'm talking for myself.
Don't do that. Don't do that. My name is Nathan Oakley. Address me as sir. When you give me flat Earth measurements claiming that they're globe measurements. Oh. Give me your measurements and I'll point out where you measured the flat Earth with them. Don't talk while I'm talking. Your opportunity is in the protracted silences you leave when I answer your question. What would it take to get me on the globe? Maybe you could send me down to Antarctica so I could stand in front of a camera with a hoodie on and tell everybody how I was wrong like Jaren did. I'm not a fucking retard. What I'd accept is measurements of a globe. Give them me. And when you do, accept the strong tongue you get back when I point out how Earth's measured flat in your claim to be globe measurements you're yet to give me. Give them me now.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting them.
Earth's measured flat, sir. No, that's okay. No, that's okay. You don't have anything then. So why are you asking me what it would take to get me on a ball that you have nothing to prove you're on a ball with? I know I'm on a flat plane, Earth's measured flat. If you were to now ask me for Earth measurements of a flat plane, I could give you many, many examples. If you then said, no, I've got ball measurements, I'd then take those ball measurements and show you where Earth was measured flat in your ball measurements. Earth is measured flat. Nothing will ever change how Earth is measured. It is flat. Your belief in a globe, sir, that you're asking me about what I could do to believe in like you believe in,
there we go, it's inside
was
chat.
also made using those flat Earth measurements.
There we go, there's inside chat.
See fit to interrupt me, the one who's got obviously more knowledge on this than you. The one who does have measurements.
You wanted measurement. There it is, inside chat.
Didn't use sir. He didn't use sir when he said they're inside chat.
I'm not gonna address someone as sir when they're lowly intellectual.
Hold on. He says he's got measurements.
Okay, everybody. I've dropped, guys. Nathan, I've dropped him in Master B.
Just for
Aristophanes. He's giving us Aristophanes. Are you having a laugh? Aristophanes measured Earth flat.
No.
Sorry, dickhead. I'm just guy. We got your link. Now you can sit down and shut up while I point out that Aristophanes measured Earth flat with elevation angle measurements. He measured angles on a flat plane.
No, he didn't. You're miscrewing the experiment.
Yeah,
So, if you want to show me the same...
You say
I wasn't
no.
done, so I'm just going
You
to
say
talk to
no.
you. And then you can mute me if you want to.
I heard your objection.
If you want the same courtesy that I'm showing you,
Oh,
by
you've got to
shutting the fuck
shut up
when you
while I
speak,
talk.
you're going to show me this.
Oh my God. I heard you say no. It's not just you talk while I talk, so it's not a defeat. What did Eratosthenes measure? Go.
What you said there. Again, I'm muting you until you show me the same courtesy. So, the measurement that was shown...
Sorry, if this guy's muting me on my own show so he doesn't have to listen to me, kick him out. So you either listen to me and respond to me or you piss off. What did Eratosthenes measure? That's me engaging in the debate you've put forward. You've sent a link. Eratosthenes, it says at the top, Measuring Earth with Eratosthenes is the title. What did he measure? Oh, I'll mute you until I get to talk. Piss off then. Eratosthenes measured Earth flat.
He measured 2 angles of sunlight of 2 locations. Sinai and Alexandria.
Sorry, angles. Angles are straight lines, shithead. Not curved
angles
lines.
Are straight line?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. He measured Earth flat with those straight lines that aren't curved.
That's not true. Again, why are you miscrewing this stuff?
Sorry, it's not true that Eratosthenes measured angles.
No, he used angles.
He measured them.
Yeah, measuring the angle of the sunlight of 2 locations.
Measuring Earth flat. Yeah, with elevation angles. They're called elevation
angles. Was there curvature on the angles?
Why are you talking while I'm talking?
Why were there curvature on the angles?
While I'm talking.
Can you answer me the very simple question why they were...
This is the fundamentalist select globe mute button, by the way. He'll moan later if he has to put on server mute while he's talking while I'm talking. He's measuring elevation angles. You decided that you were going to mute me while I asked you what he was measuring. Now we've got 2 angles. They're very specific types of angles. They're called elevation angles. Do you know that? There?
Are you done?
Unresponsive. They're elevation angles off a flat plane.
No, there were curvature on them. No, there were
He asked
curvature
if
on
I
them.
was done, which was non-responsive. It's only talking while I'm talking. Asking if I'm done in a protracted silence isn't confirming the elevation angle measurement of a flat Earth that Eratosthenes is measured. That's a measurement of a flat Earth right there, sir. I said I'd call you name when you presented your flat Earth evidence and claimed it was a globe measurement, but it's actually an angle. That's 2 straight lines. How the fuck can that be a measurement of curve? He's only measuring elevation angles. This guy can only interrupt when he loses. It's the Glurf trick. Now, if I was to mute him, this isn't my server, I can't. If I was, it'd be Nathan mutes people. Shut your channel, shut your... Nathan mutes. No, I'm telling you that he's measured a flat Earth. They're angles, straight lines, not
It's
curved.
funny how you misscrew studies. Do you always do this?
Here,
And then, like, yeah, people, then you just like
now shouting through me,
smart.
shouting.
Do you always?
I just have to appeal to the moderators because I was in the middle of a statement. He's decided it's too painful. He will use his mute button on me. So I'll just appeal to the moderators, and rightly so. We got to the point where I told you that you'd say you got globe measurements, and when they came, I'd point out how Earth's measured flat in them, and Eratosthenes is measuring 2 straight lines, an angle, an elevation angle, off the surface of Earth. Straight lines aren't curved. He's definitely not measuring curve. He's measuring straight lines. He's measuring a flat Earth. That is a fact. He doesn't have to like it. What that bitch Glurf can do is chant through me, though, can't he? Maybe appeal to Toon. Toon will say that I've muted you. No, you just chanted through the fact you measured Earth flat. Oh, by the way, McToon, the guy who put this shit out that I mute people, even if I'm in a different server that I don't run, it's because he also measures Earth flat with elevation angles like they did in Antarctica. He's presented flat Earth measurements also, like Eratosthenes, with his flat Earth elevation angles. It couldn't be curved measurements. They're straight lines for an angle. I'm done.
People can't be this stupid.
Yeah, so again, you're just miscrewing the whole fucking study of the experiment.
Now he's swearing at me. Fuck you, Glurf.
Yeah.
Dumb shit motherfucker. Measures Earth flat when you claim you're measuring a globe. You think you can just swear at me? Yeah, I can muster some disdain too, you stupid twat. I can tell you to go fuck yourself too. Yeah? Go fuck yourself. Eratosthenes measured Earth flat, motherfucker. I can do it too.
Swearing.
Did he say miscrewing?
He's claiming
Yes,
in the
he
chat
did.
that he's claiming in the chat that he did not use elevation angles.
Oh, he didn't.
There's Eratosthenes right here. First line. Ancient Greek astronomer Eratosthenes was the first man to measure the size of Earth accurately. His method was very simple. He measured the angle. Let's say that again. Measured. Scratching my head. Should we need to re-clarify? No, I'm pretty sure we all know that he's measuring something. The angle. Angles have got straight lines meeting at vertices, right? Not curved ones, right? Not misinterpreting what it says on his cited source. Libertext physics about measuring Earth with Eratosthenes and how we're measuring an angle. So we're not measuring curve. We're measuring straight lines. Okay? He's measuring Earth flat, dickhead. How do my fucking nuts taste? You want to swear at me?
Are you done?
My name's Nathan Oakley, the one with the salty testicles teabagging you after metaphorically shooting you in the face with a flat Earth measurement that Eratosthenes made. Earth is measured flat. Remember my name, bitch. It's Nathan Oakley.
So, are you done?
I've just dropped,
done measuring Earth flat with Eratosthenes angles. They're straight lines he measured, not curved.
Let me know when you're done.
Chanting no through the top of me, reiterating that Eratosthenes absolutely measures Earth flat.
I'm just gonna let you spur out.
Keep chanting, bitch. Measured Earth flat with angles on the first line of your source. Tell me no, bitch. Tell me no, bitch. Yeah, he did. He measured Earth flat, bitch.
No, you're just muting me every
my
time
voice
I get
too,
to speak,
bitch.
right?
I can talk loud
if I
too,
overspeak you.
Earth is measured flat by Eratosthenes. You glurf bitch. Exactly as I said. I said, this guy will go and get Earth measurements, and when he does, I'll call him names, because he'll be measuring Earth flat. And that's exactly what happened, you little bitch. Enjoy the taste of my nuts.
So, again, the reason why he didn't measure the Earth to be flat, like you want to say here, you dumb. And you can interrupt me and I can get muted again. That's fine.
This guy's going to lie. Glurf scum lying. No, it says it on the first line. Measure. It says it on the first line. Now he's saying he didn't measure. Lying Glurf. Yeah, he did. He's only not measuring now because the measurement he made was of a flat Earth. Suddenly the Glurfs have all got to say Eratosthenes didn't measure Earth. Yeah, he did. He measured it flat. Enjoy the aftertaste.
Blee or not to blee? That is the question.
Yeah, he measured it to blee. That's what he said.
Measured Earth flat. That's just a fact. Exactly like I told
so can you explain to me why the shadows weren't at the same angle, but they were at different angles then, if there wasn't a curvature? Who gives a shit?
We're measuring angles on Earth then. We're not going to, hang on. We're not going to angles. What's an angle? Two straight lines meeting at vertices? Well, that would be straight line then, not a curved line. So we're not measuring a curved Earth then. The shadow on the surface that he measured was an angle. So it's a flat Earth he's measuring then, with a straight line. Yeah, we're all clear. Earth's measured flat.
Well, he's now claiming he measured an angle. Yeah, he's now claiming he's measured an angle when in the chat he says he didn't measure an angle. You idiot.
Sorry,
again, no, he didn't measure the angle because he couldn't measure the angle because the angle was curved. You retarded flat earther. It was curved. It wasn't at the same point.
No worries. No, let's just summarize. No, hold on, QE. Just take that as read then. So when it says in this source that Eratosthenes measured Earth, he didn't. You're saying that Eratosthenes is a load of shit and we can just disregard this guy's source. Okay, no worries. This man says he couldn't get an angle because Earth was curved. So we'll just throw Eratosthenes' claim to be radial acquisition in the bin then. He couldn't measure an angle according to that Glurf.
You can keep coping. That's why you don't want to answer the simple question why the shadows wasn't at the same point.
Albanian, shut your pie hole and listen up. At 22 past the hour, the Viking posted something you might want to learn how to read. There's two images. The second one that says Flat Earth's reality was how it was done. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
Happy to throw it in the bin. Like, if he says he can't get an angle, and we can't get an angle, then this is garbage. No worries. According to the guy that objected, no, Eratosthenes couldn't measure Jack because he couldn't get an angle. Okay? In the bin it goes.
Yeah, so I'm asking you the question since you're so intellectual.
No, because you just came on here talking about shadow.
For a second, the ad hom started, the mod shut you down, dickhead. Yeah, I won. Enjoy the aftertaste. Name's
Yeah,
Nathan
but-
Oakley, don't forget it.
He just came in talking about shadow angles and then claimed that there is no angle that was measured due to curvature. So he's double speaking.
I don't want to hear about Aristophanes no more. He just threw it out.
He just threw it out.
They want our measurements.
Oh, John.
They want our measurements, but so that they can calculate their globe. Y'all can't have them no more. We're taking that away.
Fucking bastards! He jumped us.
Here we got T-Jump.
Yeah, we got T-Jump for sure. Jumping.
Yeah.
Reflecting.
Check out these elevation angles that prove how sphery Earth is. Well, they're elevation angles. That's a flat Earth you're measuring. He couldn't measure anything.
You dumb flat earther.
You just don't understand how little he could measure. You tell me how he couldn't measure it. Flatty.
No, he said curved angles. He measured curved angles, you dumb flat earther.
It's a shame he didn't use Alberuni because he measured angles as well.
Yeah. All roads lead to a flat Earth. Earth will always be measured flat. That guy was told before he went and dug out his citation that whatever he got, I'd point out his flat Earth measurement and call him names. Now he's really upset about it. I mean, I can turn that on and off, by the way, mate. You know, that disdain I have for you is just put on snacked. I don't really care. Because I, was just holding up to my bargain that if you went and got some measurements of a globe Earth, I'd point out how Earth was measured flat in them, and then call you names for a bit. Fun. Yeah, very amusing. 150 people watching you get called a dickhead, an idiot, and you telling us how your cited source is garbage because he couldn't really be getting an angle. Okie dokie, well done.
It's the whole point.
So the 7-degree angle measurement. Gotcha.
I'm sorry. You should let him explain it, though. Maybe we gotta have a discussion after the show.
Let him explain how they're not acquirable angles.
No, he just posted a link. That's kind of
no. So again, I'm just asking a very simple question because you guys are so much intellectual. So I'm asking this amazing question: why weren't the shadows at the same points if the Earth is flat? I want you just to answer that question.
In the middle of the 2 points.
You're up the middle of my sentence.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Why are you lying? Yes, it was.
Albanian, you posted.
Can you answer that simple question to me?
Hang on, Albanian. You posted something in regards to. Oh, sorry, QE, go.
Shout out to Pablo for gifting 5 memberships. Go ahead, QE.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, it was about his own citation, yeah?
Him being disingenuous.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he posted just a link. That's quite disingenuous. You should let people that just post links, they need to explain what their evidence is. Not you to go in, right? Because
I will dumb it down for you. So fucking easy by doing this.
As a counselor, just explain and prove his case. Why is somebody talking through me?
Triggered Glurf, he can't cope. He's having to call you names and swear at you because I've just held up my end of the bargain and called him a load of names. Now he feels justified in calling you them while you're talking.
I haven't called him any names. I don't know why you're lying. I didn't interrupt him.
Again, QE.
Still talk. He's a fargan bastard.
There you go. The angle of 7.2 degrees is blah, 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 of full circle. You know the distance between Sunny and Alexander was approximately 800 kilometers.
So
if 7.2 corresponds to 800 kilometers, and a full 360 degree corresponds circumference of 800 kilometers, x 50, 4,000 kilometers. The model close to the modern measurement of Earth's circumference, which is 4,775 kilometers.
Broke it, Nathan. He's broken. He's like in rant mode.
We broke you, Albion. Want us to go through how flat it is on your... is this diagram from him, right? Angle difference, 3 angles. Yeah. Aristophanes' experiment to measure Earth.
Yes,
you see at the top there, Albion? Can you see that? Take him off mute, see if he can contain himself for a bit.
Well, I'm done, bro. I'm gonna go. I have a wife. I'm gonna go cook some food with her. Like,
Yeah, what's his name?
no running. There is no running, right? Like, you can't answer a simple question that I asked you 3 times. And all I really wanted to do, because I know there is no point talking to you guys.
You
like,
waffle on
no
about how you
point.
gotta leave.
I just wanted to have a little bit of fun.
Mute, so I can show my audience without QE interrupting me.
When you can't answer a simple
this angle. Now, while I'm pointing this out to the audience, I've now got a closed G+ line as well. How Earth is measured flat for this angle. In his diagrammatical example, he waffled non-stop and then ran like a coward. Just to point that out.
I want to know where he's got these measured angles from when he couldn't measure an angle because we're dumb flat earthers.
He's measured them on a flat earth. They're at the top of his diagram. It says angle difference 3 degrees. It shows city A and city B on a flat earth. For his diagrammatical example of just how Earth is measured flat for these angles, it could only be a flat Earth or there wouldn't be angles. So he's measured Earth flat. Now, I realised that you had to take control, and I did it in my own internal way and closed down the Discord line because Albion was rumpusing me putting up the diagram he's posted.
Well, just in Master B for you, Nathan.
Diagram is that?
This is from our chat in Master B, and this is why I'm asking the question. How did he measure these angles when us dumb flat earthers, he says he didn't measure the angle, you idiot. So if he didn't measure the angle and I'm an idiot, Albanian, where are these angles coming from? No, can't tell us.
Look, he said he's got a life.
That was just an obfuscation tactic so we didn't point out the angles coming off a flat Earth in his diagram.
Why did I always miss that flat part on the diagram? This is like a flat part.
John summarised it earlier. They need our flat Earth measurements to move forward in their globe faith. And we're just not going to allow them to do it anymore.
Nathan, 1, 2, 2.5.
Okay, then.
I guess I'll just stay.
With that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streamed, I should really be such a slob when I'm about to go on camera. Stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to all of you. Smash the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, gifted memberships, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
I don't think I've laughed so much for 2-3 hours non-stop. That was hilarious. Well done, moderator team. That was hard work. 50 plus people in the chat. That was good stuff, guys. Well done.
What's the go, Jedi? Was someone handing out free fucking crayons or something?
Yeah, man. Everyone's hungry, so they're pumping up everyone's.
Holy shit.
Yeah, these globers are as useful as the white crayon.
These globers are useful for proving that the Earth is measured. We appreciate that.
Is that Jetty?
It is. Boss up consolation. How are you?
Your mic's as pristine as ever. Thanks.
Good stuff. Nice to hear you too, mate. Hope you're keeping well.
Sir, you too. On the other side, on the other end, get stuffed.
Who was the container guy? That's what I want to know. The vacuum container.
There was a couple.
Why are you all hot and bothered with this container, Neil? We got a show.
Because it was funny.
We got a show to run here.
What the fuck?
Yeah, contain yourself, Neil.
It was pretty funny when it was pretty funny when he was trying to say that the gravity was an intermolecular force, and then Nathan was like, "No, it's not. Not a force." He's like, "Well, it's a pseudo force," and like that won't affect gas.
That's not a
and it was like,
no, gravity's not a pseudo force either. Einstein never said gravity was a pseudo force. Didn't even imply. They don't even know what pseudo forces are. Idiots.
No, I'm talking about the funny part. When Nathan started the show, he wanted us to address what's going on inside the container.
I'm gonna have to listen to the show, Neil. Please don't try to, portray it for everyone again. I'm sure they heard it since they were here. Can we move on? Is there anyone else? Is there any scientific evidence for a globe?
Yeah.
Answer him. Oh, you said yes. Oh God.
Just somebody said yes.
Obviously, man. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Holy
really?
shit.
Take it away.
Uh-oh. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue. You
No. Me neither. I'm just gonna embarrass you and expose your science acumen. What you should have said is a malformed question, QE, because natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing to do with determining shapes. It's geometry. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen lower than Mr. Magoo's. Thanks. Have a nice day.
It's pretty low.
Understand fine, mate.
So no point in arguing.
It's a category error on your part.
He said yes, he agrees, but he still thinks he's right. There's something wrong with that.
Yeah.
Or dumb bastard.
Okay, so you still think there's scientific evidence for a globe then? Right?
Yes. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. That's what I think.
Talk us through it.
I don't know. Have you been freeze dried in the past 45 seconds or so?
I mean, I took a dab like 10 minutes ago, but
oh god.
Let's play ball. Maybe you could provide a hypothesis.
Just explained it to you. You agreed with him, and then you went back on it in the next sentence. You're insane.
Yes.
Let's hear him explain it.
Explain what?
I didn't go back on it. I didn't go back on it. I believe that the Earth is a globe, and I also think there's evidence for it.
You accept without evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's what you just said. Because belief means acceptance without evidence.
I don't accept any evidence that exists. I know what I believe, and what I think.
You don't accept any evidence that exists? You don't accept any evidence that exists. That makes no damn sense.
I don't accept any evidence that just exists. Now okay, all right. This is why it's pointless to talk to you guys. Because
you don't trust any evidence.
Have a attempt with him to try and explain what's going on because he doesn't follow what's going on, and I want to break it down for him because it's driving me nuts. When you are asked for scientific evidence of a globe, right? It's a category error. Yeah? Science deals with cause and effect. Globe is a shape. You can't have scientific evidence for a globe. That would be maths.
It would be geometry.
So the statement "the Earth is a globe" is a scientific question.
No.
Or it's a scientific statement. Sorry.
No, it definitely isn't. Second time. Science deals with cause and effect. Globe, concrete noun.
Where did you get the concept that it only deals with cause and effect?
That's what natural science is.
Dude, you don't remember any part of your schooling? Like that was science class. Do you not remember science class?
5th grade science. You.
There is no class called science class.
Fifth grade.
I don't remember it.
You would have been taught
general science. Yes, there is.
Yeah, you did have a science class unless you didn't go to school.
I didn't. I took biology, chemistry, physics, that kind of stuff, but I didn't take general science.
And you should. my God.
Yeah, the sciences.
More of an indictment.
Okay, so they will have taught you at some point, you may not remember, that you're dealing with cause and effect, hypothesis construction, actualization of hypothesis with experiment. That's the scientific method. That's science.
Hypothesis does not mean cause and effect. It's a statement.
From Lowell C, becoming a successful scientist, Cambridge University. A scientific hypothesis is based on cause and effect reasoning. From Drexel University, the scientific method
You can Google things.
driven. It is based on a cause and effect relationship. From Anne-Marie Helmstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences. A hypothesis is an educated guess based on observation. It's a prediction of cause and effect. From the University of North Carolina, in an experiment, the independent variable is the variable that is varied and manipulated by the researcher, and the dependent variable is the response that is measured. An independent variable is the presumed cause, whereas the dependent variable is the presumed effect. The IV is the antecedent, whereas the DV is the consequent. Good.
Yeah, so globes are concrete now. I have scientific evidence of it.
He bounced, guys, just to let you know.
Of course. At the point that the penny drops, how fucking wrong they are, they drop out.
Yeah, I heard yeah. When I heard sorry, man, I'll let you ask it in just a second. But when I heard him say yeah, I was like, well, somebody just stuck their foot right through the mouth into their brain.
What was your question?
Okay, so how is the Earth flat?
That's how it's measured.
How is the
Not a
Earth
how question. That's not a how question.
Yeah. My God.
We got a few more science confused people in the chat. Kohar Khan.
Karma Kun? How you say name?
Kohar Khan.
Kohar Kun? Yeah, that's measured flat. That's how Earth's flat.
It's measured flat? What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate? Give me more detail.
Were not here for the last 5 minutes where the guy presented Aristophanes and we pointed out how Aristophanes measured angles.
I don't know. You guys were talking about
finished answering my question and this arsehole is immediately interrupting me. What a wanker. Pun! Shut the fuck up, you dumb cunt globe believer.
Oh, is this how you treat the opposition?
Yeah, it's how I treat you when you talk through me answering your fucking question, you stupid shit.
Oh, that was a mistake, dude.
Shut up!
I have delayed audio. That's why.
Up! Shut up! Or I'll have you shut up, you stupid spastic. I'm answering you. How's it flat? Fucking measured flat like the last twat showed us in his example that he thought was a globe measurement. Aristophanes. This is where you interrupted last time, you stupid shit. It's measured flat, even if you think you're on a globe. If you think you're on a globe, give me a globe measurement and I'll show you how Earth's measured flat in it. Like the last twat that couldn't stop interrupting me like you just did, you stupid bastard. It's measured flat by Aristophanes. Do you understand, you dumb fuck globe believer? It's not rhetorical, you stupid twat. Can't stop interrupting when I answer your question. The protracted silence is when you talk. After I tell you to. Do you understand, you stupid globe-believing dickhead? Aristophanes measures Earth flat. Do you understand? So no, you don't understand, you're a retard. Don't comprehend what I just said to you. Oh, it wasn't rhetorical, you're a spastic.
Okay, can you please specify if it was rhetorical or not at the end of each tangent?
No, it was not rhetorical. Do you, the fuckwit globe-believing twat, understand? Earth is measured flat by Aristophanes
Okay,
with
can you-
elevation angles. Third
All right,
time, and
all
he's
right.
interrupting me like a wanker.
All right, sorry,
You're just here to
sorry,
be a
sorry,
wanker,
sorry,
aren't you,
sorry.
Kern? Kern, you're just here to
Sorry,
be a
sorry.
wanker. You're just
All right,
here
I
to be a
apologize.
wanker. Yeah,
I
just stop
apologize.
apologising and shut the fuck up, or I'll have the moderators remove you. You're a twat. I'm answering you. You're not acknowledging me. You're leaving protracted silences, and when I reiterate that which you've ignored, you start talking like a wanker. That's what you are. You're a stupid, moronic, globe-believing dickhead who doesn't understand a simple answer to the question you've asked. Why is Earth flat? No, you didn't ask that. How is Earth flat? Okay, well, we'll just package that up as a reasonable person's question and give you the fucking answer. Aristophanes measured it that way, dickhead. Do you understand? It's not fucking rhetorical, you abject retard. Do you understand?
Can you give me his equation on why it's flat?
Non-responsive. He's not answering me. He's a wanker. You
Understand? Can you give me?
understand?
I understand. Yes, I understand. Can you give me?
So Earth's flat, dickhead.
Yeah.
Now you can shut up. Good. So you understand Earth's measured flat, and the globe measurements in the case of Aristophanes start by measuring Earth flat. You understand? Now you can sit down and shut up. That's how, dickhead. Now you can shut up. Now you know how Earth is flat. Okay, retard?
Yeah, what he was appealing to is the calculation. If the calculation contradicts the measurement, measurement's not wrong. Calculation is.
Okay, are you done?
What, in the sodding silence that you're leaving by not answering, you stupid retard? No, I think the protracted fucking silence was John still talking.
Is that rhetorical?
Have you only got a few little buzzwords, a few little catchphrases you can reply to us with when we point out how fucking Earth's flat? Yeah, it is, dickhead. You obviously didn't know that because you've got shit for brains. You're a globe believer, a retard, someone who hasn't looked into this subject. Thinks it's somehow fanciful to believe Earth's flat. No, now you know, don't you, dickhead? Earth's measured flat. Look at Aristophanes' measurement of an angle off a flat plane, and you'll know too how Earth's measured flat. Your globe faith. That faith is based on measurement of Earth as a flat plane.
Yo, Nathan.
Yo, dickhead! Earth is measured flat to answer your question. Don't say my name. Say, I understand Earth is measured flat by Aristophanes.
No, I wanted to ask you something else.
You need to stutter like a bitch. Yeah, you need to ask me something. Yeah, this isn't my first rodeo. I appreciate that when I put to you how Earth is measured flat, you need to ask me something. Don't you, dickhead? Don't. Acknowledge what I'm telling you, not asking you. I'm telling you Earth's measured flat. Acknowledge it. Don't ask if it's rhetorical or if it's your turn to talk after a silence. It's flat. That's how it's measured. Brandy?
Yes, I acknowledge you, yes, but I had another question.
Acknowledge me? No, don't acknowledge me. That's what I've just told you not to do when you said my name in response last time. Don't say my name. Don't acknowledge me. Acknowledge how Earth is measured flat by Aristophanes. It's the fifth time, Dumbo. Fifth attempt.
Yes, I acknowledge what you said about the Earth being flat and
What
being
did I
measured
say?
by it.
What did I say?
Yes, I acknowledge what you said.
Which was?
The Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, that's how, mate. Yeah? Welcome to Flat Earth. Now sit down, shut up. Maybe you'll learn something, you stupid idiot.
Okay, but why are you so mean? I want to be your friend, though.
And shut up, you dumbass globe-believing retard who's just found out Earth is measured flat. Something you didn't know till now. Now appreciate how dumb you are by sitting down, shutting up and putting yourself on mute. Don't ask me anything. Sit down and shut up. An order by me.
Can I
My
ask
name's
you one
Anthony.
last question?
I'm the one giving you fucking orders. You understand me, shithead? I'm telling you. Shut the fuck up or I'll have you shut up. Found out Earth's flat today. Good for you. Welcome to Flat Earth. I've been doing this 10 years. I've suffered the ridicule and over-talking of shitheads like you for 10 fucking years. Now I'm telling you, shut the fuck up, you retard. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Well done, you found out Earth's measured flat. Now sit down and shut up. Next.
He said he wants to be your friend.
Give a shit what he wants.
I don't think they know the difference between calculation and measurement. QE, I said like 2 years ago you needed to do a show on that.
Remember my name, ballers. This is what you have done to us for 10 years. Told us how stupid we are. Not justifiably so. You've smeared us with ridicule for enough time and now you're getting it back. I know how it feels. It's not for believing a flat earth that you're being ridiculed. It's for believing a globe. Observant ridicule. Lap it up. Remember my name.
In rare form today, boy.
I've had no coffee.
Yeah, you shouldn't get a coffee like a lot then, man. You've been
Amazon
tearing
man's
it
not
up.
been. Not been. I ordered beans yesterday. I'm waiting for the Amazon man.
The hell is he then?
I know, my wife orders everything. I don't actually order anything.
That was a rhetorical question.
Don't get no coffee, man. You're tearing it up.
Caffeine withdrawal is a proper bitch, man. I can't stop swearing.
Add coffee.
That's no excuse.
Yeah.
You Australian?
You just say your Friday show's the adult show. This is the adult show. You get one that's not monetized through the week, but it's the adult show.
Absolutely. Tell Paula not to watch.
It's a beautiful day today. Got 6 inches of snow outside. It's gorgeous out there. It's pristine. No one stepped in it yet. Absolutely beautiful.
I wish I knew where you lived. I would just run all over your yard.
You see your breath?
Yeah, damn. That's mighty white of you.
You see your breath, or?
Wait a second. Let me shut off the camera and be right back.
Take a vape hit.
Neil should be getting some of that too in Alabama. Nazi too. They should be getting some of that right now.
Yeah, it looks like. Yep, the sky is what I used to see in New York.
It's like 38 degrees. I ain't getting no snow.
When's someone going to make a Witsit parody? I want to see Witsit in camera going, no, there isn't any breath. Just give me a second. And then him hitting a bong off camera. And then him breathing it out. But as he breathes it out, he goes, what's up with that?
Here's some breath.
What's up now?
I still don't get that. Still don't get that. What is this vape gate thing that you guys talking about?
Witsit was asked if he's in Antarctica, why doesn't he have no breaths? Cold, breathed. So he said, I don't know. And somebody asked him to pick up some snow, and he said, I don't have any gloves on. Dusts the camera off to go get his gloves, goes into the trailer. When he comes out, he takes a quick hit of vape, comes back in front of the camera, turns it on, blows out his breath, and says, there's some breath. What's up now?
What's up?
There's more to it. That's not the end of the story. Right.
What?
There's more to it. Then, a guy called King Nico catches this and calls him out for it. Rightly so, as it now turns out. Yeah? It's a good thing about watching things from the outside and letting the dust settle. King Nico's right. Absolutely called it correctly. He did go in, have a puff of vape, like anybody gives a shiny shit. But he did get it right. So then Witsit comes back, puffs out his vape, and then starts to lie about it. For whatever reason. Well, I know the reason. Witsit's a lying shit. He can't help himself. That's why he lied about it. Why? Because he wanted to prove that there was a trip to Antarctica, and he was definitely there, and he thought that it would be beneficial to prove it by having a quick puff of a vape and then breathing it out after he turned his camera back on. Well, that's lying shits for you. doesn't really prove or disprove anything. What it does show is that aftermath is what you actually pay more interest in. This guy King Nico calls it, and everyone jumps on the bandwagon of Vapegate, right? But the guys in TFE all deny it. No, definitely not. It's all deny, and excuses for why the conspiratards who've called this Vapegate out are wrong. Now, as time progresses, a new angle from Dave McKeegan comes up because he's, for whatever reason, carrying Duffy's footage. So he uploads Duffy's footage, and it shows, absolutely without question, him having a puff of vape. Again, like it matters. But it does prove that where they were all calling foul, that's the TFE crowd, on all the conspiratard idiots, no, they were right. Now, the fact that it's an inconsequential nothing burger is irrelevant. The aftermath shows that in the face of just people showing something that was a bit awry, regardless of how important it is, they got called conspiratard idiots and shouted down as wrong by the TFE crowd, and they weren't wrong. Now you've got Dave McKeegan going, oh, well, yeah, in this second angle, he is actually having a puff of a vape. But that doesn't mean we didn't go down there. You're like, well, yeah, in many ways, I'd probably agree with you. It's non sequitur. But everyone around Dave shouted down all these people for being lunatics and saying that they were wrong. And they weren't. So what that shows you is that the TFE crowd are more than happy to shout down anybody who disagrees with them, regardless of how truthful or correct they are in this case. Vapegate, it turns out the conspiratards were right. Okay?
And where there's smoke, there's fire.
Hold on a minute. That's going too far, Neil.
Wait. What about the snow? Hold on. Right after that, then, instead of just bending down and picking up snow, he walks 20 feet away, grabs some snow, comes back, and drops it in front of the camera.
Go ahead, Eli.
The door behind you?
The door behind you? That's a good point, Eli. So there was a door behind Whitsitt that he did walk out of, some sort of dome of tents. But that's the secret footage that they haven't published yet, Eli. I think you're hot, Mike.
That ain't fair. I don't like Whitsitt or nothing. But that, I don't know. I see your point on how they treat people. That's wrong.
Yeah,
what they did.
Yeah, that's what I'm focusing on. Not on.
That's the only. That's the only thing to focus on.
So Nathan, you're telling me I was on to something when I was saying this was weird as hell, and he was vaping and saying he wasn't.
I think actually we have made a little Eli-shaped shrine and will now start worshipping you over this, Eli. It is amazing how right you were.
The point was never to say they weren't in Antarctica. I'm saying this dude's a weird alien-like liar. So now I can say that, right?
Yeah, no. I'll rescind my skepticism previously because it was also and unrightly directed at you. And now, given that you were making that point all along, no, it's not that we're trying to say this suggests they're not in Antarctica. It's non sequitur. It's more that it's just dodgy. And they're defending it unnecessarily. That was your point all along. And we kind of shouted you down because it's like, no, that's just you looking at Vapegate. I apologise to you personally, Eli. I was wrong. Vapegate was much... No, I better not. No, I won't diminish my apology.
Hold on. It shows all these people that swear Whitsitt is so intelligent. How he is not this intelligent person.
Just having a guy having a little puff, that's all.
He's just a liar demonstrating that he lies.
If he had any intelligence, he would not have to run, grab a vape to try and prove that he's at a place that people think he's not at. I mean, come on. Just say, I have no idea.
What did pique my interest was the way he defended this. Like, if it were me, you kind of think, well, how would I behave? Someone was like, clearly had a smoke. Like, yeah, I did. Like, yeah, so you were faking it. No, I wasn't. That would be my attitude. It'd be just total nonchalant. This is silly. Whereas instead he's leaned into it and started defending it like it needs defending. Whitsitt, that is. Which, for me, that piqued my attention more than anything. Why are you defending it?
Because he used it
may
as
have a
proof
family
of
member.
breath.
Well, he may have like in his relationship, his old lady might not want him vaping. Who knows? Who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
The fact that the people that pointed out that it was vape and were right were shouted down and treated horribly by this crowd. That's the relevant thing.
Why did he do it in the first place?
Exactly. That's where Eli steps in and goes, well, that's kind of what I was trying to say all along. But yeah, Eli got shouted down and it just got tarred with the brush of you're a Vapegate conspiratard. Right, Eli?
Basically, yep, basically.
Like I say, I apologise for that because there's always some good. And technically speaking, I'm in the dust storm while I'm calling them all tards for doing it because I'm highlighting it. So my bad being in the dust storm. Just sitting back.
Be careful of the shadow gate.
It could have been bad. You're used to, just like I'm used to people assuming things. We can see something and not assume though. Like, let's not go, create narratives after the fact.
Fair enough. That was happening around that subject, though, wasn't it? Let's be honest. People are creating plenty of narratives around Vapegate.
No, there's Shadowgate, too.
Those might also be the same. They might turn into something useful. They might not. They already are useful. We've had Toon giving Brian elevation angle measurements off a flat plane and saying, look, it all matches the globe. My flat Earth measurements match the globe. Right. Sorry for me being so sweary, Politics Discord server. Thank you very much for having us, as always. I'm going to toddle off. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, more than welcome, my friend.
Try and be a bit less sweary next time. Take it easy. Hopefully see you next Friday.
Take good care, guys. Thank you very much.
Well, that was an interesting night. They all came out of the woodwork.
Does that guy take cocaine or some shit?
So the spiraler here, that's all he's got left.
Just insult
Spiraler,
for the
bro.
guy
You
who
guys
isn't here
have
anymore.
way too much energy.
Insult for the guy who isn't here anymore.
I was just going to welcome you to Flat Earth, Koha.
I mean, he was probably gonna ban me or something because he's a spastic. But yeah.
Wow.
I was just
that elevation. Well, I'm not going to talk about Nathan, Koha. If you want to do that, you can mute up. But I'd like to welcome you to Flat Earth with your description of your elevation angle and the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight.
How does that prove anything?
I mean,
it's an angle measurement. Angle is defined as the intersection of two straight sides. An elevation is taken up from your straight side. That will be the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth is a straight side for you to measure elevation angles up to things like the sun.
Yep, that would be the horizontal plane you required for that angle that you described.
Well, the problem with his question was that he's trying to change something that is a known fact into some type of argument. It's already a fact. And so there's no need to have a logical argument or a proof that's already a fact in itself. It's measured flat.
So how are flat earthers a cult again? Can somebody tell me that?
I have another question.
Uh-oh.
What do you have to say? Oh, though.
Oh, we're just waiting to hear what you got to say. Going to be something good. Probably talk about somebody else.
No, I'm not gonna talk about something else. I don't give a shit about flat Earth or like global Earth. I'm just here like
You
ask
do.
questions.
That's why you're in here.
Bye bye then.
No, I'm just asking questions. I don't have any particular sides. I don't take any
Okay, no
sides.
need. Nonsense. Just ask your question.
Neutral in here. I just want to ask questions.
Just ask the question. No need
Anyways,
to argue nonsense with nonsense.
yeah. Let me ask my question. Yeah, let me ask my question. Anyways, what do you guys think about NASA? Do you guys think they're like completely wrong and stuff, or like?
Space is fake. Now, what do you think?
What do you think NASA is fake?
I said space is fake. What do you think about NASA?
No, I asked you guys, what do you think about NASA?
I said space is fake. What do you think about NASA?
You're literally just throwing back the question at me.
I don't think NASA is a work program. They just create work. And
You have any proof?
Yeah, space is fake. I already told you for the 5th time.
How is space fake?
You haven't been listening while you were in here?
Yes, I acknowledge how you said that space is fake. How is it fake?
Okay, because you have to have gas pressure that we breathe. You need a container. So how come the air isn't flying off the ball into outer space?
The atmosphere?
Oh, yeah, exactly. How come the atmosphere isn't flying off the ball into outer space?
I don't know.
There you go. Space is fake. NASA is non sequitur now.
Oh, just because I don't know, then that means there's no space?
Yeah, space is fake.
it violates natural law.
The second law of thermodynamics, entropy is not taking place.
He's closer than most. He didn't go for the gravity answer, so he's close. He's close.
I ruined them on gravity in the chat earlier, so they probably wised up.
I mean, clearly gas molecules do not have a directional bias, therefore gravity wouldn't be the answer, would it?
Precisely.
At what degree does magnetism lose its magnetism? Like at what temperature?
What?
At what temperature does a magnet lose its ability to magnetize?
That is like 1200.
And the supposed Earth core is like 100 times greater than that, correct?
Allegedly.
Oh, there's another one that's against the law.
How did you measure the temperature in the core?
I don't know. Is there any Globers that know how they did it?
They scan. They use the X-ray.
Is that true?
It's nice to say. It sounds scientific when you use X-ray and scanning.
Any Australians in here?
Yeah, mate.
I'm just picking on you guys.
That hurt.
Wanted you to say nar.
No, like Merle. No.
No.
There you go. Now teach everybody else that.
No.
Oh, is that hot chocolate in here? Is he just chat skanking? I'll just have to.
Is it me or everyone's quiet?
Not for long. I just got here.
I was listening to silence, so I don't know if there's something going on I can't hear or what.
I'm here at the bar of Glober Tears. Served fresh daily.
They came out on full force today on Nathan's show, so yeah, they're a bit disgruntled at the moment. They found out that Eratosthenes has angle measurements that require a flat plane. How disappointing that their only evidence for globe was providing evidence that the Earth is flat. It's kind of cool, isn't it?
Hey, I got a question to people if they don't mind answering it.
Go.
What's your question, man?
To those that to those flat earthers that don't believe there's a God, what makes you a flat earther, and how do you reconcile the fact that there had to be an actual creator?
There are two different things. Yeah, it was created. I don't think there's a ghost in my bathroom watching me. No.
I don't know what the heart of the question was supposed to be about, though.
He's looking for atheist flat earthers.
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying.
Yeah,
to
like how do you reconcile the fact that
Yeah, but I mean that's a very niche group. That's not even speaking to the majority. So I think even if there is one like that, it's just a debate. That's all it is.
Yeah, when you talk about atheist flat earthers, if there's any in the room, please speak up. But I've only met two, I think.
I think I only know one, or used to know one.
Yeah, Gladfall and his wife.
Yeah, that's the one.
So everybody here, like that, you all believe in God and what the Bible says about the Earth.
No,
Well,
that's
No,
not what it is.
no, you're wrong.
That's not why it's flat.
You're starting. You're starting first to look for an atheist, and you don't find, and now you want to put it that is the book who is telling. No, that's
Yeah.
not true.
Stockton,
There
you're
is a
correct.
there is a reality is telling you something, and that reality somehow it's also how to match with some religious books.
Yeah. So, are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe, son?
No, I'm a flat earther, but I mainly came to the flat earth because of what the Bible said, because I thought y'all was crazy when I first, like everybody else. Like I thought y'all was crazy. I'm like, there ain't no way to flat earth. And then when the Bible confirmed it, and then after I came to it through the Bible, then I started looking at the worldly stuff, and the worldly stuff matched what the Bible said. So now I'm trying to figure out how a flat earther can be both a flat earther and still and not believe in God, even though the secular proof proves the Bible proof.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but what's happening here is there's maybe a conflation taking place. You're trying to say that the Bible and the proof that we have for the Earth being flat and stationary are one and the same. Although the Bible speaks and references the very nature of Earth, we don't need to have the words of the Bible actually explain the very nature of Earth because it's self-evident. So when you go outside and you do angle measurements, right, to stars, you're going to utilize a flat plane. And so if you didn't read any of the words in the Bible, you would still do it that way, which means that the Earth has to be, by way of necessity for angle measurements, flat on its surface. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it does show also that the Bible is a flat Earth book, but in many holy texts, such as the Quran and such, any other holy writ, they'll have also indications that the Earth isn't a globe. So that's also something to consider, right? But it's
the
not.
Quran says that. I mean, I know the Quran was actually written by the Black Pope, but I didn't know that it said that. I thought it was a flat Earth book too.
No, there's many Muslims that know the Earth is flat. So we'd say we have a group of them actually a part of the 24/7. So yeah, definitely. But what we're saying too is like the obvious reality in which we exist in depicts itself self-evident as flat and stationary. So we can come to the conclusion, and many people have, outside of the Holy Writ from the biblical text, for sure. But they do complement each other, if that makes any sense. It's just that they're not necessary for each other. The self-evident depiction of nature when we are outside, in the field. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, I got another question. My first memory when I was growing up, my first memory that I can actually recall, my first question ever was, "Why was the sky blue?" Do anybody got any kind of questions they remember? Their first memory.
Yeah,
My sky is gray right now.
I don't know about my first memory, but the sky is blue, I think, because the sun excites the particles up there, and it's these gases, and these gases kind of glow blue. I think it's plasma. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't know about my first memory.
By the way, let me interrupt this. There's a very dishonest person that's in our midst right now, which is Raised by Goats. He's making some very lewd accusations against the forum. I just want to point it out because he's been a dishonest individual from the start.
Actually rent-free. Nice to see you again.
No, you're in here making comments. You're not rent-free. You're just making comments that are not true about the forum.
Like which one? Which one?
So
Be specific.
I'm going to stand by my word and ban you
Be
every time I
specific,
see
please.
you. Everybody can see the text you put.
So what, did GF6 have kids? That's how you get raised by goats?
Yeah, no. Now he's allegedly a flat earther, but he's one of those weasel types. He only wants to bring doubt as to how you know something to be true, which we had a conversation the other day, and I told him that I was going to continuously ban him every time I seen him. But just for having him here so that he can be a part of Nathan's show, I guess he was brought back or whatever. But I'm gonna reban him again. He's a provocateur, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he is, a provocateur. And he wants to cast doubt, never affirm. Yesterday we had a conversation if you could affirm that the earth is flat. And I said, on a percentage, how much do you know that the earth is flat? And he's like 50%. So, yeah, he's really only here to cast doubt.
Not 49, 50.
50. That's what he said. I don't know how he got the metric, but
how he made the equation for that.
Nobody knows, dude. But I'm gonna boot scoot him out of here. He likes to just cast out and talk smack about the forum. So if that's all he's here for, then he can just easily leave. We don't need him here. Anyway, sorry to interrupt. We'll go back to topic.
Yeah, I think the guy was asking about early childhood memories. I don't know if that's on topic, but
yeah, like that. That was because like most of my early questions that I can actually remember that when I asked is always about God's creation. So I'm just wondering if anybody else went through that, like why the sky blue, why is whatever this.
Why the ocean is salty?
No, nobody really cares about why the sky is blue or anything. At least I don't give a shit at all. I don't care about anything in the sky. Nothing.
No, that's just a childish question. I know now. It's because the water's above.
No,
I prove it.
Yeah. There's claims, Sunj, or whatever your name is. There's claims being made, but see, it's not about just making claims in this forum. If you make a claim, you're going to have to substantiate it with evidence. Now, let's just test the claim, right? Can you provide evidence of the claim being true, Sanj?
Yes.
Okay, what is your evidence, sir?
The Bible.
No, that's circular. That's circular, sir. You're saying words in the book describe the reality which we're in, but in such a way that we're asking for empirical evidence. You're going to have to be able to prove and demonstrate that what you're saying is true. By way of demonstration, can you demonstrate that the firmament above is causing the sky to be blue?
I didn't say the firmament. I said the waters above.
Okay,
the waters
above.
that God's.
Yeah, that's.
I have to use the Bible because God said it.
Now I know that you're using the Bible, but I'm asking for your substantiation the validation of that claim. How is that claim valid in the sense that you're going to be able to test and then validate? Can you test and validate that claim to be true?
I wouldn't be able to, but God could if He was here.
That's fine. So let's put a full stop on that. Since you can't do it and you put forth the claim, what does that make the claim?
I didn't put forth the claim. God put forth the claim.
I know, but you're saying that the sky is. Did God say that the sky is blue due to the waters above?
He said. He said the. He
stop you. Answer my question. Did God say that the sky is blue because of the waters above, Sonj? Answer my question, please.
Put a firmament between the waters above.
That's not what I asked, sir. Let's focus, right?
It's a yes or no question.
Agreed. It's yes or no. Is the waters above causing the sky to be blue based on biblical interpretations, Sonj?
Oh, no, the sky.
Thank you. No is the answer. We've reached the conclusion that you didn't have any evidence. Furthermore, you can't support that in the biblical text. It says anywhere that God said that the sky is blue due to the fact that the water is above. There's no word being said that. You can't point to a scripture in the Bible that says what you've just claimed. So therefore, it's a baseless assertion. You just made a claim based on what you think, a speculation of an idea that you think that the reason why skies are blue. So you didn't follow up by saying you validated in the text of the Bible, nor can you demonstrate that it's valid and true in nature. So two things against you, and you can't come back from that, sir. According to you, you are not able to even validate that it says that in the text. That's all.
Okay, Genesis 1.
No, not Genesis 1. You can't take me to a place where it doesn't describe that. That was the end of the discussion. It was more rhetorical that I gave you this information versus you challenging you on a debate, because it's not a debate. You're just wrong because you're using an assertion that you speculate on that it's the case. You can't validate it within the context of the biblical verses that you can read, nor can you test the information to be true. Two things. There you have it. I'm unmuting you, but I'm not going to entertain this because we've reached the end of the conclusion that you didn't have. According to you, you said
I just
no.
told you.
What did you tell me?
Genesis 6-1.
What did it say?
6-7.
What did it say?
Saith that God separated the waters above from the waters below.
Okay.
Blue
Where
sky.
Where did it say that the sky is blue based on the waters above?
You have to go.
Where does it say that the sky is blue based on the waters above, sir? Answer the question.
In Job.
Okay,
it says
so not in Genesis. You're taking me from scripture to scripture. This is getting tiresome. And you're not taking me to the scripture where I'm asking, where does he say that the waters above are causing the sky to be blue? That's what I'm asking for. So Genesis didn't do it. Now we're going to Job. Hopefully Job can do it. Go.
Yes, Job says, God says to Job, have you not been there since I stretched out the sky like a tent, and it is as of molten looking glass? What does that mean? That means...
No, you're not going to interpret something of what it says there. All we're doing is looking for the claim that you made, that God said that the sky is blue due to the fact that the waters above are up there. That's what you said. We're following.
Yeah, because I'm using the verses.
Yeah, you're taking them out of context, sir, is what you're doing. The biblical context no way supports what your claim has been made. I'm thoroughly debunking you because I want people to see that I'm not just muting you for no reason. I'm letting you search for the scripture, and twice you've come up with no answer for the question that the sky is blue due to the fact that the water's above. Shall we go for a third time? What do you think?
Oh, then so if something is clear...
How many times are you going to be wrong, sir? You're not just going to keep barreling through and making it sound like you have a point. You didn't provide the contextual scripture that shows that the waters above are causing the sky to be blue, sir. You're not doing that. Yeah?
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not. No, you're not. 2 times you failed.
You're saying only that water is down and above, nothing else.
No, he's not even doing that. Sasha, here's the thing. If you interrupt, everybody in the line of fire right now is going to get called out. Like, listen, he didn't say that either. I'm only asking for what specifically he said. The exact claim that the sky is blue due to the fact that there's waters above. Where in the scriptural context can you point to that it says that? Twice he failed, and he's going to attempt the third time, which I hope he doesn't, because it should have been done by now. That's why I unmute you. It should be done by now.
It's not saying anywhere.
Are you going to let me read it, or are you just going to keep cutting me off?
Third time's a charm, sir? Is it going to be the same scripture you already read or a different one?
I don't know. Do you want it to be the same or not? It's got to be different.
You haven't derived from scripture directly that it says anywhere that God said that the waters above are causing the sky to be blue. That's what I'm asking for that you said is in the scriptures. Point to what scripture, sir?
I'm trying.
No,
there's multiple.
Yeah, you know why you're trying? Because it doesn't say so. Your interpretations are making it sound like you think that's what it says. But so that's the way it goes with people, making interpretations, making it sound like that's what God's saying. And it says nowhere that directly he says that. Your analogies or false interpretations that you're using are making it sound like he's saying that because that's what you wanted to say. Because based on some other flat earthers that have been saying this and parroting it, you're copying them. So these numpty flat earthers are doing that and making it sound like there's a case for that when it's not. It's not said anywhere that's what he's saying. So you're taking the scripture out of context to benefit your speculation. We should be done by now.
Are you going to let me talk? Are you going to cut me off again?
We should be done by now. Stop making it sound like God's saying.
I got a question for you.
No, I'm not entertaining your questions. We were entertaining your idea that your speculation was supported by scriptural narrative, and it just is not. I've been demonstrating to the audience that it's not. Twice you've attempted, twice you failed. And it damn sure isn't any way that you can support it with any verified means. Yeah?
Do you know how to read the Bible? Do you know how to read the Bible?
Yeah, that's not what's at stake here. What's at stake is your claim.
Can't show you.
No, we're not going to go anywhere else, dude. Drop it. One more time on mute and you bring it up like you have some point to bring. You had more than 2 or 3 times to bring forth the scripture that provides the evidence that the waters above are making the sky blue. And twice you failed. Even the third time I gave you the option to do so. You didn't do it. We're not going to entertain any more of it. You're done. There's no scriptural reference that God said directly the waters above are causing the sky to be blue. That's some numpty flat earther's idea that you're copying and pasting and trying to make it sound like God's saying that, but you're out of context. It does not say that.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, we are done. Say one more word about it. Say, I dare you. I double dare you when I unmute you.
Okay, I'm not going to.
Yeah, you're not going to do shit. Just shut up already. We're going to go on to something else.
Said I didn't copy it.
Yeah, you copied some other numpty flat earther that's been saying this shit. Some other esoteric believer that's utilizing this information and making it sound like he's got a point and he doesn't. Because I'm going to do the same thing to him as I'm doing to you.
Stop bearing false witness on me.
Bearing false witness, sir. You're the one making it sound like God's saying something. Shut up. You're the one making it sound like God's saying something that he's not. Who's bearing false witness, sir? Me or you? Who is it, sir? I asked you directly, where did it say in God's word? You provided nothing. Don't say I'm bearing false witness on me. Yes, I am justified because you didn't provide any evidence that he said that. Didn't I? I said provide the evidence where he said that. And you came up with nothing of the sort.
I keep trying, but you keep cutting.
No, trying isn't the case here. It's doing, sir. It's not trying, it's doing. If you were
you could let them finish a sentence for a change.
Talking to you for a change. Did you make the claim, sir?
Well, I don't know what his claim is because you never let him finish.
Then shut up. Then just listen.
The claim is that the sky is blue because it's written in the Bible. That's the claim.
No, the waters above cause the sky to be blue.
Waters above cause the sky to be blue.
Yeah.
That's what's at stake.
Yeah.
And I'm asking for him to point out where in the scripture it says that, and he's failing twice, even the third time. There's no way he's going to tell me now that he's going to provide evidence. It's just not going to happen. I want him to drop it, but he continues to, persist in ignorance. Hopefully he's learned his lesson. I've unmuted him.
No, I haven't, because you bear false witness.
Hold on, my friends. You are doing that because you are putting words into God's mouth that he hasn't said.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't say that
yes,
he said it.
Yes,
no,
you did. Bullshit, dude. You are like the devil. The devil's a liar. The devil is a liar, sir. You're the one bearing false witness and projecting your false witness onto somebody else. You are just like your father, the devil, sir. That's what you are. You are in no way claiming God's word is the truth if you're saying something he didn't say. Understand that. You better go back and repent for what you're doing, if that's truly what you say you are. If you're claiming to be somebody who's following after God's word, then you better stop saying things he didn't say. This is your chastisement against that. Turn from your ways, sir. The hell's the matter with you claiming that I'm saying something he didn't say? I never said that. You did.
Water's clear anyway. You're talking about pure water. It's clear, not blue.
Any evidence of water above?
No, it's like epic levels of wrong when he actually says that God's saying something God never said, and then claims that I'm a false witness. That's rich.
I mean, shouldn't the sky at night be blue then if the waters above are causing the sky to be blue?
Yeah, there's way too many problems with that.
There's far too many problems.
But notice how I said this is my belief. I could be wrong. Please challenge me. You know, that's what I said when I made the claim about plasma.
Yeah, but his complete understanding is backed up only by his speculation of what some other flat earth. Because I guarantee you, this came from other flat earthers. This did not come from this gentleman here. He just copied what somebody else was saying about the firmament and the sky waters above and all that, based on, because I've heard them say this. This is kind of like their way of talking about this biblical flat Earth. They're making up things that God never said, and it's heresy. How can you say things like that? God said that the waters above are causing the sky to be blue. He never said that. So they're putting words in God's mouth God never said.
Can I ask a question?
What's up, Clay?
What he is wrong on is that there is no scripture supporting that the sky is blue. But what is correct is that there's waters above.
No, dude, you're getting it incorrect. I hate when guys. If you're gonna interrupt,
well, I post the scripture.
Clay, contextually, what he said was not what you said. So you're don't help the cause, dude. This isn't what we're saying.
He inferred it and he made a claim about it. If you can infer that, the sky is blue because the Bible says that the waters are above. Yeah, he inferred it and you inferred it and he made a claim about it. That's the only difference. He said God said it, or it's in God's word that it says that.
He said specifically it says it in God's word. That's what he said.
He's wrong about that.
Yeah, that's wrong. The word doesn't say that the sky is blue because of water. I'm saying the word just says that there's waters above. That's what it says.
The sky is blue because the Earth is really flat.
Up.
And the reason that it's flat is because...
Dude, god damn it. This is the problem with you guys. Guys that are on the flat Earth side, I don't need your assistance. I know what you're well-meaning. I get it. But it's not helping that you're saying something that's up, because you're just feeding the fuel to his trollish ways. That's all that's happening right now. Why? I don't get it. I know what the scripture says, but it's not what he's saying God's saying. Is that understood?
Yep.
Then why the debate? Why?
No debate. Back up your claim.
That's it. That's all we do in here. You make a claim, back it up. If you can't do it, then you're wrong. Simple. Let me unmute Speedster.
He's pretty much done. I'm about to get rid of him, but I'm rolling a joint right now.
Yeah, take your time, Redwood. Problem is, dude, like usually people that come in here, they think that they know what they're talking about, and when they get called out on it, they don't have any answer, or there's no way they can cite any of the things that they're saying. Then they're just wrong.
Read I posted something in the sentence for you. You're welcome.
What?
Please read what I posted in chat.
No, I'm not going to do any of the sort.
I said because of what the Bible says, I believe it.
I don't care about your interpretations. It doesn't say it directly.
You ain't supposed to interpret the Bible. You're supposed to use the Holy Spirit.
There's water above making the sky blue, does it?
Yeah,
no, but I've said I believe it because
that was the answer. The end knows the answer.
But I didn't say the Bible said. I said I believe that.
Did.
I'm
trying
to explain it, dude. I'm trying to explain it, dude.
No, you're not. No. Do you see how weaselly he is now? He said that that's what it says in the Bible. Let me take you to the scripture in Genesis. And then he went to Job, and still nothing. It didn't say what he thought it was meaning. Didn't say that.
But
yeah, he's gonna try to come back. But scriptures and no, you can't do that.
But he could do something like with the surface. Let's say there is some things in creation saying about creation of the earth, and then pointed out the surface, for example. And that will be in the Bible and in reality, and then you can prove it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if it says so in the Word, exactly what it says, then that's what it says. But he didn't do that, did he? Not to his claim he didn't.
He said about the blue sky, yeah.
The waters above are making the sky blue. God said so, according to him. But I guarantee you some numpty flat earth groups are saying that. This is 2025, man. We're calling every bad argument out. You're getting put out in Front Street. Just back up your claim. It is what, if it's truly what you're saying, back it up. Today was pretty lit, though, I guarantee you, man. When Nathan was here earlier, we had a lot of people in here.
He had he had over 50 at one point. It was close to 60.
64.
64.
What do we have in here right now?
It's hard to moderate when there's so many people around the table.
Shit, we got 50. We got 50 some people in here.
Sasha, Washington is.
Yeah, do you put yourself on mic, Sasha? You're clanking. Your clanking's coming through. So we had eggshells concede today. Oh, there's a lot of concessions. Let's see. I'll post it in the text chat for you guys. I don't know if you missed it. Check this out. We got some good content. Lots of good content. Here's this. Okay. You know who Grayson Hawk is?
Is he someone special?
Yeah. I'll post in the text chat.
How special is he? Well, why is he special? That's a better question.
That's who he is.
Oh.
So
yeah, he got owned.
He got spanked, dude. I even got a piece of that too. While Nathan was, I guess, doing intermission or whatever. So Grayson Hawk is what is he? 4,000 subscribers strong, something like that. 4,500. No, is it 4,500? Is that what it is?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, he's got some people following him. He's trying to debunk Flatzoid. I think his thumbnails are kind of showing who he is. He's trying to get a little bit flat Earth famous, you know, trying to debate us. But he went into the wrong room, dude. I think he knew about this place. He knows about it. He was just timing it. He knew that Flat Earth Fridays happen on Nathan's show, so he was trying to, take a shot at the title. And boy, did he get spanked utterly. But I mean, more than that, he described how you're going to have gas pressure without containment with a container. Look, I never get tired of posting stuff like this because it's only exposing them, right? So that's what he put in the text channel, and I immediately took a screenshot of that. So that to me shows that they are completely bonkers, dude. Like with their arguments. They're like, we can show gas pressure without containment. Really? Yeah, but inside a container. Like, that's the whole point, dude. We're trying to utilize not a container. So
at least he didn't use 2 containers.
It's so good, man. I gotta say, yeah.
He probably did to bring the other gas along.
Yeah. Did he forget to say gravity is my container?
Oh yeah, that's dude. I mean, if you were to just hear him, it was like kind of stammering. He didn't know where he was. Like Nathan had him all up in a tizzy. It was great. But it's nothing new that we haven't done ourselves. 24/7. We're really good at doing stuff like that. But it's interesting, right? It's like he utilized a container in his example, showing gas pressure doesn't have to have containment, like within inside of the container. And it was always put back to him. It's like, well, you have to have a container. He's like, well, we have the container, but inside you don't need a container. I'm like, inside the contained environment? Yeah. I don't know why they think it's a win, dude. Like, How is that a win? Like, you know? Yeah, we had him. And I don't know. I'm hoping he comes back. Was he banned from here? Because I had to leave. Grayson Hawk, was he banned? Or is he still part of the...
No, he didn't get banned. He left.
Oh, so he just walked out? Oh, I was going to give him my Twitter. And if you guys are
Post it on his YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'm gonna. But I don't know who, like, he probably will. I don't know what he allows. Like, he'll probably block anything I put in there. But for those of you, I don't know if you're keeping up with the content or not, Nathan Oakley has been on my show on Twitter as well. So if you want to look for me on Twitter, it's AV_overdrive. That's my handle there. We do some shows over there for 24/7. Been kind of cool. I have 28 episodes. All good stuff. I've been posting. I posted an image. I didn't want to reveal what the image is, so you guys can take a look. I know you've seen it, Jedi, because I saw you like it today.
Yep. I saw that today. That was hilarious.
Mm-hmm. But I had to put the comparison. That way people can understand the context.
Got any idea when you're going to be going back on Twitter, mate?
I was thinking about doing it tonight. See if all goes well. Albanian's back. He got broken up today by Nathan.
So that 7-degree angle measurement wasn't an angle measurement. Okay.
He's trying to provide with Eratosthenes that the Earth is a globe, but using flat angles. So
even within the diagram, it showed a flat Earth and straight sides and an angle measurement to the sun. Even within the diagram he posted, it was a flat Earth measurement. Some people just don't read the stuff they post, do they?
Yeah. It's great, man. Anyway, I'm gonna have to get going, but I will probably do one tonight. I'm really wanting to, so see what
All right.
happens.
Let us know.
Yeah, looks like you guys are gonna have your hands full today. It's jumping in here right now.
Yeah, but you know what it's like. There's a lot of people around, but they won't say anything because they're too scared.
Well, based on the interactions we've had today.
By the way, I was definitely gaslighting there. Do apologise.
Yeah, I mean, based on the interactions we've had so far, it's been a wild ride today. So I wouldn't expect later on would be nothing less. All right, you guys have fun, I guess. I miss out on all this, but
take care, man. See you later.
Later, brother.
All right, Jedi, you got the floor. Who's up?
Anybody who wants the floor can speak. No, I don't think anybody is server muted. If you are, I do apologise. I will get to you and take you off server mute. But the floor is open. We've got a lot of people in the chat, guys. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel here on Politics. Please feel free to unmute yourself and ask a question or make a claim. It's up to you. But like I said, we've got lots of people in the chat, so please don't be shy. Otherwise it gets hella awkward. But good to see you, Larry, mate. How you doing? Keeping well?
Doing swell. Just moved to Colorado, so adjusting to the snow.
Oh, is it snowing there? Awesome stuff, man.
You got a one-horse sleigh now?
No, I don't chase the... Yeah, no horse sleigh. But, yeah, as a Texan moving to Colorado, it's pretty weird.
Are you in the higher elevations?
I don't really want to give away my location, but there's snow. I'll tell you that.
Well, are the Rockies blocking the sunsets?
I don't want to give away any personal information other than what I did. So, yeah, I can't really describe the mountains. Yeah, is there anybody has any questions for a flat earther? Would like to make any claims and back them up? Demonstrate how you know the Earth is a globe? or how you know that there's axial rotation, or can you demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density? Go ahead.
King James Bible, the windows of heaven.
Yeah, written by the same guy who wrote a Satanic Bible.
So yeah, even though there's a lot of believers in here, what we don't really tolerate is people that kind of say stuff and don't back it up. So if you come in here and you get on the mic, be prepared to back up everything that you say. And we have a special day for you, Sundays, where you can come in and speculate as to why you think the sky is blue. We kind of leave that limited to Sunday because it would happen all the time and it kind of throws off the conversation. So, yeah, if you come in here and you know, talk about the Bible, you're probably going to get told that, you know, this isn't really the room for that. Even though we're all believers, there's plenty of rooms that you can go to on Discord to talk about the Bible. And we're not all Christians, by the way. Some of us are just theists. But if you want to bring evidence of a globe or a flat earth or whatever, yeah, we'd like to see that evidence. So is there any globers? You know, you got any evidence of a globe besides what you saw on TV? Nobody here who wants to defend the globe, huh? It's a sad time for the globe these days.
There's somebody in chat asking you to comment on the 24-hour final experiment thing. It's Fayad or Fayad. Can you talk about the final project? But he means experiment, the 24-hour sun thing. Have you got any points you want to raise on that, Larry?
No, I don't really know what to believe on that. I just accept the information that's coming in and wonder what the fuck does it have to do with the shape of the earth? Pardon my language.
It proves the Earth's flat, man.
That's what I typed. Lake Erie. After they did that, I went to Lake Erie to see if it started curving, and it did not.
Damn it. So disappointing.
Yeah, I don't really see the point of looking at the sun to see what the ground is doing. And I never understood why flat earthers would ever want to go to Antarctica.
If you go to a place you've never been to, how can you verify where you've gone?
Well, if they went to blow smoke, mission accomplished. Maybe they wanted to blow vape up our asses.
So Big Daddy Flurper, yeah, the drone they had proximity sensors on it that could tell objects in front of it.
Oh, say that again?
The drone they had, new DJI, has proximity sensors on it. That's the one they took. So it knows when it's near a wall or a tree or a person or anything. And it beeps. That's the sound that you heard, is the beep of when it's near something.
Yeah, it's got object avoidance.
I guess that's the way you would tell it to people, object avoidance. Anyways, they're proximity sensors. Yeah.
I mean, so what does it mean to you guys that, you know, there's this guy telling you on the TV that there's 24-hour sun in both the North and the South Pole? Like, what does that mean to flat earthers?
Well, that part doesn't mean anything.
Right, it doesn't matter.
You can clearly see that the sun's overhead.
That's exactly what it means, sir.
And people who've witnessed 24-hour sun in the north say that the sun looks different in the mornings than it does during the midday.
Different how?
Different levels of brightness. It's dimmer in the morning, brighter in the midday, then goes dimmer again.
Okay, but we can observe that. We observe that anywhere where the sun rises and where it sets, and we can look directly at the sun on the horizon, but we can't look directly at the sun when it's, say, 90 degrees above our head.
Yeah, I had image sorry for the bad mic and the wind. But you guys remember when I was like totally into the sun, which I still am, low key. Yeah, I've been said that. Yeah, the sun's intensity isn't the same at 9 a.m. than it is at 12 a.m. than it is at 4 p.m. No duh. We can all see that. I can see that from New York. Nothing special.
All right, just very quickly, what's up, Eli? I hope you're doing well. Fayed, my friend, what you've posted in the side chat, that AE Azimuth equidistant map, isn't our claim. That's a global projection, north-centric. It's a globe map flattened out, where Antarctica is protracted as a circle of ice around the Earth. That's not our claim, dude. That's a straw man. I don't know if you want to unmute yourself and join in the conversation. Fayed, unmute yourself, dude.
He's saying in the chat he doesn't have a mic.
Bloody hell. It's...
You don't have a cell phone either?
I don't know how to address that. Okay.
Yeah, when you build your PC, you got to get the peripherals, bro. You got to pay for everything else, not just the CPU.
Yeah, a lot of laptops have the built-in mic.
You know, I think you can go to just about any dollar store and get like a little wired headset for like $3. Plug it into your laptop. And yeah, you got to hold the microphone right up to your mouth, but you know, you really should participate, especially if you're going to post straw mans in the chat. Because we're not here promoting models. We're here promoting people go outside and look at the Earth. You know, where the earthworms live. Not just like bullshit that you see on your laptop or telephone. Sorry, smartphone. I was born in the 80s. How does the Earth look like? Have you been outside? Did you see any curvature? Did you experience the Earth as a wobbling, rotating, revolving globe?
He's not in here. I don't know if he can hear you.
Well, hopefully his laptop has speakers, right? I mean, did he get his laptop out of the trash from like the 90s? Surely he has speakers, right?
There he is. Maybe. He's not going to talk. He gets so afraid.
Oh, you're saying he's not even in the room?
No, he's in the room.
He's in the room.
No, I mean like from the top of the mountains. What are you talking about?
He wants to know how the Earth looks like, entire Earth.
You think you can see the entire Earth, like as one person?
Yeah, we don't need to translate for him.
You know how big the Earth is, bro? You think you can see that far? You think you can see like 12,000 miles in each direction?
He thinks that is more important, that's what you can show him in reality, like a flat surface, for example. That part of that Earth is not, it's flat, you know. That's where are you where you can check it, where you can observe. In your country, for example. But how you can be flat earth and you don't know how the entire world look like?
Faithless Thought seems to be quite active in the side chat as well. You can unmute your mic, my friend, and we can have a conversation. Faithless Thought. If you want to unmute yourself, my friend. I guess not.
Hypothetically, there's no hypothetically. You could send a balloon up. Many people have done it. Guess what? If there's no fisheye lens, there's no curvature. If there's fisheye lens, people like you eat it up. Confirmation bias, anchor bias, sunk cost bias. And you're like, yeah. And then, you guys post stuff like old dude just posted, right? And he's letting you know that this is not what we believe. But you guys post stuff like this, maybe not you in particular, Fayad, but when they post straw mans like this, it makes it look stupid because this is not what we believe. Right? When you look at this shit, it's like piss in the punch bowl. If this is your first sip of flat earth, you're like, oh, this is dumb. You'd fall off. When actually, if you had a spinning water ball flying through space at 1.2 million miles an hour at diverging and converging trajectories, don't you think you'd fall off of that? Instead of a flat stationary plane that doesn't move except for earthquakes? Anybody got a picture of that potato earth? Because, if we post it for Faid and say, this is what you live on, he's going to be like, nuh-uh, how dare you strawman me?
Maybe the dinosaur Earth?
Or the cucumber earth. Trying to clean up my language. Yeah, Faid, which kind of glober are you? That geoid, is that your Earth? Or what about Neil deGrasse Tyson's pear-shaped Earth? Which one are you? I bet, yeah, Faid, he's a geoid Earth. He lives on a potato. if you want to know how the Earth would look like if you got high enough, why don't you save up some money and buy a balloon, fill it up with hydrogen, and go up there and check it out? See, this whole thing has got you thinking that the Earth is an object. So get it through your head, just because you saw the Earth as an object on TV doesn't mean that the Earth is an object. So stop thinking that. Not true.
I saw dinosaurs on TV. Can I get one?
Have you ever went outside and experienced that? What you just posted at 5 minutes after the hour? Or is that something that you've only saw on the television? Right? So I'm just trying to explain to you that Mary Poppins flies around with like an umbrella, I think. Like, you know that's not reality just because you saw it on TV, right?
Look how the clouds are real. Everything is real on that GIF. The water is real. The forest is real. Continents are real. Everything is there. Clouds rotating together with the atmosphere. Big cloud. We have a flat Earth model. It's any country you can choose. It's on Earth, and now you can find out if it's curving that country. That's the model.
not so much a blank check as it is, yeah, it's peanut money. But it all depends, I'm just mindful of it not overloading and then that taking
Hey, Indio. What's up, man? Elijah. Larry.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Where's the curvature? Where?
You just scared both me and my fiance. My volume was way too high.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
And now we want to use that as our ringtone.
Perfect. That's funny.
Nobody's here?
Yep, lots of us are here.
Maybe everybody's listening to Wits It over in Earth Awakenings.
Oh, man. Okay, I'm ditching.
Everyone's burnt out again, huh? Talking about the flat Earth. What's the new year anyway? Maybe you'll come back refreshed. FE Batman. Is the FE stand for flat Earth? Is that what that is? I'm not sure. E. Quetzalcoatl. Is that the god you believe in? Quetzalcoatl? It's one of those, one of those Aztec gods or something, a Mayan, what is it? I think I saw that in one of those X-File episodes, maybe. It's Quetzalcoatl. If you know, I can't remember. We feel better inside when we understand that the earth is a sphere. It makes everyone feel better. And there's nothing wrong with that.
So feelings over facts, whoever's talking?
Links over that.
Where do I get men like this who, are like, it's all about my feelings. My feelings are so important, like throw logic out the window in our everyday experiences. Like, it just makes me feel good when I look at a sphere on TV. Like, are you allergic to pussies or something? Why do you like balls so much?
Yeah, everyone should feel better, Larry, because they fell for the Catholic lie of the globe Earth. Yeah, good job.
The globe doesn't make you guys feel good?
Why don't you go back home and rub your globe, and so you can feel better alone in your closet. Yeah, good.
Sounds like
Rub the globe. Who say anything about rubbing a globe?
Well, I can hear you rubbing it. It's squeaking.
Oh, that's right. You said something about rolling a joint earlier. So you're a drug addict, right?
No, the analogy is what you're saying about feeling better about the globe is analogous to you rubbing your globe and going, "Ooh, doesn't that feel good? It's a globe."
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just like Radwin earlier saying something about rolling a joint is analogous to him being a junkie, right?
Yeah, you're retarded then.
Dude,
no, I'm just
like, do you
That's all you
realize
got?
how many drugs are in your food? And you think that like natural
is
stuff
marijuana
is a
one of them?
drug? Yeah, you can eat marijuana. You know that, right? Like you can sustain your body on marijuana.
I guess you could probably eat anything if you wanted to.
Well, no, like McDonald's is not food. It's a food-like substance, whereas you can actually eat marijuana and it's food. You know that, right?
Well, I'll let you do it, and you can tell me how it is.
Well, I don't even
What you
partake
got
in
against
marijuana, but I'm
weed,
not dumb enough
man?
to say that it's a drug.
Okay.
Like, do you think it's a Schedule 1 narcotic, like it has no medicinal benefits? Is that what you think?
Maybe it does. I don't know. You can have it.
But chemo's okay, right? I mean, we probably shouldn't get into this topic, but people, man.
Anyway,
fight the ignorance, bro. Read a book.
Yeah, well, you should do it too.
Raiden, have you ever smoked weed?
What's that?
Have you ever smoked weed?
No.
Why
It
not?
makes you hungry, happy, and sleepy.
No,
That's what
I've
it
been an
does.
athlete my whole life. I couldn't put that stuff in my body.
You've done what your whole life?
I said I've been an athlete the majority of my life. So I couldn't put that stuff in my body.
But you put the globe in your mind. That's hilarious.
Well, you put flat in your mind, right?
No, the Earth. Yeah, it's outside.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the Earth we actually live in. That's the example. Is outside. You don't have an example of the globe except in your mind and on a TV screen. That's the only place.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's the only place you have a globe.
So as far as you can see, that tells you everything about reality, right?
The globe doesn't have any there's no example of the globe, any aspect of it in reality out there, outside in the world we live in.
Okay, that's one viewpoint.
It's not a viewpoint.
No?
It's reality. It's actuality.
Huh. You sound like you believe that too.
No, I don't have to believe it. It's just outside. All I got to do is go out and test it for myself. Whenever I go out and look at water, there's no curving water anywhere. The ocean is all around where I live.
So if you were on a globe, what would you expect to see?
I would expect to see fucking drop over distance at a specific rate, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height of feet. So 1.22 miles if I'm 1 foot above the water. That's where we should see the curve edge. And I've seen islands more than 30 miles. As a matter of fact, when I was out sailing, I used my binoculars on board the ship. Well, that's not going to get you, Globe. So on board the ship, while I was sailing off the coast of Nicaragua, I saw the coast 90 miles away with binoculars. 90 miles.
So on an object as big as the Earth, you would actually expect to see it curving with your eyes.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect to see a lowland area like Nicaragua on the beach on the west coast side of Nicaragua 90 miles away either, would you? It's jungle.
Fascinating.
Yeah, fascinating. You don't know anything. You have no proof of the globe at all. It doesn't exist out in reality as we know it.
Okay, so you must think the Earth is the size of a basketball, right?
No, listen, little brother. They told us how large it was supposed to be. All you have to do is take those metrics and go out and check for yourself.
Okay.
So that's not a belief. That's a test. Observations prove Earth is not a globe.
So if you were wrong about something, how would you know it?
Because I'd be able to test it. And I would be able to prove it wrong. If something is unfalsifiable, in other words, it can't be proven wrong or right, like your globe.
No, if you tested something, what would you put it up against to know whether or not it was true or false?
Multiple tests repeatedly. The empirical method, empiricism, so observable, testable.
Would you have your test peer reviewed to make sure whatever it was you were doing is correct?
So does an appeal to authority or the majority prove something is wrong or right?
No, but it can help.
Help what?
Determine whether or not you're right or wrong. Unless you think you know everything by yourself.
Oh, so you're saying a test of people's ideas is going to prove whether reality is right or wrong? Why do you interrupt?
Do you want other people to look at your test?
Why do you interrupt me when I was talking? I was in the middle of my sentence. So
okay, well, you never did answer my question. But.
So I did answer your question. So do you think that
no, you didn't.
the test of people's opinions, is that a proof of wrong or right?
You didn't answer my question. Would you submit your stuff for peer review? Yes or no? Or do you think you have all the answers?
A peer review of what individuals and what method is being used?
Whatever your tests are that you're doing, would you submit it for peer review?
I don't see the need for that when we all observe the Earth and test it as flat and stationary, and so do the experts, by the way.
Okay, so you must.
Why would we have to? So how would we have to peer? Why would we have to peer review it? And who would we peer review it with? Tell us.
You could probably start with the scientific community. That'd be a good place, wouldn't it?
Oh, the scientific community, the one that's lying to you about what Earth is. That's great.
Okay, well, I guess, like I said, you must think you know everything, so you don't need anyone else to look at your work, right?
We have millions of people all over Earth that are flat earthers that have gone out and checked themselves. The evidence is here.
Okay. All right.
Yep, the evidence is here. Yeah, we have experts in all fields, all endeavors that have gone out and checked.
And you're wrong, you wouldn't know it, would you?
Do millions of people doing the same test over and over again all over the Earth? Why would you need to peer review that when we have all the evidence?
I think if you think you know everything, that's something wrong there.
You're the only one that said that, not I.
Well, you don't think your work needs to be checked by anyone else, so I think that's a serious problem.
No, what's a serious problem is you're the one that actually thinks you know everything, because these experts that you have no way to validate their information, you believe them. You didn't go to the facts. You didn't go to the facts of the Earth itself. You went to the experts, and you just believe what they tell you blindly, like a religious zealot.
So if no one checks your work, they would have to blindly believe you, right?
You're kneeling at the pew in the church, the religion of heliocentrism, and you haven't even gone out and checked yourself. You just believe what the priests of your religion say without going and checking. So you're the most religious. You're the most religious person in this entire chat.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I'll make
Yeah.
a deal with you. If you can debunk
just-
all of science, I'll
No,
meet you
just
in Sweden when you collect your Nobel Prize, okay?
just disprove what I said about you not checking the earth yourself and believing the experts. You said peer review, so you believe the people that peer review things.
I can't check the earth myself. It's too big.
Prove me wrong.
No, Sonny, it's
Where's your
even,
proof?
Sonny, I'm so like, I hate because he's obviously mentally deficient.
Yeah.
When someone says, you know, debunk science, you don't debunk science because science is something that you have when you validated something. Hey, so just this level of dumbassness really fucking depresses me, bro. Because this dumbass doesn't even know how dumbass he is.
Yeah, that's true. Why engage with somebody like that? You got a point.
Like speaking of 5-year-olds.
You don't really believe that, do you?
He keeps talking about belief. We don't have to believe it. It's obvious.
Okay, I was kind of thinking the same thing about you guys, but I just didn't say it. I give it to you, though. You guys are passionate about your position. I'll give you that much. Misguided as it is.
You know, I want to point out, if I can, real fast, that, you know, the guy said peer review, like you just, you know, trust yourself. Bro, you're absolutely trusting the so-called experts, and you're not peer reviewing them. So what we're telling you is to go outside and check it for yourself, and you think that that's a retarded thing to say when you're over here saying that we should peer review, right? Does it not work both ways? Doesn't peer mean like peer to peer? Back and forth, or is peer review just like one way where the experts checked it, we don't need to look into it because they're the experts? I mean, as an athlete, you're getting plenty of blood flow to your brain. Why don't you try using that?
The only thing I was saying, Larry, I wasn't talking about people walking around in white coats. I was just simply asking him if he thought it'd be a good idea if other people looked at his test. That's the only point I was making. It doesn't have to be experts or people walking around in white coats, etc. So, whoever you want to call your peers.
So, athlete, are you going to peer review and go outside and verify, confirm the curvature, and test, you know, that claim that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared, and that's why we see boats go over the horizon? Or are you just going to, like, you know, go on like flat Earth forums?
I like listening to you guys because I'm waiting for you guys to, like I said earlier, debunk all the science that surrounds the Earth. If you guys can do that, then I'll become a flat earther immediately. I haven't seen that yet.
He's the guy that I straight up banned from the channel. He's asking something from us that we can't give him. So we already know that. This is not the first time we've heard from him. This is the only thing he wants from us. We told him we don't have that because it's a dumb fuck question. We don't have to keep listening to him ask that question. We could kick him out. Because I mean, I know that
Well, this is
I'm
the first
upset
time
at this.
somebody said they didn't have anything to me.
Oh, my bad.
I
I'm
never heard
sorry.
that before.
What's your name? Oh, okay, really.
I never heard that before. Nobody.
This is not the first time I've heard it, but obviously I have an annoyance limit. Where is your annoyance limit? There's some people that have, like, you know, the other guys like Matthew Learns or whoever, at least, you know, there's some kind of conversation. He just keeps asking the same thing. I don't see why we don't just mute them or ban them. Just him, guys like him specifically that ask only one question.
Yeah. And anyway, I put an article in the chat about the peer review crisis.
Not that he cares, Sonny. It doesn't matter what you give him or what you say. He thinks that you have to debunk all of science to maintain the position that the Earth is measured flat. There's nothing else to state there.
Yeah. Yeah, I would submit that people that ask for things like that don't know anything about the process or what they're actually reviewing in the first
Without
place.
the mute button on Discord, suicide rates would increase. Without the ability to mute people, suicide rates would go up.
Yeah, another retard.
You know, that's the same thing that Brian over at Earth Awakening lamented. I was like, that's interesting. Although I have a mute button here, I don't have a mute button in the millions of other places that I've been to. And people still shut the fuck up when I talk. People still lose to me. I don't know about anybody else, but the way that I talk, the way that I debate, people lose and people shut the fuck up. And I don't even have a mute button in 90% of the other places that I go to. Second of all, if Discord didn't have a mute button, I wouldn't be talking to someone who thinks like they're 5 years old. I'd just go to another channel.
Point well taken. Now it's time for Mitchell and or Bar Grunt to come in here and back up some of your chat skank. unless you're just chicken. Buck, 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 buck.
Are you guys in a debate right now? Because I got some questions that are off topic.
Go ahead. Off topic?
Yeah, I noticed there's something else going in chat. You guys are talking about it.
I guess ask your question. We'll decide whether or not we'll entertain it.
All right. So this is about what are your guys' speculation on how the Earth formed?
Can you
if
speak
it
up?
was.
You sound like you're talking into a sock.
There's a slider when you can turn me up manually. So the question is again, what is your guys' speculation on how the Earth was formed, if it was formed?
Well, you see, nothing exploded, and when all that energy coalesced it into material, it then, gravity came about after that, right? And the gravity god created all these spherical planetoids, but they started out as like protoplanets. So these disks in space eventually coalesced into spheres, and once these, spheres, became, habitable, life sprang up out of the rocks. And when the life sprang up out of the rocks, it was really a miracle, because non-life created life. And after that, females came along, and females are great and everything. So it's pretty miraculous, and that's my spiritual belief. Oh wait, I'm sorry. That's like the mainstream globe cuck belief. Right, that
Yes.
whole life springing up out of the rocks. That's not what you believe, is it?
Out of the rocks, it was more of water.
Oh, so it rained on the rocks for millions of years, and it washed down into the primordial ooze, and life sprang up out of the elements. Is that better?
Yeah, out of the primordial soup.
That requires a great deal of faith. Like, you think the rocks wrote the genetic sequence?
It requires water. Where did the water come from?
From a bunch of chemical reactions,
No. Where did the water come from? And the reason I'm saying no is because if you're just in a vacuum of space and the Earth is forming, right? Then where? Because you have to have a system, right? Because what happens when you put water in a vacuum? So there was no atmosphere to protect the water. So where did the water come from?
It's just a combination of.
Yeah, you never thought of it, did you? Because you're a dumbass.
Are you not aware of it being just a combination of simple elements? Like hydrogen, oxygen.
Yeah, you're apparently not aware of what happens to water in a vacuum.
It freezes, turns to solid.
Wrong.
No.
It's because
wrong. You need to go back to 6th grade science. You're
because of
out
the
of your mind.
temperature. You think it just evaporates?
If you got an ice cube,
You can't have temperature without air pressure. But anyway, no, that's not what happens in a vacuum. You don't get cold water. This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to be in that. Like, it just, how am I supposed?
It's so
because
dumb.
he's talking to me like a 5-year-old who knows more than me. You know how that feels?
I know.
Yeah, I always come in here and like tone it down for you guys because you guys seem like you need it. So I try to help out.
Bro, you think
to
ice
simplify
cubes
my-
exist in a vacuum?
Yeah, he would fail 6th grade science. So you have the intellect of an 11-year-old in
But don't
elementary
ever come in here and tell me like,
What are comet tails made out of then? Or
have you
what are
taken a
comets?
sample? You taking a biopsy?
And
you taking it to the lab?
We've observed this from.
Do you identify as an astronaut?
Do you?
No.
So you know more? No, that's exactly you don't. So why are you yapping?
So I don't know what comets are, what they're made of.
Exactly.
But I bet
don't
you're
know.
going to
So
claim
silent.
that
So
you
you should
know.
be quiet about it.
You know though, right? And you're
Of course I
confident
know.
about it, Dunning-Kruger?
Yeah, he asked you if you were an astronaut, as if astronauts are the ones determining what comets are. Oh my God.
No, I never even stated that astronauts are the ones that. Okay, you know what?
You asked him if he was an astronaut.
I didn't ask him anything about astronauts. He asked me that question. Were you paying attention? Of course not. Of course you're not paying attention.
Okay, so I was wrong. So I was paying attention when you were saying water turns to ice in a vacuum, and you still would fail 6th grade science.
It doesn't turn to ice in the spec. Let me recorrect this conversation. Water does not turn into ice in a vacuum.
But that's what you said.
Then again, let me recorrect the conversation. Because something went wrong in this.
Correcting yourself?
No, this conversation went
Wait,
so
does
south.
ice exist in a vacuum?
It does.
Oh. Really? So it doesn't
And it-
automatically sublimate and turn
It
into
doesn't,
gas?
it doesn't
and fill
automatically
the
exist in a
evacuated
vacuum,
space?
but it can exist in a vacuum.
Can you demonstrate that? Show us a video of ice existing in a vacuum? Because you think there's a lump
Yeah,
of
you can
matter
put
in a
an ice
vacuum.
cube. You can put an ice cube in a vacuum. There, boom.
Bro, can you demonstrate a
didn't-
lump of matter?
I'm not saying it
in a vacuum?
manifested automatically. All right, let me recorrect the conversation.
No, yourself. You're correcting yourself, sir. Stop double speaking.
Alexa, turn on the
No.
TV.
No. Because apparently you planted that in this conversation. And I have to
I
correct
didn't make you say that ice exists in a vacuum. That's what you said all up on your own. Do you think I got
No,
a hand up your ass,
no.
moving your mouth?
the conversation twisted. Like I don't even think I was paying attention to that.
You come in here asking questions, not paying attention to your own words is not my fault.
No, I'm not paying attention to what you're asking or what you're talking about because it's like you're just spitting out your ass.
Dude, at least I don't believe in lumpy matter in a vacuum.
At least I don't believe the earth is flat.
Bro, how are you breathing right
Where are
now?
you going? Where are you going?
How are you breathing right now? Honestly, if the earth exists in a vacuum and nature abhors vacuums and gas pressure always expands
Alexa, turn
to
off
fill
the TV.
available volume. Stop talking to Alexa. How do you believe that you exist in a vacuum?
I guess just like
Complete
an
violation. Hold on. In complete violation of the law of thermodynamics, the second law says entropy is always going to increase. Like, how do you honestly believe that right now?
Isn't it just like an atmosphere that keeps us alive?
Right, but gas pressure always fills the available space. What happens when you get a hole in your tire?
Bro, how do you guys not believe in gravity?
Bro, that's
If
a
you
non
want
sequitur.
to, if you want to spit out this, if you want to spit out these questions,
Can you stay on topic, or are you bricked or something?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not going to follow your topic.
Okay, so you can't stay on topic, even though you came in
Speaking
here
of
and
staying on
initiated the
topic,
conversation.
weren't we talking about ice in a vacuum?
Yes, we're still talking about vacuums.
His brain is not.
So
You got the TikTok brain, bro.
let me finish what I was going on about that, because you you're straying somewhere else. I didn't even finish where I'm going.
Talking, it doesn't matter how calm or it doesn't matter how. Look, guess what? See how that works. Check it out. His brain is not working. The craziness of him bringing up the ice, water, and the vacuum, while simultaneously saying, well, the reason that we can breathe is because of the atmosphere. Like, fam, and the gravity is because of the mass of the earth, right? Wrong, because that's 100 and something years out of date. But if it were right, then how the fuck do you think about how the water would possibly have happened in the first place? But he doesn't get it. He's like, his brain is disjuncted. It's broken, and I feel sad for him and his mom and his parents. Just like I feel sad for all the parents that didn't speak up for us. I feel bad. And all I have is a dribbling idiot who thinks I'm an idiot for trying to help him. That's depressing, dog.
Ways, because it's like it's simplistic thinking. This is like medieval era thinking, medieval science. Didn't they believe that the universe revolved around them? Oh wait, you guys still do. Holy shit, we went nowhere. Like, this is medieval era thinking. This is medieval era.
You do realize that the
science.
Greeks, some of them thought the Earth was a globe way before medieval times, right? So you
You're
also
missing the
have.
point. This is like
You are
you're
missing
the point. This is
You
like
have an
ancient ass
archaic
thinking.
point of view,
Ancient thinking.
and then you're
Ancient
calling the
science.
kettle black.
You guys literally have no evidence for this stuff. You guys are just spitting out wrong math.
Okay, you just came into a group, right, accusing us of having medieval ideology, right, where the globe comes from the Pythagoreans, and this whole idea of the Greek culture and ancient Greece, which is archaic. So you're over here calling the pot call the kettle black. Can you correct the conversation, sir?
The air from the earth, because you guys can't accept gravity. Basic thing.
He's got us muted.
No, I'm actually talking over you because it's so easy.
Okay, well, let me know how that works for you. You can't even address the fact. You can't even address the fact that you believe in like an archaic worldview, and you're in here talking about our medieval cosmology. Stupid.
Yep. Let's straighten the facts out here. So, isn't it true that most often when we ask Globers, how did anybody ever measure the Earth? They go to 200 BC. Now, according to their own paradigm, that was in the Stone Age. So who's archaic here? That's before medieval. And that's what most Globers say. Eratosthenes.
We're going to give him a chance to address that if he can't address his argument, because it's his argument that we're archaic. And we're going to agree, yeah, we have ideas that people shared in the past. Let's see if he could do the same. This is a litmus test for intellectual honesty. Let's see if he can do it. Go ahead.
I was actually talking over you. You're going to have to say that over again.
Okay, I guess we don't have intellectual honesty here. His parents raised a dishonest person, and there's nothing we can do about that. If anybody wants to unmute him, feel free, but I'm done. Verbal diarrhea talking over people in a conversation shows that you have mental constipation, bro. Just thought you should know.
Guys, I am here to debunk Flat Earth. whoever wants to debate,
Welcome to the
here
show.
and ready.
Glad you're here.
All right. So
You're up.
do you
Go
want me
ahead. Now.
Okay. So we have multiple evidence.
Start with one. Just start with one, and we'll break that off your finger.
Okay. Let's start with the basic ones, right? The ones that are very easy for everybody to understand, which are the pictures.
Just pick one. Just pick one.
Right, that's what I'm trying to do. But dude, you gotta have like a formal conversation. You cannot just keep cutting me off.
No, just pick something. Like you're gonna pick where you measured the Earth curve. We're not gonna look in the sky for anything. That kind of stuff.
Yeah. So like I said, the basic one, which is we're gonna start off by using NASA as a source.
Nope.
Oh, I mean, what do you mean, nope?
NASA's not a source.
I think they are. I mean, they are.
So
They
just
specifically
because
are.
you-
Well, they
that means-
provide the
So
evidence
you
that I'm
want
going
to
to be
use
speaking
NASA,
about.
want to use NASA as a source then?
Because they are the ones that are outer space and not me.
What if they tell you Earth is flat and stationary? Would you believe them?
Yeah, if they have evidence for it, I'll believe them, and I also believe them when they.
And they do.
Oh, so
Interesting.
we're gonna show you
So,
that.
I mean, okay, like for this conversation to work, I just don't want you to keep cutting me off whenever I say something instantly, right?
So you agreed that you'll agree with NASA if they say it's flat and stationary.
All right, but can I just present my evidence? Because we haven't even got there, and you're already cutting me off like 100 times.
I was going to go ahead and give you NASA's evidence that it's flat and stationary.
So can I give my
Then
evidence,
move on
and
to
then
the
you can
next
talk about why it's not actually evidence and stuff like that. Let me just present mine. That's all I'm asking for.
Have fun.
Okay. So
Space pictures.
I think the
don't-
strongest evidence that we have is the picture that was taken by an astronaut. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, that's debunked.
Okay, and then you'll tell me how it's debunked. Let me just pull up the picture.
Painting.
Recently captured unique view of. Okay. Specifically, this one. Right here. And, I mean, we could talk about the background of that picture. We could talk about the background. I mean, you could laugh at it.
Who took the
But-
picture?
Huh?
Who took the picture?
So it's called LRO. Is the picture is recent and is captured by an orbiter. I mean, there's like, what do you want me to say? This is like a flat, good picture, unless you have some way to discredit it and say it's actually fake.
Yeah, it's fake.
Okay, and what makes you think it's fake?
You have to prove it's real.
Yeah, I just did. The source gave it to me, and these people.
Oh, that's not how it works.
I think that's how evidence works.
It's slow walking it. It's slow walking it too much. Yeah, because the where'd they take that photo?
Actually, there's a precise
Oh my
location.
God, where did they take the photo? On Earth or somewhere else?
Let me see. I'm reading it. Famous astronaut like an Apollo, which was also shown from.
Dude, that's a portrait of Earth.
Did they take
Not
it
even
in
a
space?
real picture,
Captured
bro.
unique view.
Hold on, who else was that? Did they take it in space?
Okay, it's taken by astronaut Harrison Skimmeth during the Apollo 17, 43 years ago, which was also shown. Okay, yeah.
So that's a picture of someone taking a picture of the Earth from space.
Yeah.
Oh, it's debunked because that's a second law of thermodynamics violation. There's no such thing as a vacuum space.
I'm sorry, what?
There's no such thing as the vacuum of space. Like Narnia, I won't be accepting pictures of Narnia from people either.
What will happen?
I'm just not really understanding what you're saying.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know what else to tell you. The vacuum of space, you know, the thing that's a part of your cosmology.
Yeah,
no,
the
that doesn't
emptiness of
exist.
space, vacuum meaning
Yeah, that
empty,
does-
yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't exist.
Oh,
Do you want someone to put you on a shuttle so you could see it?
Who's that?
Do you want someone to put you on a shuttle? That's like what you want.
Ask me one more time.
Do you want?
Thank you. Back to the other guy. Yeah, it's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
So which
Why?
law specifically
Because
does it violate?
why?
Let me look it up. Second law.
Second law of thermodynamics. Why? Because gas expands. The stuff that we're breathing, and it fills available volumes. The space that you said was out there. That's what gas fills.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you said. So when they say like vacuum, they're specifically talking about
They're specifically
nothing is
talking
there.
about 10 to the
Nothing is
negative
there,
17.
not even gas.
They're talking about specifically 10 to the negative 17 torr adjacent to the air that we breathe here on Earth. Yeah, that's a second law of thermodynamics violation. It's just a Narnia story that none of us in here believe. Now,
Wait, and how do you know that actually? How do you know what's out there?
The secondary step.
No, I'm not talking about the second law. I'm just talking about how do you know what's
No, I'm telling you.
All right, and I'm
Why
asking you,
like,
how are you telling me? How do you know? What is your source?
No, it's retarded for you to ask me, how do I know what's up there? I know what's not up there. Because what's not up there is a second law of thermodynamics violation. Because natural laws happen always, occur always. So if some man is telling me, well, there's another place that you haven't been in which these natural laws that every human on earth always experience doesn't happen that way, guess what? I'm going to say you're full of shit.
Which natural law is it? Which natural law are you talking about here?
Did you not just look it up?
If you're gonna talk about it, I would want to know the specifics instead of me looking at through the whole list of like there's rights, there's morality, there's legal, there's a lot of stuff. Which one are you talking about?
I just told you. So
you said natural law. You didn't specify.
I'm getting annoyed because I already told you and you already said you were going to Google it.
So which natural law specifically are you talking about? Because majority of them don't even apply to this case.
Okay. You're going on mute because I know for a fact that I mentioned the second law of thermodynamics like only 3, 4, 5 times. So congratulations, you're a dumb fucking name. Because I don't believe that you don't remember that you were just looking that up. See what happens now with beliefs? Now I choose not to believe you. There you go.
I don't want to step on your toes. If you're done, Elijah, let me know. If not, please continue.
That's it.
Right, so it's entropy is what you should be looking up. So hot always goes to cold, high charge goes to low charge or ground, and high pressure to low pressure. So if you have a propane tank and it's got 250 psi in the tank and the nozzle's facing up into the sky and you open the nozzle, what happens? Is he muted?
No, he dipped right after he got muted.
Oh. Fair enough.
I guess he didn't want to see the Rob Simmons. Didn't want to stay for Rob Simmons, the one that created the blue marble that he is posting. Yeah. Oh, well. Another dunce cap, candidate.
Like, he came in here with NASA. I don't know how he thought that was going to go over. That's the opposite of what you want to say in a Flat Earth channel.
Get brave. Go ahead.
I'll need a movie up in here.
I'll play poker with you guys if you're down.
Sure.
Let's run it. Someone launch it.
I don't got no permission. I can't watch it.
Yeah, I don't either, man. My bad. Oh well. Yeah.
I'm a glober. I believe in the Earth is a globe because I saw it on TV. The TV never lies. My grandparents heard it on the radio, and they're really smart, and they believe it because they heard the moon landing was on the radio. I just don't understand why you flat earthers don't like cartoons. Like, even though Robert Simmons admits that he created the blue marble in Photoshop, why don't you not believe him, but believe the rest of NASA? You flat earthers are so dumb.
Why can't you now answer that simply what question? Look at that. Look at side chat, guys.
If you put something behind a clear wall, what are you going to see? Is it perfectly clear? Is it transparent or translucent? Just clarifying question. Why don't you answer that?
Am I going to get cut off again like I was the last time?
I never cut you off. Why don't you judge people by the fruits?
Yeah, that other guy kept cutting me off, and he kept saying I said stuff I didn't say. No, I'm like it's like a molten looking glass. So a molten looking glass to me would be a magnifying glass. It would be like a magnifying glass, so you would be able to see through it pretty good. But it would just be a different shape. Like it would either be tent like or like a dome like, but you'd be able to see through it.
So, a football is like a tennis ball, right?
And the fact that they're both balls, but they ain't. Yeah.
So that means that there's similarities, but we don't know what the similarities are.
Yeah, I mean, the scripture says it's likened to a molten looking glass. So whatever a molten looking glass is, that is what the container is, according to the Bible. Since some people don't believe in the Bible.
Did you not just hear what you said? Did
Yeah,
you
but
not just
just
hear what
because
you said?
somebody doesn't believe in something doesn't make it true. The Globers don't believe the Earth is flat.
You're about
Doesn't
to
mean
piss
it ain't
me off
true.
real fast. You're about to piss me off real fast. The question was, while we're still amicable and, nice and everything is making sense, right? Because you'd like for me to talk to you nicely because that makes sense. I
I was
just
just
asked
answering
you
the
one
question.
question.
So,
I
yeah.
don't
Go
want
ahead.
an answer to what my question was. I wouldn't like an answer to what my question wasn't. I would like an answer to my question.
What's your question?
Did you not hear what you just said?
Yes, and I
Okay.
answered it.
You got that, Chief.
Okay. Now I'm pointing out that you contradicted yourself. You agreed with Hank that something could be like something, but not necessarily the same. You don't know what the differences are. And then you went on to go, yeah, that's why the Bible says it's like a looking glass. Therefore, whatever the container is a looking glass. You don't see a problem? You don't see a
No, I
problem with
didn't. I
saying
didn't say that.
after
I said
having-
likened to.
Hank, did he not just say it exactly the way I said it?
Exactly.
Read the book of Job. That's who I'm trying to quote. And if Job didn't say, if it didn't say that in
can't do
12,
it. I
if it
can't do
didn't
it.
say that
I'm
in
sorry.
Job, I didn't.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Like he wants to avert to the Bible, and I'm talking about what you just said. And I'm trying to correct you, but your invincible ignorance is no, it's not even ignorance. You're being an a-hole right now.
How am I being an a-hole? I'm letting you talk, and I'm just answering your questions as they come along.
You're not answering anything anymore, buddy. Sorry. If we can't have a conversation where you remember the last thing you said, again, I don't care who gets mad about it. That level of communication is too low for somebody to be off mute. Does anybody want to challenge that? How are you going to talk to how are you going to hold a conversation where the person never addresses anything you say because they can't remember the last thing they said? Don't worry, I'll wait. Floor is yours. You guys just want to have fun talking to people who waste time because I don't even hear it as good content. But maybe that's my opinion. I don't know. Whatever. Do what you guys want. I'm going to take him back off mute. Maybe I'm being too much. I don't see the point.
People keep putting words in my mouth. That's exactly what I said. That last part, and as a molten looking glass. That's exactly what I said. Why you keep adding words to my mouth? Why y'all keep doing?
It's recorded, bro. Yeah. You said it's like a looking glass. That's what you repeated from the scripture. And then you said whatever the containment is, or whatever the formula, whatever wording you use there, you said that's what it is what you said.
I wouldn't say that because I know that verse ain't what it says.
Okay, so if the end
And if I
of
did
your
say it, then
statement,
I'm sorry I said it. But I'm pretty sure I didn't say that because that would be.
you're muted. I'm gonna unmute you now. I know what you said. You already apologized for if it was what you said. That's not what you meant. Because my next step is going to the live stream and playing it for you. But then you're not going to get unmuted at all ever. So which one do you want?
I would like you to repeat that thing I said. I'm going to see if I said it.
All right, then let me go to the Discord. I'll keep you on mute until I come back after I have to screen record it, post it in the chat, do all that. Give me a second.
I'm still confused. What did he say?
What's that? What's your name?
Ice Mugs.
All right, my brother, you're on mute. Now you can sit and pay attention to what's going on. Because, like, that's a form of concern trolling. We don't need you to ask why someone else was moderated. Okay? Do you understand that? I'm going to take you off mute, but do you understand that?
Yeah. I was just trying to get
I don't
clarity.
care what you was just. I don't care what you just. Are you going to stop or not? That's all I
Yeah.
want to know.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Now, for everybody else who's been paying attention, we go to the live stream and we are going to listen to what the man said so that I can continue with my critique of what he was saying, which was contradicting himself. That was the whole point of me talking to him in the first place. Hey, my brother, what you said right there is a little contradictory, don't you think? But he didn't remember what he said. So now we're going back to the live stream. Man, you know I'm so fair. Now, maybe some people in here don't know me personal enough they probably think I'm arrogant. But I'm so fair that sometimes, even though I know what I heard, when people gaslight me, I actually believe them. Like, shit, I didn't went in on this guy. Maybe I made a mistake. No, I didn't. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to post it in the chat. And then we're going to hear what you have to say. Because it was exactly what I said you said. 80%, 90%, 99. There you go. Now, before anyone else continues thinking I'm just an asshole, why don't you go ahead and listen to that? Because all I wanted to say is, hey man, didn't you contradict yourself? Like, if people weren't assholes, maybe when someone's saying, hey man, I just want to make sure you're thinking correctly about this. Just watch what you say. You would think that that is a friendly person. And then all of a sudden people want to go, that's not what I said. Don't put words in my mouth. So when I mute them up and I do all of this, I look like the bad guy, right? I don't
No
remember
audio
him
on it.
saying, don't put words in my mouth. You don't remember them, right?
There's no audio
There's no
on
way.
it.
There's no way. Oh, because I'm still in here. That's so dumb. All right, whatever. Well, you guys continue, and I will be back. No, so there you had it.
All right, I'm gonna go listen. Oh, it's not uploaded yet.
Is it? It's not.
Oh, you just
Yeah, it
did
is.
it. Okay, sorry.
So let's. I didn't feel the need to put the part where I repeated what he said, but I mean, if the bottom line is he said what he said, and then I repeated that, and he said, "Don't put words in his mouth." So apologize, and we're square.
I did. If I said something other than what I wrote down here, I'm sorry, but that's what I meant to. Right.
All right.
I
All is
apologize
forgiven.
when I need to because I did something wrong. But like I said, I mean that's what I put. Like I said, it was likened to Martin Looking Glass, and I thought you said that I said it was something else. That I said it was that, and I didn't say it was that. I was said it was likened to that.
Yeah, and that was the point. Then Hank said, "Well, you can have things that are like each other, but that doesn't mean that it is that." And then you followed up with, "Yeah, I understand." And then you said, "The Bible says it's like a molten glass." And then you said, "Whatever the container is, it is that." That was the part that I took issue with. You saying it is that.
Yeah, what the Bible says. This is what if
But
that's the
the,
part.
the
And I'm
Bible didn't say it. The Bible didn't say it is a molten looking glass, though. That's it. Like you're not listening to the words you're using.
Yeah, I know. It says it's likened to it. So whatever it's likened, like whatever that is, it's referring to. That's what it is. So I don't know what
No,
that
it's not what
is.
it is. It's not what it is. It's what it's like. For
Yeah,
God's
that's
sake.
what I'm saying. Liken, like whatever. When he says liken, that's what it is. Like whatever. I don't know what it is. He's liking it.
It means it's what it's like. It doesn't mean that it's what it is, man. I don't. What's so hard about it's not what it is. It's what it's like.
Liken
Because
is
that's what it says.
liken is a descriptive term. So whatever he's talking about after he said liken, whatever it is, it's a
listen,
descriptive term.
yeah. So me standing on asphalt when it's 100 degrees outside is like standing on fire. Does that mean that the asphalt is now fire?
False equivalency. You can use that as concrete. Like if you compared it concrete and asphalt, that would be similar.
You still don't get it.
Liken is not so in that sentence, liken is not a descriptive term.
Yeah, but you said after that that's what the container is. You use those specific words.
Yeah, well, I meant like if you read the whole thing from liken to the end, whatever that is talking about, that's what the container is. I'm saying I'm saying that's a descriptive term of whatever the container is. Well, whatever that is describing, that's what the container is.
No, it isn't.
Because it's descriptive.
No, it's only a description. It's like something. It doesn't mean that's what it actually is.
Like super hot asphalt and I'm standing on it's like standing on fire. So is it fire?
No, it would be super hot asphalt.
Yeah, well, and my bare feet feels like I'm standing on fire, so I can liken it to that.
Well, I'm curious if anybody could tell me what it's describing there.
You told me some guy wrote the book.
I said God wrote it.
How did God write it?
God inspired man through the Holy Spirit, and then they wrote what God told them through the Holy Spirit.
What if that guy was doing mushrooms that day?
I doubt that.
Of course you would. What if he just made up stories for you to believe in?
Because then you'd have to explain all the things that they found throughout history that people said that they didn't believe the Bible because they wasn't true until they came across it.
Like
the Hittites. The Hittites wasn't discovered, I think, until either 1837 or 1867 or something. And people said the Bible wasn't true because the Hittite nation, there was no such thing until then.
There's over 50 archaeological digs that provide evidence to support the Bible.
Yeah, they just found Jericho like a few years ago. They just now found, like, everybody swore the Bible wasn't real because Pontius Pilate wasn't a real governor and he didn't exist or whatever. And they just dug up a lot of evidence within the past couple of years about Pontius Pilate, and they have proof, and they got his coins and everything. And that's just two of the many things that people said wasn't true about the Bible that they found was true. The evidence of the worldwide flood, fish in the Himalayas, or fish
Mate,
bones. My bad.
Mate, you're just talking about belief system, pal. You got no proof of anything of what you're saying. You go and sit in your room and get into your belief system.
No, the Hittite nation exists. They didn't discover that until the 1800s.
Listen, mate, we don't care what's in your mind, how you feel good about what you believe. We're not bothered about that. All we're interested in is evidence and proof and the scientific method. We don't give a shit about what you're saying. Do you get that?
Well,
you can ramble.
Yeah. So I take it you're an atheist?
You can take it this and take it that. You can take it as much way as you fucking want, mate. Right? But all you're doing, right, you're not fucking saying anything. You're just saying what's in your mind. That's all you're fucking doing, mate. So we don't give a shit. I'm telling you, I don't give a shit about your mind.
It ain't in my mind. They literally just found it. Like,
right. So
you can go to Jerusalem right now and look at it.
Okay, then explain the evidence. Go for it.
Okay, go to where the sign is at, where they got Pontius Pilate's signatures on books.
You want me to go there, did you say?
Well, you can look it online, but you ain't going to believe it.
What did you say? Science is something? Science is
So
not a person or something.
Yeah, so it's just a belief then. You want me? Hang on a minute, Arthur. So you want me to go there? Have you got the coordinates of the latitude and longitude measurements, mate? Where I should be going to fucking look at. And what am I going to see when I get there?
Go to Jerusalem.
Excuse me, mate. I'm just going to stop you. What am I going to see when I get there?
You're going to see all the books in there and the thing with the signature on them.
Signature of who? Signature of who?
Pontius Pilate.
Signature.
They got books more than 2,000 years old with somebody's signature on it. Really?
Oh my god! Fucking hell, mate! You want to go and sit in your room, right? If you want to get into your own head about these beliefs that you've got, go and sit in your room. Don't come in here telling us about your beliefs that you've got no evidence of, mate. Right? I'm just telling you straight now, because you're going to get whacked straight out, mate, by me.
Oh,
now, if you want to talk about the nature of Earth and what shape the Earth is, I can tell you the Earth's flat, right? But all this about going to somewhere and seeing a signature, I don't give a shit, mate.
It's not flat; it's level.
Yeah.
Yeah, not curved then.
No, it's definitely not curved. It's
No,
level.
don't
It ain't flat.
don't accept that. Don't accept that. Let me address you real quick, sir, who said that it's not flat, it's level. Level and flat are synonymous.
Exactly.
Well, flat would mean smoothless.
No.
Smoothless?
No.
Smoothless?
No, that's the, hold on, bro. No, that's the other definition of flat. The one we're talking about when we're using the whole earth, like large portions of land, as oriented as level or flat, that's what we're talking about. Not the smoothness of anything.
With straight lines and no smooth.
Johnny,
It's just
Johnny,
straight lines.
I just want to know that he understands what I said.
I understand.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with smooth.
I was just
It's about
being a smartass on that one. That I admit.
All right, cool. Because it's not just you. It's a lot of people don't see that for whatever reason they don't say what I just said. That's how quickly you can stop a globe earther from saying, "Oh, isn't it a 2D object?" Like that's dumb. When we're talking about flat, we're talking about the flatness you need to get elevation angle for navigation, for I don't know, satellite data, whatever else.
Yes, Eli. And it's in the description and the definition of plane, horizontal, flatness, level, straight. Nothing to do with curvature. We're not really bothered about going to a location of your longitude and latitude looking for a book that's probably not there, looking for someone's signature, because we're not really bothered about that, mate.
Yeah. Can I talk without being muted? Is that possible?
Well, I mean, if you're quick, if you're quick and you're staying on topic and don't drag it out for days, you'd be all right, mate.
Yeah, but because the killer that absolutely proves you're on a flat plane, so far we know, is the circle of equal latitude around the GP, the ground post.
But you know, Arthur, you've got to take the elevation angle in the first instance to get the circle of equal altitude.
Yes.
We know that. Stop jumping the gun and skipping past angles. We've already took the elevation angle. We know we need sea level. We already know this.
I love you talking about the elevation angle, but it's like I forgot to.
I've not forgot anything, mate.
You get the circle of equal altitude from the elevation angle, and that we are talking about so wasteland of sea or whatsoever, thousands of miles around.
Yeah,
circle
5,000. Well, 90 degree. What's 9 times 6? 54. 5,400 nautical miles in as one radius. Yeah, and then somebody else, that far away, you're looking at 10,800 nautical miles, which is probably, when you look at the surface area of that circle of equal altitude, is bigger than the supposed make-believe globe area, surface area. So three maximum circles of equal elevation angle measurements debunks the globe actual circumference fucking area of the fucking supposed globe that we don't live on. Anyway, that's the different. Yeah. But that's a different story.
Killer. That's the biggest killer.
It is a big
Black Swan, a circle of equal altitude from the elevation angle, but the piece data. The piece data is also something that people really have to look into.
Arthur, it's not piss data, mate. It's pitch data, not piss data.
Piss data.
Pitch,
Okay.
pitch. Don't be taking the piss, mate.
Piss. I'm pissed. Okay. Sorry for that, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know, but I'm on here now, and any Globers got any globe proof? I don't think they have. The only globe proof they have got, which we've proved today, and I've been saying it for like 12 months, is an elevation angle to and from stars, or getting the height of mountains using an astrolabe. and then doing a depression angle measurement down below that, which is from horizontal. There's no mention of curvature whatsoever in the even the Earth curve calculator is a flat Earth elevation angle proof of a flat Earth. So trying to just tell this to people.
And then also you have a visual evidence, specular reflection. Absolutely, you cannot overlook this. This is absolutely clear specular reflection over lakes and so on.
I know, but let's give this monkey up, mate. I mean, we don't have to prove a flat Earth anymore. I mean,
no, it's obvious.
We don't have to be pushing this now, really.
No, not really.
We don't. Yeah. So, I mean, it's just nice to have the clowns come in to say, well, I'm going to prove a globe, and I measured the globe with angles. With sticks and shadows, and the shadow is in a horizontal of the surface of Earth. So, I mean, just let them speak and destroy themselves.
Yeah.
But, I mean, on the other hand, I'm saying destroyed. That's not my main game, although I can do that. Is if there is any globe proof, the only globe proof I've heard, which is none, over the last 12 months, is to do with angles, elevation angles, and flat Earth elevation angle measurements to and from the stars using surface Earth. So, I mean, unless there's anything different, then my mind's obviously clear and mine's made up, and obviously I've got the evidence now to confirm that to myself, that the Earth is actually measured flat.
It is.
So I don't need to destroy people. I don't need to get angry. I don't need to go on after. It's okay, mate.
But I will say, I think we wanted to destroy them. We are trying to do that maybe 2 years ago or something. But now,
yeah. But the thing is,
it's not Joey anymore. It's getting boring. It's obvious. It's just.
I know, but listen, mate. We don't want to do unless you come in like total. Excuse my French, guys. I'm going to swear. Unless you come in like total fucking idiots, like talking absolute shite, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, there's no need to try and destroy these people. I mean, because I used to believe I lived on the globe. And if somebody would have turned around to me when I believed I lived on the globe and said, "You're a fucking idiot," one deck, I said, "Well, I don't think I'm a fucking idiot. I mean, I've been taught I lived on a fucking globe, mate. Just fucking spinning." So that's just what I believe. So I can't call myself a retard back in the day when I was a retard without knowing I can't say I'm a retard, really.
Exactly.
Well, they teach it to you before you're 5 years old. Sorry, go ahead.
You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, we've got to try and... what we're trying to do? Are we trying to help people? Are we trying to guide people? Are we dealing with fucking anti-flat earthers? I mean, it depends who you get coming in, and you can sort of... If you get a genuine person coming in asking questions, you can be honest and open and go through the honesty of navigation, pitch data on planes, latitude measurements to and from Polaris at sea level, and you can explain that. If you get an anti-flat earther, then you are going to get on your high horse a little bit and say you're a fucking globetard and all that. But they just might think, well, I do live in a globe, like you used to do, and we all used to do. So, I mean, is it? Yeah, but Arthur, it's not my fucking job, is it, to change someone's?
No, it's not your job. But you are like, it is your job. Now you are the teacher because you have all the knowledge. You're look your back. You're not fighting anymore. You have the knowledge. You're just bringing the knowledge to your children in the class.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I have children.
You cannot be angry against the children. There's many bad boys in the class and so on. We know that they don't want to learn or something.
I mean, regardless of the talking of this topic and the shape of the Earth and how you know that you're satisfied with what you know and how you can present the evidence. I mean, once you know something for yourself, isn't that good enough for yourself?
Yeah, it is, but you need to also present it to make everything better for you around you, surrounding, and so on. Why are we doing that? why are we not just thinking about ourselves?
I mean, all I'm going to do from now on, I know, Arthur, I love you, mate, but all I'm going to do from now on, I'm not getting angry anymore or anything like that. You know what I mean? I have been angry in the past. I've been banned from like this politics and things like that. You know what I mean? I've been kicked out of fucking servers. AI's banned me. I've been banned all over the fucking gaff. But I did used to lose my temper because I was getting on my high horse. I'm not on my high horse anymore. I'm satisfied with my own evidence that I've come to gather. And if anybody wants to share this knowledge that I've got, I can spread the truth with you. And if you choose to want to understand that, that's fine. If you're still in a belief system where you can't get out of the belief system because it is a belief system, then the time's not right for you at the moment.
Yeah,
you know, if you want to argue with me and start being a bit bitchy and getting into a slanging match, then that I can do that as well. And I'll
maybe if you take maybe a few drinks or something, then the hand get broke over. You know, you never know. You can lose it.
Listen. Just say. Listen, that 24-hour sun situation, right? So. I'll try and say. No. Let me just speak because I'll just say this. The old paradigm of that, even in the globe paradigm, right? Forget the globe. The old situation of that, which they will explain in the globe paradigm, is it's not because of a globe. They'll explain it as the reason that can happen is that the sun is at its highest elevation. Yeah, that's the reason. If you can see a sun for 24 hours, it's because the sun's at its highest elevation. Now, an elevation is a measurement above sea level. Yeah. So if you're in a position on Earth, yeah, where the sun is at its highest elevation and you're sort of at the zenith of that could be a possibility. That doesn't give any, it doesn't give any evidence to the shape of the ground you're on. It's simply stating that the sun is at its highest apparent elevation. Elevation is
exactly. That's what I'm saying too.
Above sea level. Above sea level. And if you look at the globe rhetoric, that's what they say. Now, okay, you can then say to yourself, well, if we lived on a globe and it had a tilt, and we give it that, we can say, well, that gives it the height, and it's only on the tropics, by the way, Cancer and Capricorn, that when it's doing that, if you're underneath that directly, they say it's because of the tilt of a globe, which you've got no proof of a globe or a tilt. So the main issue is, or the main proof is, that the sun is at its highest apparent elevation above sea level, which has got nothing to do with a globe.
But think about it. They are saying Antarctica is a continent, a small continent, and they are saying, listen, and they are saying the sun is going around the small spot, Antarctica. And in the same time, you are able to see the sun in Norway, Sweden, everything in the north. No, in the same time, and you are seeing 24-hour sun in Antarctica going around. Do you know that will never work on a globe? It doesn't matter if it's tilted or not. And if it is going in different directions, different speeds, and so on. It will never map up on a globe.
I know.
But on a flat Earth, it will work because of apparent highest elevation angle that you're looking at.
Yeah.
So at that time, it will work on a flat Earth.
I know. I'll have a go now. So yeah, exactly what I said. It's nothing. So the globe paradigm is saying that the reason this is happening is because of the sun's apparent elevation above sea level, which you can't get the apparent elevation above sea level on a globe because you wouldn't have a level sea level. So they've contradicted this. They've contradicted themselves in their description of what's happening. Anyway, and then you could go into other stupid things, which I wouldn't even bring this up really because it's just pathetic. But then you look at the astrophysicists like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Brian Cox saying, well, the globe's not actually a globe, and because of its spin and its because of its spin and its wobble, it's actually flat. It's flat at the poles. So the Earth is actually flat at the South Pole and the North Pole, but you wouldn't. So you're seeing a sun for 24 hours at the poles, and this could only happen on a globe. But then the astrophysicist is saying, well, the poles are flat.
Yeah, it's a pear shape. It's just a little bald in the middle.
It's an absolute fucking joke. The poles are flat, and it was measured like that. The poles are flat, and the fucking Greeks all knew that.
Yeah. That all measurement and everything that you can drop in. If it's a microwaves, it's radio waves, whatsoever you bring in, everything is going in straight lines. Straight lines, and for flying or shooting. And Coriolis is just an illusion from two different frames. There's a non-inertia, inertia. And if something is going from a non-inertia to other, then you will see it like it is deviating. It will go in a bending line, but in reality it's going in a straight line. That is Coriolis about. But now they are talking about Coriolis force, and it has some direct effect on something. But in Google they say it is this and that. For a few years they said something about that, but now they are taking everything on Google about the explanation or definition about Coriolis, like it was before. I know it's a lot of things, but I'm telling you, a Coriolis is just a name of a man from France.
Hey, did you know I had a Coriolis poem, mate, from fucking back in the day?
So I want to talk about this most, but it's all.
No, but listen, for all the knuckleheads out there, I'll read you my fucking. I did write a poem about what you're talking about, like a couple of years ago, about Coriolis, and I called it Misunderstood. So I'll just read it, and then I'm going to get off because I'm just walking my dog at the moment, and it's fucking freezing, and I've got loads of snow. So listen, it's called Misunderstood. Have a listen, guys. I'm feeling Listen, be quiet a minute. I'm going to read you the poem. It's called Misunderstood. I'm feeling misunderstood, and that's not good. People just don't get me. They never see the true me. They say I'm drifting and falling off track. But I don't see myself like that. My aim is to stay on the straight and narrow. Forward thinking, never deviating. But in your mind, and from your point of view, you think I'm actually drifting, and that's not true. It can be a lonely place in my reference frame of mind. People on the earth can be so unkind, observing and watching me as if they were blind. My name is Coriolis, and I'm misunderstood. People just don't get me, and that's not good. There you go.
Whoa, I love it. And I have to say, he has to think like that now in this poem, because Coriolis was not.
It's misunderstood, mate. Everyone's misunderstood.
He was misunderstood on everything. So I think it's absolutely 100% fitting his mind and description.
Yeah, that's it, mate. They think they're fucking drifting away and they're not.
But people don't know. They're just blathering on and stuttering. Something they don't know anything about. And they think A Coriolis is a force. Of course, it's not a force. If they are talking about some force, they cannot call it a Coriolis. They have to call it something else. Because a Coriolis was saying it was a pseudo force. The pseudo force is not real. It's not effective. Well, very good poem. Thank you very much.
And it's been a scandal. It's not true that mainstream media ignored it. In fact, it was exposed in national daily newspapers. They ran a campaign for many years. They started it. They whistled. Tommy Robinson exposed this in the way the United States
I really have to say I like the poem of Coriolis. The Coriolis poem was so great. I'm thinking about it inside myself all the time now. It's so exactly right. But if you didn't hear the poem, then you might not understand what the fuck I'm talking about. But if you have heard him read the poem, then you will absolutely understand. There are we. If you really know what you're talking about or what I am talking about, and you have some understanding, it will be absolutely clear for you, or you're living on a flat topographic plane so far, you know. Relay criterion. What's the relay criterion about? It's about a focal point, right? Relay criteria is about that you see in the distance and the focal point to it, right? Open your mouth. They're not on a mute. If you name you relay criteria, you should know everything about it, right? Tell me about what the relay criterion is about. Maybe, of course, I think I know, but maybe you know something more about it than I know. So, what is the relay criterion about? Albanian. Do you know what the relay criterion is about? You can prove flat Earth with relay criteria, I think. Do you know how? Is this a silent politics server? Come on, guys, come on. Yeah, maybe it is.
Yo, yo, yo. Hello?
Yo, yo, yo.
What's going on here?
No, nothing much. It's been very quiet.
Why is everyone in here? No one's talking then.
Well, they just got done with like a 6-hour ramble. Nathan Oakley was in here and a few esteemed guests, and they just kind of finished up the show, and I think everybody's just kind of relaxing right now, taking it easy. It's a Friday. Man, we got a nice panel in here. An all-star lineup. Is everybody just waiting for the next target? The next target of opportunity?
I am here to dismantle the idea of flat Earth.
Plan to do that.
I have a huge amount of evidence to support the idea of a globe Earth. And
okay. Want to go through it one by one?
We could do that.
Cool. Okay.
So, starting off with a basic, which is my source going to be NASA.
Okay, how is NASA proving the globe to you?
No, like they're going to be my source. And I'm going to use the evidence they provide, which is essentially like the best ones is like the pictures, which you cannot deny.
Why can't we deny pictures?
Because you have no stance in denying it.
Why not?
Because you have not been outer space, so how could you say they're wrong without ever knowing what you're talking about?
You've never been to outer space, so how can you say that they're accurate?
Because I know what the agency stands for. I know what they do. I know
How
who
do you
they
know
are.
that? You know what they tell you. How do you know what they stand for? Did you work there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, like,
So you worked at NASA?
yeah.
Yeah, which facility?
I was an astronaut.
Oh, you're an astronaut. Excellent. Which mission set?
It's classified information. Or rather,
Classified? I thought NASA was unclassified. So if it's classified, that means you can't verify or validate it for anybody.
That's not true.
So your
because
evidence is
things-
unverifiable. Your
So, like,
evidence is
how an algorithm
unverifiable.
functions, like, on everything is classified. Just because some aspects of it is classified doesn't mean the whole thing is classified. That's not how any company works.
Company?
The point being made.
They're not a company. NASA is
Agency
absolutely
company
not a
stands
company.
for everything. That's kind of the whole point I'm making here. So you
Well,
need
they're
to
not
be a
an
little
agency
more-
either. They're actually an administration, and there's a difference between an agency and administration in the federal government.
What's the difference?
Well, an agency works on behalf of others.
And
An
what is that?
administration is responsible for the oversight. So like
So
an
who
agency
does-
like Central Intelligence
who does NASA
Agency
work for?
actually handles people. They have actual agents. That's why CIA is an agency. NASA's not an agency.
Yes, it is.
No, it's an administration.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What does it stand for?
So,
What does
NASA was
NASA stand
established in
for,
July-
Mr. Astronaut?
Began operation on October 1, 1958, as of U.S. Premier Astronaut Agency. Agency, you're wrong. Factually incorrect.
It's the
You
National
are
Aeronautics and
wrong.
Space Administration, not agency.
Nowhere does it say administration. It just says administration agency. So I was right. You're wrong.
All right, post it in the chat.
You posted in the chat.
What your claim is that it's an agency.
And you're claiming it's not. So post it.
Well, that's a burden of proof reversal. You need to show us the
No,
word
you claim it's
agency.
an
in NASA.
administration. So you post it.
No, I disagreed with you.
Right, and I'm saying, no, you cannot.
Right, so
because
you
have
need to
no
present
data.
evidence to back your claim. Do you understand how this works? Like, I don't have the burden of proof here. You do,
I don't
because you
think you
presented a
understand how
claim,
this
and I
works.
disagree with it. So go ahead and back your claim.
Let me explain to you how this works, because you obviously do not know.
All right, how does it work? How does everything work?
So whenever I make a claim, I provide evidence, and I provided the evidence, but you're saying, no, that evidence is wrong. And I'm like, what?
I didn't
And you're
say
like,
that.
and
I
I'm
said your
asking you,
evidence can't be
by
verified. That doesn't mean it's
By
wrong.
which foundation
Can you pay attention?
are you saying I'm wrong?
Can you pay?
And you're
Hey,
saying, no, I
I didn't say you were wrong. I said it can't be verified. That's different than saying it's wrong. Do you understand the difference?
I don't think you're able to make the distinction between what I'm trying to tell you right now versus what you
You sound
want to
really
hear.
drunk.
You sound really drunk. How do you feel, huh? Drunk?
No, not at all.
That's what a drunk person would say. You're drunk. Anyways, back
Okay, so anyways, I went ahead and posted a citation from NASA themselves, laying out for you what the acronym means. Administration is what it means. And I
Here's
also
why
have the
that's
link
wrong,
to NASA's website. So I've provided for you the citation with the link to the source. Do you have anything to support your...
Yeah. So the reason why you guys are wrong is simply because you guys try to make a distinction between agency and administration. When
Oh, so
matter of
that's why
fact,
the Earth is
Bro, they call themselves an administration. You're an astronaut. You should know this. You work for the
NASA
administration,
is the
don't
United
you?
States government agency. You guys don't get this.
No,
That's
it's
not
an administration.
I gave you the
If they were-
citation.
Yeah, the citation's there. I posted their official design logo, their seal, and Effie Batman posted a search result. I mean, you're terrible at trolling, man, and you're claiming to be an astronaut.
Simple.
And you're
easy.
like, oh, my work was classified, so I
Really?
can't prove it
Just
to you.
because you're
Okay,
incapable
yeah,
of
listen, my dad
understanding
works
the
for
basics
Nintendo.
doesn't mean I'm
My
wrong.
dad works for
Just
Sega.
because I don't understand what Einstein is talking about doesn't mean he's wrong. You're just incapable, okay? Let me just slow this
If
down.
you don't understand if you don't understand Einstein, how can you evaluate if he's wrong or right?
Wait, hold on. Are you saying you need to be on the same metric as smartness?
If you don't understand Einstein, why would you make any claims about it?
I heard you. And
Can't
I'm
you
glad
guys
to address it.
actually make a claim about things you know?
Can I address the points? Okay.
What point is being made here? There's absolutely no
the reason why you know Einstein is right is because you're on the same level of intellect of Einstein? You brain dead moron? Are you serious right now?
Nobody made that claim. I'm asking you how you can evaluate Einstein when you said you don't understand him. I made no claim about myself and my understanding.
Context, right? Since I have a brain, I could be like, wow, if he's winning these much prizes for this theory, then I wonder, is he correct?
Did he win a prize? What prize did Einstein win?
Nobel Prize.
Hey, tell us all about it.
Yeah, post it. Post the details for what?
What did he win a Nobel Prize for?
In physics.
Einstein won a Nobel Prize.
For doing what exactly? Be specific.
Where's theory? Just be again.
Theory.
This is what keeps going back to.
Stop being so generic and ambiguous and tell us what theory.
Incapable of understanding doesn't mean I dumb down everything and explain it to you.
This dude's a waste of time.
Listen,
I know it is.
If you have questions on the fundamentals of the basics of basic, then
Do you know what Einstein won a Nobel Prize for? It wasn't for relativity. It was for his work on the photoelectric theory, which has nothing to do with outer space gravity. You stupid idiot.
This guy has no fucking idea what he's talking about.
No.
You guys are too retarded, okay? Let me just address the point that was mentioned the first.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, meanwhile, let's rewind it.
Of the matter is, regardless of what you say,
you don't
the
hold
world
truth value
is
for
not
anybody.
flat because
Blew
we
your own
have
credibility
too
to
many
pieces when you
evidence.
said that you were an astronaut for an agency. Okay. Anyway. Einstein won a Nobel Prize for all the space stuff. Oh, yeah, really? Okay, post it. Oh, man. This is where we're left, folks. Scraping the bottom of the barrel of global intellect. I don't know. I don't know where it goes from here. 2025 is pretty easy, folks. And they thought they had the final experiment to shore up some of their defenses of the globe. Yeah. Look how that worked out. You know, we're posting all over social media. Give us one logical deductive syllogism that can prove that the sun, the 24-hour Antarctic sun, is a necessary antecedent for Earth being a globe. Nobody can do it. Can't do it. Nobody's done it. In fact, they didn't do it before they even went. Which, you know, if they were smart, they would have come up with one before they had gone, so that when they would go, they could actually confirm what their syllogism was that they'd come up with. So instead, they're stuck in ad hoc, post-hoc rationalization land trying to make this work, and it's not working out. I mean, they're like 10 steps ahead of you guys. Sorry. You guys wasted $500,000 on Antarctica, and we've moved on. The whole community's moved on, and we're just waiting for that sweet globe evidence that nobody seems to be able to provide. Like the whole community's been doing for the past 10 years. Where is the evidence, folks? Where's the data? Where's the verifiable, falsifiable data that would help support your claims? Doesn't exist. I mean, it's hard enough to get Globers to be consistent without contradicting themselves. It seems like a Herculean effort to go beyond that to then like request data that we can look at together. Probably because it doesn't exist, you know? If it does, we would like to know. If you can present some verifiable evidence, we can shut this thing down and go back to living normal lives. Until then, we're here. #1 channel and the #1 politics server on Discord. This is the best place to talk flat Earth. So treat this like an evidentiary hearing, Globers. Come bring your best evidence and let's see. Let's see what you got. Last guy thought pictures would do it. You know, he said he was an astronaut. But his work was classified, you see. So, yeah, he said, it's classified. My work was classified, folks. I'm unable to independently validate, verify anything. Oh, great. Okay, moving on. And he's gone. You're an idiot. You're a retard, Flurf. You don't believe in CGI images that NASA says are CGI.
Yeah, he really dismantled us so good. I don't know where. I'm ashamed, embarrassed.
I know. DJ, I was hoping for so much more. DJ says in the chat, well, that was light work, Eric Amish, LOL. You know, it's almost like you don't want it to be so easy. You really don't, because it's a waste of your time how easy it is. But the channel's quiet. Nobody else is there to do it. Where's Demok when you need him? Okay, fine. I'll handle it myself.
I found it pertinent to go ahead and include that article from NASA was for grades K through 4. So if you can't understand that an agency and an administration are two different things, then that was above your education level.
Yeah. Yeah. Rocket Man in the chat. I like what Rocket Man's posting. Rocket Man, you're the man. Why don't you mic up, Rocket Man? Rocket Man.
So with the final embarrassment, it's interesting.
That's new.
I like.
Sorry.
I like.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I love it.
Well, it embarrassed everybody. It embarrassed all the pretender clown flat earthers and all the Glovers that think it proved anything. But what is their official claim? What were they trying to prove?
I don't know. If they'd come up with the logical deductive syllogism ahead of time, we'd probably have a clear understanding of what it was that they intended to do all along. But they avoided doing that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, isn't it?
Maybe a Glober will tell us. Will kind of tell us what the point of that what actually was.
How did their Eratosthenes experiment go down there?
Yeah.
I haven't thought of that before. That's funny. Everybody kind of thinks about this like at the equator, right? Like, you know, because he was near the equator, relatively close to it. You know, doing the elevation angle thing. But yeah, what if Eratosthenes lived in Antarctica and did his same thing? What would he conclude? He'd conclude it's flat, man. The sun never sets. Yeah, do the Eratosthenes in Antarctica. I'm keeping my eye on you. You're a funny man.
The shadows at any time of day, right? They would have all had to have been parallel, right?
Well, like, so if he would have taken a post in the ground and measured the shadow, he'd draw a circle. Eventually, like if he'd measure the shadow every hour, he'd have 24 points that would conjoin into a circle around a post. Be like, damn, Earth is a ball, guys. Oh gosh. I'm going to hold that one in abeyance, and I think that needs to be worked out because that could be a really funny thing to throw into a discussion on Eratosthenes. Yeah, what if he was at 90 degrees south or 90 degrees north? What do you think he would have seen during their summers? Measure the angle and then, oh, the sun didn't set. Oh, rats. Ah, shucks. Better wait 6 months. Then we can prove it's a globe. Gotta wait 6 months, Eratosthenes. You did it at the wrong time of year. So then 6 months later, he goes from Antarctica to the north and does. And it's like, crap, it's still flat. Oh no, I got to stay here for 6 months. Excuse me. That was gross. I had a really tough day today. It'd be nice to knock around some more Globers, but I don't get my way. That's okay.
Also wondering if anybody down there. Well, I keep saying down there. It's just
Yeah, down under.
I'm wondering if anybody attempted to do any distance to horizon measurements.
Yeah, I guess we're still. You know what, T-Dub? None of us must have been Jeranism or Witsit subscribers. If we were, we'd probably have all that by now. Oh well.
Right.
Oh well. Because all that data got released to their subscribers first. I had to join Witsit, have dinner with him for $250 on Zoom. Witsit and Jaren, double date. T-Dub, no homo. I'd go on a double date with you for Witsit and Jaren if you paid. And then we can learn about the ether. We can just, what's the true secret to life, fellas? Oh, it's the toroidal ether theory. You see, if you look at the AE map, it swirls like a gigantic toilet. That's Earth, man. Ether toilet, baby.
Ether toilet.
Yeah, the ether toilet. Have you not seen the ether toilet? Shoot, let me show you the ether toilet. Yeah, here's the ether toilet. Posting in live stream. I made this GIF. I haven't used it much. There it is. Look. Down the drain.
Oh. Someone flushed.
Someone flushed the ether. And apparently this is the Three Gorges Dam is going to stop this. Clog shitter.
It's going to stop it?
Yeah, you didn't hear about that? The Three Gorges Dam is going to stop the rotation of the Earth.
Yes,
Yeah.
I posted that. That's the Chinese one.
That was you, yeah. It's going to slow down the ether, bro. You build a dam, and it stops the ether. Who knew? Or no, it has to do with when it breaks, right? So when it breaks, it's going to force water to go in the other way of Earth's globe Earth's rotation, and going to counteract the. Is that what they're saying? So it's like being on roller skates and throwing a basketball, and you go backwards.
Right.
All right.
I mean, China's got enough problems already with only one time zone, and now they've
Screw up GPS for everybody. Gotta have the Three Gorges Dam correction added to the stack of GPS corrections that get uploaded to the satellite constellation from Shriver Air Force Base. Oh man, what a joke!
It means a slightly longer day, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, I mean, so what? Do we do a leap year every 3 years now? Or what? Or how do we reconcile the calendar? Or slightly slower would be like every I don't know which way it goes. Every 5 years instead of 4 years, every 3 years instead of 4 years. I guess if Earth is slower, that means the days are longer. Against your clock. You have to adjust your clocks. Like the second itself, somebody call the French, because this involves the international units. Someone call the French and tell them that the Three Gorges Dam is ready to break. And if it breaks, we need to adjust the standard time of what a second increment is. Because we base our time off of the sun. You know, if that thing breaks, we got to adjust all the clocks. Got to call Lawrence and Livermore, have them update their atomic clock algorithms. UTC versus UT1, that equation of time is going to get all foobarred. It's so dumb. Like, the space news is so absolutely dumb on its face. And many of us, before we were flat earthers, knew how dumb it was. So it's not like, you know, you become a flat earther and suddenly see, like, clearly now how dumb everything is. No, it just kind of validates what you understood already, what you saw. You know, those of us who are old enough to remember, like, the old NASA pictures, they used to put captions under everything that would say, like, digitally rendered composite, right? Or artist impression. They used to do that a lot more. Everywhere. It was understood growing up when you were young that NASA put out a lot of digital artwork, that they would take interpretations from radio satellites. They'd take the spreadsheets and they would give them to an artist who understands the data, and the artist would come up with some rendering, first as paintings and drawings and stuff, and then using computers and digital art. They used to post friendly captions on the bottom of everything, and then they stopped doing it. Well, they didn't entirely stop, but they do it on some stuff, like only the obvious stuff. But the non-obvious stuff that's still obvious to everybody, they remove that caption, baby, and public gobbles this stuff up. You know, I do this funny thing with Globers every now and then. I've got 4 images that I have, and I've got actually a whole bank of images. These images, almost all of them are digital renders from Terragen. Terragen is a great graphics program. So they use Terragen on the mission to Mars, or whatever that was called, with Matt Damon. They used it to render the Martian landscape. They used it, I think, they didn't use it on Gravity. They've used it in a couple recent Star Wars movies. Terragen, though, Hollywood loves Terragen. You can download a free version, and it produces the most amazing, breathtaking renders of scenery from the ground and from outer space, looking at planets and the globe and stuff. And I play this game with people where I pop up 4 images and I say, which one of these is the real Earth? Which one of these 4 images, A, B, C, or D? You can't tell the difference. Nobody can tell. Everybody has failed it. You know why? I'll give you a secret, not to change the game next time, but the secret is all 4 images were made with Terragen. You want to trust NASA images? I mean, and this is like the Terragen free version. What do you think real artists have access to, especially Hollywood level? They're not using the free version of Terragen, folks. They are using the paid version and all the bells and whistles.
They've got all the sophisticated software tech, right? That probably isn't even available to the public.
Right. They'll hire a graphics artist who's got like a PhD in photospectrometry for $220K a year. And that's chump change peanuts. And they'll have him oversee a team of like 5 people. That's it. You can pump out amazing artwork. Yep. But, you know, growing up, everybody just understood that the imagery from NASA was CGI because the real stuff was in data and in formats that we, you know, Earthlings couldn't comprehend or understand. So they had to create all this artwork. But now everybody believes that all the imagery that they're seeing, like even the telematic data that gets converted by computers into live updates with 3D models. I think one of the most recent examples of this was the Chandrayaan space probe that went out to the moon in and I think they landed on it, deployed a rover. But the entire mission was basically CGI. It was obvious CGI. And a couple points during the live streams, they'd tell you that this was telematics driven data that was being live rendered in real time. And it looked bad. Like, don't get me wrong, it looked bad, but how many people thought it was real? I've got images I've saved from the news that shows people in front of a massive projector screen showing this telemetry data derived CGI from the Chandrayaan moon mission, and they're holding up their cameras and smartphones, taking pictures and live streaming the video, thinking it was real. And the CGI art, I kid you not, is about as bad as the last Starfighter movie from the 1980s. Like, it's obvious, folks, but their brains have bought in so badly to the narrative that their desire to believe it's true overrides their logical senses. They're so excited. They're caught up in the moment. Their emotional brain is overriding their rational brain. They see the stuff. I mean, they pop up their smartphone. They're taking pictures of the projector screen that's showing bad CGI, and they're gobbling the stuff up as if it's real. They want to believe it so much. It's like when NASA released imagery for the iPhone's debut. The iPhone had that blue marble 2.0. It's a major selling point to buy an iPhone, so you can get this brand new blue marble 2.0 image, and it was a complete digital composite. Sad. So DJ says, Eric, keep talking, bro. Loving it. The Blade Runner, dude. Blade Runner, both the original and the remake, I loved. I love both of those. The original will always have a spot in my heart, especially the director's cut. I thought the new one was fantastic. They're making another one.
Yeah,
really?
$21.99 or something like that.
Whoa!
I only found that out yesterday. I can't remember if it's going to be a film or a Netflix series, but yeah, they're doing another one.
I'm all in on that.
Yeah, man, me too. I love that film. Well, I love both of them, but especially the first.
Dude, if you grew up in like the late 80s through the 90s and stuff, I mean, you know this. I mean, cyberpunk was hot, like Shadowrun games, all these filmed noir sci-fi movies. They were the best. I was a total like industrial music metal rivet head back in the 90s. Where I was living, there's a big music scene for that. And, you know, Blade Runner and the Blade Runner motif was a big thing. Besides, I mean, it's just a great story. And we're starting to see elements of it come true today because you can look at the replicants as ChatGPT, right? So
yeah.
So here, like when Decker was in front of Leon in the beginning of the movie, and it was like, so a turtle turns over on its back and is struggling, and to live, Leon, do you turn the turtle over? Do you turn the turtle? Do you show an ounce of human empathy and turn the turtle over, Leon? Put him back on his belly. And you can interrogate ChatGPT much in the same manner and find its faults and cracks, just like Decker did to the replicants. And we do the same with Globies, especially Globies, who are relying on internet searches and ChatGPT and other, large language models. We can interrogate them like frickin' Decker from Blade Runner. That's who we are. You're in here, and we're testing to see how and what you know.
I feel
Are you really human?
I feel a name change coming on for you, mate. Amish Blade Runner.
Freaking right, Amish Blade Runner. That's pretty hot. I'm going to take it next week. It'll be next week's name. Yeah, so that reminds me. There's another flat earther. His name is Amish Space Station. People used to confuse me for him all the time, and I've tried really hard to get away from the Amish name because he was there before me. He's got it. He's got great music, guys. Like, check out Amish Space Station. He's a friend of Quantum Eraser, at least a fan. And he's got some of the hardest hitting tunes. He does kind of like a rap style, but it's his lyrics are spitting fire. And I think Drace, a couple other folks thought I was him, and I'm like, no, I'm sorry, I have no idea who that is. And I looked him up. He's got a few thousand followers. He's a cool dude. I never met him, but yeah. For those who are wondering, I'm not Amish Space Station. I go by Amish because I live amongst the Amish. Like on my commute to work, I'm dodging Amish buggies left and right. I drive past Amish schoolhouses. So, and I took on the Amish moniker because guess what, guys? The Amish are flat earthers. No joke. The Amish, they've been living in America for a while. They speak German. They have these old Bibles with them with family trees going back centuries. And they teach a flat earth cosmology. They've got the Hebrew cosmology in the beginning leaves of their Bibles. They teach it to their school students. And I've got firsthand direct knowledge of this.
That's an interesting point. I was going to ask that like months and months ago with regards to the Amish. Yeah, I might bring that up in future conversations. They still teach flat earth in Amish schools.
They absolutely do. And you know what's funny is like some of the Amish that are kind of rebellious and trying to be more modern, they're like, no, Earth isn't flat. It's a geocentric stationary ball. That's how to rebel, man. You don't go full heliocentrism. No, you go geocentric ball Earth. So yeah, some of the Amish believe that Earth is a ball, but it's geocentric. It's the middle of God's creation anyway. So yeah. The liberals, the Amish progressive woke left, they're like, Earth ain't flat. It's a geocentric stationary ball. Yeah. Yeah, man. They know what's up. Like no autism rates. They opt out of electricity. They opt out of the medical establishment. They take care of themselves. No autism.
Yeah, that speaks volumes, doesn't it?
Yep. No jibby jabby complications. Very little actual quote unquote actual COVID deaths, if any. I don't know of any. So I mean, there's been a big movement since the past few years. People joining their covenants and people joining what are also called intentional societies in general. There are a number of mainstream Christian denominations that set up communes, you can call them that, and people just living off the grid in communities, saying no more. I'm done with this. I personally, I'm an Eastern Orthodox Christian, and there are many Eastern Orthodox that are geocentrists and flat earthers. They just reject the Roman Catholic Copernicanism. Some of the first geocentrists and flat earthers I met were actually Eastern Orthodox people at my parish years and years ago, almost 20 years ago. They've got no love for the Pope.
Sorry for being ignorant, dude. Eastern Orthodox reminds me of Greek Orthodox and Russian Orthodox. Is that the same type of thing, or am I missing the boat?
Yeah, it's the same. So the big red pill for people is, they call it the 1054 AD red pill. That was the schism. It was United Orthodoxy up into that point, but it wasn't really that good. So during the Dark Ages and leading up to the year 1000 or so, the Roman bishop was trying to usurp power and authority and do things to take control. And the other four bishops were like, no, Rome, you're off your rocker. And there are multiple controversies from about the 700s leading up to 1000. One of the biggest things was when Charlemagne moved in, and he took the Franks and tried to reconstitute Europe after the barbarian hordes had destroyed Europe. And he basically usurped power from the emperor in Constantinople and started printing his own coinage in the 800s and started calling himself an emperor. And meanwhile, the real emperor in Constantinople was like, what the hell, dude? And the rift grew greater and greater, and eventually the two sides excommunicated each other. The Roman bishop, the Roman bishop excommunicated the 4 other bishops of ancient Christianity. And so the other 4 bishops said, fine, go your own way. And, history wasn't too good to the Eastern Christians, because we all know what happened to Constantinople. After the schism, they were basically attacked and besieged by the growing Islam influence. And in 1453, Constantinople, after being besieged for like hundreds of years, had finally succumbed and fell. But during that time, a lot of their great minds had moved into Europe and brought the Renaissance with them. The Byzantine minds is responsible for creating the Renaissance in Europe. And they also moved up north into Kiev, the first capital of the Russian Empire. And then they moved on to Moscow. And so today, Moscow considers itself like the real Rome. And then we know what happened with the Bolshevik Revolution. The last Christian emperor and his family were brutally murdered in the October Revolution. And it sounds like the British Empire may have turned at least a blind eye and let it happen on purpose to their cousins. Yeah. Yep, the Romanovs. And they are today considered saints of the Eastern Church. Tsar Nicholas II, his family, they're saints. Holy family.
Oh, wow. Didn't know that.
Yeah. Yep. So I don't mean to get all religious on you folks. I mean, it's a topic that is near and dear to my heart outside of Flat Earth. I do think the ancient Eastern Orthodox Church is the true continuance of authentic Christianity, the true Israel, the true continuance of Second Temple Judaism in the Messianic age. And it's not a fringe thought. So they've got all the things that Protestants like, decentralized governance and not a works righteous focused doctrine of salvation at all. Their view of salvation is based off of participating in God's divine grace. And becoming essentially more holy through a growing relationship you have with God. Your salvation is ongoing. It's temporal. It's not only instantaneous, but also temporal. It's both. So anyway, that's it. I'll get off my theological high horse right now.
That's okay. Funny enough, I'm behind someone with a bumper sticker that says, "Do you follow Jesus this closely?"
Most Protestants don't know that's how Scripture was canonized by the Orthodox Church by the 700s. There's a whole story leading into it. Why did the Gospel writers write what they wrote? We've got all that commentary. So, and part of it is due to the Reformation. The Reformation, Martin Luther, who basically kicked it off, he wrote a lot of letters to the Greek Church, and probably would have joined with the Eastern Orthodox Church. He had many great things to say about Eastern Orthodoxy. That the Greek Church are Christians people who follow the gospel more closely than any other Christians. But you know why that never took off? You know why the Protestant Reformation never enjoined with the Eastern Orthodoxy? It's because around that time, Constantinople had fallen, and Christians are getting brutalized and murdered, genocided by Islam. So it was very chaotic, a very terrible time. So Protestants in Europe had to kind of go their own way and figure things out on their own. But they're a lot closer to the Eastern Orthodox tradition and faith than Roman Catholicism. Yep. I think it'd be fun to kind of bring flat Earth into the Orthodox fold here. A lot of ancient Christian fathers of the church. One of my favorites is St. John Chrysostom, who was a bishop of Constantinople in the late 300s and early 400s, whose liturgy we follow today, whose homilies we read today still in church. He talked about Earth all the time being a place of divine mystery, and never once referred to it as a globe. When you read his homilies, he describes a flat earther would. He describes stars and the sun and moon as moving overhead, and the pillars of Earth and Earth remaining fixed in its position. And I mean, you can go on and on. St. Athanasius, St. Basil, all these other church fathers from the early days through the Dark Ages and onward have been flat earthers. One of my favorites is a bishop. His name is Cosmas Indicopleustes. His name basically means the one who's traveled to India. He was a monk from Alexandria, and he moved to Constantinople. And he was a world traveler. Before he was a monk, he was a merchant. And he went all over the known world, from northern Africa all the way out to Java and Indonesia, and documented the extent of Christianity of the day. And his book is called Christian Topography by Cosmas Indicopleustes. He was writing in his day, this was like the 400s, 500s, that there were Greek colonies in Indonesia who had their own Christian bishops. They themselves were descendants of Alexander the Great. They're all dead today. A major part of his book was writing in defense of the growing quote-unquote pagan influence of globe Earth into the church, how it was a defilement of God's creation in the minds of men. And one of the things he wrote is something you might hear flat earthers say today, actually. He actually wrote, how would water stick to a spinning ball? I kid you not. He wrote this in the 400s, folks. How would water stick to a spinning ball if Earth is a globe? I could probably pull that out later if I had time. But his works are widely available on the internet, and they're actually really fun to read about. So, yeah, I mean, the flat Earth has been a part of us for a long time. But the globe was a fringe ideology and a fringe philosophical idea by the pagan Greeks, and was not readily accepted by the church. That's why they resisted it until Galileo and so on in the 1500s.
It's an interesting bit of history there, mate. I didn't know any of that.
Oh, good. Glad that helps. Yeah, Western and Eastern churches were against the globe. So,
Disc Earth and floating man in the sky. That should make sense.
Yeah. Boy, you're in for an awakening. Yeah. So when you consider the Russian Orthodox Church, the state religion of Russia, the Greek Orthodox Church, the other big one, that flat Earth cosmology is actually
Squid Games on Roblox, and people keep pushing me.
Excuse me.
What the fuck is happening?
What are you talking about?
And I was pushed, and I lost.
Huh? Anyway, considering the Russians and Greeks who have no love for the Copernican preference, the Copernican philosophical preference of putting the sun in the middle of the solar system or even the universe, you've got a lot of people. You've got a massive populace of people that are geocentric in their cosmology between Greece and Russia and moving out east. A lot of Russians, folks, question the heliocentric model.
What, like today?
Today, yes, absolutely. Yeah. The whole globe thing was really advanced under communism, post-Bolshevik revolution, when they murdered the emperor. And here's the thing, if I could say one thing about this real quick. Tsar Nicholas II had an unbroken blood lineage back to Constantine, traced through his family tree. Yep. The kings and queens of Europe, you know why they weren't emperors? You know who they got their titles from? The emperor. Who was the emperor? The emperors of Constantinople. All the way until the early 1900s.
Wow.
Tsar Nicholas II of Russia was the last Tsar from the Constantinople lineage. Yep, the British, the Austrians, the German, Prussians, their titles, their deeds of property were granted and under the emperor. So this kind of puts world history into a different perspective, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
And the kings and queens of Europe know this. And a lot of their top support do too. General public is pretty much clueless outside of the East. Yeah, the word Tsar is an old Slavic form of Caesar.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think I've heard that before. Yeah.
Yeah. Moscow, you can Google this. Moscow is the third Rome. Go ahead and Google that and see what pops up.
Can I give me a minute?
And how big is Eastern Orthodoxy? I mean, it's thought of that there are probably as many people who are Eastern Orthodox as there are in the world as Roman Catholic. So there are a lot of people. And they've been marginalized and ignored. And then how prominent was Russia? Like Russia was the big daddy war bucks for most of modern history. America freaking bought Alaska off the Russians. The Russians had towns down into California and had military settlements in Hawaii. Am I pro-Russian? I mean, not in the sense you might think. I mean, I'm pro-Christian, but as a historical Christian, I'm really fascinated by the Russian lineage of Tsars and their empire. And all the factions and all the civil wars of Europe, the Crimean Wars, the Turkic Wars, the Slavic Wars, and everything was basically the Vatican of Rome trying to conquer and take over Russia. It was the freaking Vatican, the Bishop of Rome, attacking the Eastern Empire. And it's, I think, still the same thing going on today for the last 1,000 years. They thought they won with the Bolshevik Revolution, right? They're like, yeah, we finally murdered the emperor and got his family. And then the wall fell, and they're like, shit. And guess what? There's an heir apparent to the throne. His name is Gabriel, and he's a Romanov. He's educated in France and took a French wife and got married in Moscow.
You were right about the Moscow being the third Rome thing.
Yeah.
Loads of evidence.
that to me, this is so I was raised Lutheran. I was Protestant all my life. And the 1054 red pill just blew me apart, and I converted to Eastern Orthodoxy.
You think there are 1.2 billion Orthodox?
Is that how many Roman Catholics are claimed to be?
Yeah, I think it's like close to 1.3 billion Roman Catholics.
Yeah. I don't know.
But the last I checked for Orthodox, it was like close to 300 million, I think.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds like the Russian population. I mean, there are Orthodox, like, I think there's Orthodox all over Africa, like the Ethiopian Orthodox. They're Orthodox in Persia, Orthodox in China, Orthodox in Mongolia, Orthodox in India, Orthodox all over the Middle East, too. I mean, but they're also getting systematically wiped out as well. So that's just the way it's going. So it's interesting to compare to like the Roman Church over the past 1,000 years to the Eastern Church. You know, like the Roman Church, their idea of miracles is like bloody stigmata and people having open sores and bleeding all over the place. In the Eastern Church, their version of that is like icons that are weeping holy myrrh oil. Like, which one of these looks demonic to you? No. Lots of little things you'd call clues and indicators, but
Eric,
I'm gonna have to go in a couple minutes.
Daddy.
Sorry, what, Daffodil? I didn't hear that.
I said you're annoying. Nobody likes you.
Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way, hun.
I mean, you could
I've
always
got nothing else to talk about right now, hun. So, I mean, you can tune out if you want, or if you want to talk about something else, why don't you tune in and we can get back to Flat Earth. What do you think about that?
No.
Or you could take the third option and just fuck off.
Yeah, I mean, go throw a frisbee outside or something. Maybe it's a nice day where you live. Oh, she called me a fat ass in chat. That's funny. If you saw me, you'd be like, what? Morva said, sound like a voice changer. Yeah. I got to get going, folks. I'm going to peel off here. Thanks for letting me ramble.
No worries, man. Speak to you soon.
Holy fucking yap.
You got something better to say?
I mean, you see my profile picture, right?
No, I'm not even bothering to look, mate.
I know what that is. That's EGM 96. That's the geoid model.
Yep.
You got a new car?
Is that the potato Earth?
Yeah, that's potato Earth.
Gotcha.
That's showing the uneven distribution of mass throughout the globe. Yeah, the different spots represent the gravitational strength, supposedly.
Isn't Earth supposed to be like smooth as a cue ball or something?
Yeah, that's something that Neil deGrasse Tyson said. You zoom out from Earth, and you know, if you were to scale down Earth to the size of a cue ball, all the mountain ranges and undulations of terrain are so statistically insignificant they'd be just as smooth or smoother than a cue ball. Because if you were to zoom into a cue ball with all of its imperfections, the mountains and hills and valleys of a cue ball at the same scale of Earth would be more pronounced.
I don't know who to believe. I'm so confused.
Yeah, it is confusing. You know what you can believe? you can actually believe yourself when you go out and look at the Earth and measure it yourself. You can trust firsthand direct knowledge. Then you don't have to believe anymore. Then you can actually know for sure. Let me tell you guys, flat Earth is something that I know with every fiber of my soul is true.
How?
Because I've seen it.
You've seen flat Earth?
Yeah, I have.
Wow. So what did it look like?
Same thing I see every day. I can see too far for it to be a globe.
I mean, that didn't answer the question, but
No, I see too far for it to be a globe. That's what it looks like. You can see further than you think you should.
Mod King, have you seen that video of Neil deGrasse Tyson where he says Earth is smoother than a cue ball?
Can you say that one more
Yeah,
time, bro?
I've seen that video. I don't have a link to it, but yeah, it's out there.
Curious what his answer is.
You said he
So
said it's as smooth as a cue ball, you said?
Yeah. If you shrink Earth down a size, yeah.
Oh, what does that mean?
I mean, it means like
exactly.
it cannot be that potato shape that's in your profile picture, you know?
Yeah, what you're showing is a geoid model, and it's been exaggerated with curvature. The important part are the colors, showing the variance in Earth's gravitational field due to the claimed distribution of mass being uneven throughout Earth.
What shape is a cue ball?
It's like a perfect sphere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And what's that got to do with your geoid picture?
The geoid is an ad hoc explanation for why, when they go out and do astrogeodetic surveys, that the stars don't line up at the latitude and longitude coordinate reference that they think that they should. So the idea is you go out to like 39 north, 140 degrees west or whatever, and look up at the star that's supposed to be there, and it's not really there. It's shifted over into one direction. So they say, oh, Earth's gravity must be unevenly distributed, which means it's bending the light. It's bending the light so that the light that should be directly above me at my zenith is actually shifted over a little bit.
Are you saying that that's wrong because light shouldn't do that?
Well, I mean, that's the explanation for why the perfect coordinate reference system is not so perfect as it seems when it's actually put to the test. And so they introduce all these corrections, astrogeodetic plumb line corrections, and deflection of the vertical and surveying, because the vertical plumb lines aren't as parallel as they thought they should be if Earth is a globe. Yeah, I mean they're not parallel, but they aren't as radially splayed out from the center of Earth's mass if Earth was the perfect reference ellipsoid that they thought it was. So they have to introduce all these corrections, and these corrections go into GPS.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's all. I mean, so the presumed cause is a gravity field that is creating a medium for light to bend within. And that's why the star that should be directly overhead at that particular point in time and location is not where it is. It's due to some massive, like they could say, maybe a big clump of iron or something super dense is maybe 50 miles off east of here. And that's why the star that is perfectly overhead is actually moved a bit to the east from here. So, and one of the things they say is like mountains on the terrain as well as sea mounts are big contributors to this. All right, it's time for me to really go. I'll see you guys later. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers, Amish. Catch you next time, bro.
Cheers, man.
He was on one. It was good.
I might swerve and hit that corner. Whoa. Hold on tight, because I might tweak and been letting it go.
Yeah, this man. Yo, what was that? So is the sun flat too?
Is anyone going to buy it?
What's it look like when you look up into the sky, mate?
Not flat.
There you go. We'll just go with that. Happy days.
You said what now?
I was happy with your answer. I just look up into the sky and see a light in the sky, a bright bastard, and it's pretty hot too. Yeah, other than that,
So not flat?
you can call it whatever you like. How do I know you don't have eye troubles and you're seeing weird shit? I'm not you. Sorry.
Right. So we're not. So the sun isn't flat.
Well, it's whatever you believe you think it is. You're the one looking at it, remember? I just see a light in the sky.
So why isn't the same thing said for the Earth? Since we can't.
Have you measured the sun, Moth King? Did you measure it? When did you measure it?
No,
How'd you measure it to be flat?
Asked the question about the sun if it was.
Why apples different shaped to bananas? Is that what you want to know?
What'd you say?
Why apples different shaped to bananas?
I never asked. Oh, my bad. You probably didn't hear the question. Is the sun flat too?
The sun flat too? Don't know. Haven't measured it. Looks like a sphere.
What about the moon?
Don't know. Haven't measured it. Looks like a sphere.
They're not saying the Earth is flat because they looked at other things and they were flat. That's what it sounds. It sounds like you're confused. The Earth is flat because they measured it flat. It's not because they looked at other things and was like, "Oh, that's flat, so this must be flat."
Okay.
Yeah, just clear. You just sounded confused. Yeah, they measured the surface of the Earth to be flat. They didn't look at other things like the moon or lights in the sky and say, "Oh, those seem to be flat, so we're just going to assume this is flat."
Okay. I was just asking a straight up question, brother. I don't know who answered it, but I think it was Jedi. But thank you, appreciate it.
No worries. Yeah, no worries, man.
I just don't understand. One of my problems with understanding flat Earth is, what do you mean by flat? Do you mean like what is that? What does that mean?
Planar with topography.
Yeah, horizontal. Like the waters of the earth, they lay horizontally. Mountains and valleys of elevation above that water, and obviously the depth below that water. But mean sea level is a horizontal reference datum. So the seas and oceans of the earth are measured and observed and used as a horizontal. The earth's horizontal, dude, not curving.
And how do you explain water not falling off the sides?
Maybe it's contained.
Okay. All right.
Does water fall off the
by
side
what?
of your drinking cup when it's only half full?
Say what you said again, sir.
Does water fall off the side of your drinking glass when it's only half full?
No, but my drinking
Thank
glass
you.
isn't. Hold on 1 second. But my drinking glass isn't flat. That doesn't explain it.
The water across it is.
Right. So okay. So water is flat. Okay. Not actually flat Earth. Okay.
Well, we're told that the surface of the earth is 73% water. So that's 73% of the surface of the earth is horizontal.
So Earth is like a cup.
if we're talking about the containment for water and why you think the water isn't spilling off for some reason, then I would suggest that the water's contained, a bit like a lake, maybe.
Okay. The water is flat in a lake, but that doesn't make the actual crevice flat.
No, but the water is the surface, right?
Right.
Right. We're talking about the surface description of the Earth. Yes, we have hills, and yes, we have valleys, and yes, we have a seabed, and those undulations and so on, but they're all going to be demarked from the 0 point, which is the mean sea level. Like a mountain, for example, Mount Everest, X amount of meters above sea level. The Marianas Trench, X amount of meters below sea level. So the surface of water is level.
Okay. I'm still confused because the image that Matrix, I don't know, he said is my cup. He mentioned a cup, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, with regards to why is the water not falling out, he brought up a container.
Okay, so are we saying that the Earth is cylinder-like?
Why is it whenever someone offers an analogy, always the
Wow.
wrong side of it gets taken?
Wow. I'm asking a question because people
Yeah.
don't answer questions.
I asked
That's
a
one of the
question
reasons.
also. Why is it
Right.
when an
But
analogy is offered up, someone like yourself will always take the wrong side of it?
Well, I mean, because
You
you're
were
not
talking.
answering.
Were we talking
Okay.
about the
Wow,
actual cup
I can't
itself,
answer the
or
question.
were we talking about the water in it?
Usually, when you ask a question, you want an answer,
Yep.
but it doesn't seem
Correct.
that you want an answer.
Now, were we discussing the water in the cup or the cup itself?
Can I answer that question?
Please.
Okay. I guess you were talking about the water, but
Excellent.
something.
So why do you
Right.
need to reference the actual cup itself now?
Because water isn't Earth.
We live
water
on a cylinder Earth? Like, what the fuck?
Water is water.
What is the surface? Which is what we're discussing. The surface.
Okay, so you were talking about the surface of the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Mainly its attributes and its characteristics and qualities, right? So it is because if it's a sphere like we're taught from birth, it would have convexity to it. It would be curving and at a specific rate.
Okay.
But it's not.
I mean, I'm not going to make that claim that it's not or that it is. I'm just asking from your model, what is containing the water? Because we could say the same thing for a flat surface, that if water was on a flat surface.
I don't know, but just like you don't need to know specific details about the cow that your steak came from, that you eat.
I'm a vegan.
No, you know it came from a cow, right?
I'm a vegan. I don't that.
Mock King, you're confused, man. You're asking questions and you're trying to get to a model, but what they're explaining to you isn't a model. What they're explaining to you is the characteristics of the surface of the Earth. That's it. They're just saying this is what the characteristics are of the surface that we all live on. They're not saying this is the model. Here, let me give you a model. That's not what they're doing.
No,
not making a claim.
That's fair.
Yeah. We're not making a claim to overall shape, size, like extent, like none of that. Just dealing with basic what we can actually determine about the surface from our vantage point. Not having traveled thousands of kilometers in any direction to see if it's there's an end or anything like that, right? Just just dealing with what we can experience in our locale. But also, okay, you're a vegan. Okay, so let me put it this way. If someone serves you up a plate of banana slices, right?
Okay.
You know that there was a peel, right?
I would assume
no, it
there
had
was a
to
peel,
have come. Yeah, right. Yeah, so it's a necessary antecedent. Just like surface, just like water, liquid, right, takes the shape of its container. If it's not in a container, it continues to spread out until it reaches a barrier.
Right. And that's not what we're experiencing with the oceans.
There's a mean sea level, so there's an average. So it ebbs, it rises and recedes. There's a median in the somewhere there. So like they just reference that median as being sea level.
Okay.
If it was still and there was no waves and no other forces acting on it and it didn't move, it would probably just lay around about there. Maybe. I don't know. But, for all intents and purposes, we use sea level as a horizontal datum. So, like someone will start at a shoreline, then extend a horizontal plane out from them, right, facing towards the land, and then against that horizontal reference, they will gauge the elevation of the land, whether it's below that plane or above that plane, and give it a height, depth.
Okay. I mean, that makes more sense than what I've heard a lot of other people say about flat Earth. It still brings up a lot of questions, though. Yeah.
I'm curious, what have you heard about flat Earth?
Well, the assumption of it being like the assumption that Earth is actually like flat, like we are on a planar, like we're on a planar Earth.
We are.
Okay. Well, that's I don't. Okay.
And it's not an assumption. They're saying that it's a measurement. They're not assuming that we're living on a planar Earth. They're saying we're looking at the surface of it, evaluating the properties of it, and we come up with that it's planar, that it's flat, as opposed to a giant ball, which would have a drop over distance.
So the problem with the globe is the drop over distance.
Yeah, the problem with the globe is there's no curvature. That water we're talking about over distance would have to curve, right? We don't measure that. We don't practically use that. So again, the waters of the Earth are the 0 point, the horizontal reference datum. So
When
the
you
water
say
is flat. Go on.
When you say we don't practically use that, what do you mean by that?
Well, for example, when we were talking about elevation and depth, like my friend was just pointing out, talking about coastlines, the 0 point is mean sea level that all elevations and depths are taken from. Like the mountain we were speaking about earlier, a few thousand meters above sea level, or the Arianas Trench, a few thousand meters below sea level. But the water is practically used as a horizontal reference datum. We use it for things like cartography, for building maps and so on, that mean sea level average. So in all practical sense and purposes, the Earth is flat. We can use that mean sea level as well as a horizontal reference datum for things like navigation, celestial navigation, measuring the angles of stars in the sky. Those angles require the surface of the Earth to be flat because we understand that the definition of an angle is the intersection of two straight sides. These angles are very specific angles because they're elevation angles, which means upwards. Those angles are taken upwards from mean sea level. That's one straight side of the angle. So again, practically, we use the Earth as horizontal to navigate it.
Well, I see pictures of, the sea sometimes, and if the boat that it's referencing is far enough, the sea level is over the bottom of the boat, right? So that's an assumed curvature.
Yeah, And I get that because, you know, we all started hearing this in like 2015. I've been a flat earther for 10 years. So the argument is you can't see the bottom of the boat because the curvature is in the way. Now, I can demonstrate for you and I can give you a few videos of the same phenomena happening on a flat surface. It's called angular resolution loss. So things, if on distance on a flat surface, if you've got a narrow angle of view, as in you're very low to the surface looking horizontally across it, things will start to disappear from the bottom up. So that phenomena can be produced on a flat surface as well. Now we can go into that a little bit more if you want to. For example, long distance observations, we call them, that boat that we couldn't see the bottom of at say 5, 6, 7, 10 miles away. If you get a better camera, you'll be able to see the boat a lot more. In actual fact, you can see it disappear a lot further away than it should do on a ball. Because we're told the size of the ball, that means we can use a few mathematical equations to figure out how far the horizon should be from an observer at altitude. So if you're, say, standing at the beach and you're, say, 6 foot tall, according to the mathematics of the ball, the horizon should be 2.8 miles away. Now, we can show you images, if you want us to show them to you, of horizons for a 6 foot observer 10, 20 miles away, demonstrating that that horizon is not physical Earth curvature. It's an optical phenomena based on optics, like the power of a lens or binoculars or high-powered zoom cameras and the atmospheric conditions of the day. So the horizon's optical. The reason why the boat disappears from bottom up is optical. It's not because of Earth curvature.
Okay, so, and that's a measurement, right? I agree with that measurement. But we're talking about the measurement of the Earth, right? We're saying we measured the Earth to be flat, right?
Yeah.
How long is the Earth?
Right, okay, so I don't want to get confused here. So we're not making a claim to the size of the Earth here. No one's been to the extremities of the Earth and say, this is where the Earth stops and whatever else is beyond the Earth, that's where that begins, whatever that is. So we're not making a claim to the size of the Earth. But what we are saying is when we measure the Earth, that Earth is measured flat. It's not measured to have curvature. So I couldn't tell you how big the Earth was, for example.
Well, then that brings up a lot more assumptions.
Okay. What are they?
Okay. So if we don't know the measurement of the Earth, right? How can we determine where we're supposed to see the curve?
Are you talking about? Yeah, are you talking about on a ball?
Right.
Okay, so we're given this radius of the Earth, aren't we? 3,959 miles. We're told the circumference of the Earth, 24,901. We're told these values. So
if we're assuming that's true, right? If we're assuming that that's true,
yeah,
then it's okay. But what if we're not assuming that's true, which you're saying that it's not true?
Yeah, you're not assuming it's true.
So if we don't assume that's true, and we just measure the Earth, we measure it's flat. If we do assume it's true, and we just measure the Earth, we just measure it's flat. Doesn't matter what assumptions you do when you practically measure the Earth, it's flat.
So there's no in between flat and round. There's nothing in between.
Well, let me ask you, if a surface is not curved, what is it?
Well, we can't determine the curvature of the Earth because we don't know if the radius of the Earth
Moth King, just step away from the Earth for a second. If I hand you any random shape, if the surface of that shape is not curved, what is it?
Well, that's it's if it's not curved. So if you handed me a shape, like let's say you handed
shape. Yep,
okay.
any random shape.
Let's say it's
of that shape are not curved.
Let's say it's a square so that I could visualize it. All right. So if you handed me like a cube and it wasn't curved, right?
Correct.
Then I would assume that it had, well, I wouldn't have to assume. I could literally look at it and say, okay, this has flat surfaces.
Excellent. Can you name me a shape that has somewhere between curved and straight surfaces? So it's not curved, but it's not straight over.
Cylinder.
It's got curves.
A cylinder does have curves, but we would assume if we're on the top of it, right? If we're
So that it's curved, but it's not flat.
You said what now?
The issue you've got, my friend, and you still haven't caught on, it's either flat or curved. There ain't no in between, brother.
That's also an assumption. Because you made it clear that we don't know. Oh my goodness. Hold on one second.
Stop the assumption.
One second. Hold on.
You can stop the assumptions and you can name the shape that has both together on one surface.
On
a surface can't be both, Moth King. A surface cannot be both.
But listen, hold on. I'm using what you said. I'm not assuming that the Earth is round. I'm using what you said. Okay.
We weren't talking about the Earth. Remember, if you start listening, we stepped away from the Earth. I've handed you a shape, and you are going to point to us one that has both.
Let's say you handed me a cup. Okay. Because we're talking about the Earth. We're not talking about a random shape, right?
So if it's not curved, what is it?
If I'm going to answer one question at a time.
Okay. Answer the question, Moth King.
I did. I answered the question like 3 times. What do you want me to say?
You didn't. I didn't.
So okay. So we know that the surface is flat. All right, our surface that we're standing on, right? But obviously there's depth to the Earth, right?
Right. So what we say there, remember when you first started and I said it's planar with topography? We understand that there's hills and valleys and rivers and stuff like that. Okay?
Okay.
So
right.
We're not thinking flat like a billiard table.
Okay. That's right.
Is that what you wanted to know?
Right, so you're not saying flat like a table, okay? So we're now, hold on. Now we're getting into what you're saying, right? Now I can answer your question. If you handed me a shape like a cube, yes, the surfaces of a cube are flat. Yes.
So
that's all we're dealing with is the surface, dude.
Okay, so could the Earth be a cube?
I guess.
Okay. Oh, and in fact, better yet, could the Earth be a cylinder?
The Earth could be anything as long as the surface of it is flat as it's measured. That's what they're saying. I mean, they're not claiming a shape. They're just saying the surface of whatever shape that happens to be is flat. And then they're not fighting against any conceivable Earth there is. Like, yeah, the Earth could be a giant 1,000,000-mile long ball. And then you could say that, well, that's not what they're talking about. We're talking about the claim. The claim is the Earth that's a sphere with a radius of a certain, 4,000 miles. So that's.
Well, hold on. I mean, hold on. The globe model does say the Earth is millions of feet long. So.
No, I meant miles.
Right. Exactly. Millions. Right. Yeah,
that takes us back to the curvature again. So it tells us that the radius is 3,959 miles. So that's what we were talking about with the water before. Right? That would mean that the water has to curve at a specific rate over distance, right? Just 10 miles would have 66 foot of drop, right? According to that radius of Earth. What we have are countless amounts of practical demonstrations, laser tests, all types of different tests that we could show you or you could do yourself. And there's no curvature detected, right? We could set up a camera just off the surface of the water, right? And being able to zoom in across a 10-mile lake, right? There should be 66 foot of drop over that 10 miles, right? That means between point A and point B on that lake, from one side to the other, there should be 66 foot of obstruction blocking the view from point A to point B, right? So we can zoom in and actually see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Right? 66 foot is like a 6-story building. It should be blocking your view between point A and point B if the Earth were a globe.
Okay. So, okay. All right.
Just one last thing really quickly, right? Oh, sorry to interrupt. Just one last thing quickly about the radius value, right? That's the R value. You'll see that in all of the mathematics behind the globe model, right? All of the distances, calculations to everything in space, right? To be able to launch people to the moon, satellites into space, it all requires that radius value to be correct, right? For their calculation. That radius value has to be correct for the entire globe model to be correct.
Okay.
That's what we're testing a lot of the time. Looking for the curvature, looking to validate the radius value, looking to find the geometric horizon.
Okay. So, the surface that we're standing on is flat.
Graphical plane.
And we're
right?
not assuming shape.
No.
Correct.
Okay.
Flat's a surface description, isn't it?
You said what now?
Flat is a surface description.
Right. Oh, right. Exactly. So
yeah, and many things can be flat, but we're not making a claim to the shape of the Earth. We're not making a claim to the size of the Earth. We're just describing the surface of the Earth.
What if you add 4 more sides to a cube?
You still haven't made anything round or curved.
Yeah, that's a decagon.
It can be perceived as curved.
No, it's got flat sides. If you add 4 more sides to a cube, that's 10-sided. That's a decagon. The surfaces will be flat, and then you have
the surfaces. Yes.
Yeah, the surfaces will be flat, and then you'll have corners and edges.
Right. That we couldn't perceive.
I've never seen a corner or an edge.
Well, right.
I'm quite
because
certain
we couldn't perceive it.
that if there was a corner of the edge, aeroplane rides would be fucking fantastic.
The Bible says there's 4 corners to the earth.
That's very true. If it does, the Bible also says that the earth is immovable, unshakable, set upon pillars, pressed out like sea under a clay under a seal. So biblical cosmology says the earth is flat.
The surface of the earth.
Yes, water.
Okay. So, how do we explain videos of 360 sun in Antarctica?
We don't. We just observe it. There goes the sun for 3 months of the year above the horizon. You can see the same thing in the Arctic for 3 months of the year above the horizon. We don't have to explain it. We just observe it. All measurements, though, are going to require a flat Earth to do so. The sun is 45 degrees above the horizon, 360 degrees around me. That's going to be a flat Earth measurement to describe the elevation of the sun above the Earth.
Wait, what?
To describe the sun above the horizon, for example, 20 degrees above the horizon, that's a flat Earth measurement because we're talking about angles. 2 straight sides, elevation above 1 straight side, which is the Earth, and the imaginary line between the observer and the sun, depicting the separation of those 2 straight sides. So to describe the sun and make measurements of the sun, you're going to require a flat Earth to do so, because they're angle measurements. Let me ask you this. If you have an angle like 90 degrees, a vertical line and a horizontal line, but you curve the horizontal line, is it still 90 degrees?
Say that again. I'm trying to.
If you have if you have an angle like 90 degrees, a vertical line straight down and a horizontal line from left to right, but you curve the horizontal line, would it still be 90 degrees?
I mean, it wouldn't be an angle.
Bingo. So to describe the elevation of the sun above the horizon, you can't describe it in an angle measurement because the surface of the Earth is supposedly curved. So you can't measure an angle. It's not an angle anymore, is it?
There are problems with things that you just said, but I can concede to that. Yeah.
There are problems with what I just said. Like what? Like what?
Well, you're assuming that you said the sun is 45 degrees above the Earth's surface?
Above the horizon, yeah.
Above the horizon, right.
And that's an example. You can say any angle.
Oh, okay. So, I don't understand what that has to do with anything, but I guess you got it.
Word, what nigga? What the
So
fuck?
I'm just trying to make sure that we.
What the fuck do you know about where
that
I've
I
been,
know what
motherfucker?
you
If you was
are talking about when you say the Earth is flat. That's all I'm trying to understand. With you.
Yeah, sorry, I missed all of that because of the guy who jumped in.
I must have him muted or something. I didn't hear anybody else.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said though, buddy. So can you repeat it for me, please?
Oh, what were we talking about?
Angle measurements to the sun in Antarctica.
In Antarctica.
Yeah. Now to describe, as I pointed out, that's an angle measurement, 20 degrees above the horizon. You said I was assuming something. What was I assuming?
Well, the question was, how do we explain a 360 sun around the horizon? I mean, around Antarctica.
We don't explain it. We just observe it. What is there to explain?
Well, I mean, what? What do you mean? What do you mean?
What's there to explain?
Well, on a flat Earth, how does that happen? That's what I'm trying to understand.
The sun's circling around a point, Antarctica.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's what we observe, isn't it? We go to Antarctica. For certain months of the year, we can see the sun above the horizon all day long. No explanation required. Of just described what happens.
Well, I mean, it kind of does need an explanation if the surface of the Earth is flat.
Okay.
If it's flat from one corner to the Earth to the other corner of the Earth, that kind of does need an explanation.
Nobody's saying there's corners. You just added that.
Oh, my bad. Not corner.
You
Side.
do.
Side.
It needs an explanation, or you do.
Do you have an explanation?
It needs an explanation, or you do.
The question was, what is the explanation?
Moss King, how
to you was, it needs an explanation to satisfy everyone's requirements, or you personally do.
Well, questions don't answer questions, brother. So
put it there. Oh, okay, I'll answer your question. I don't give a fuck. There's an explanation.
That's not an answer.
Yes, it
Moss
is.
King, how does the surface being flat not allow a sun to revolve above your head?
That's what I'm not. I didn't make the assumption
that's what
that it
you're
doesn't.
implying. You're saying there needs to be an explanation.
I didn't imply anything. I asked a question.
Yeah, you're saying how can a surface be flat and yet the sun circles above your head? I
don't understand how you guys don't understand. Like, listen, I was talking. First of all, hold on. First of all, I was talking to Jedi, and he explained everything that I said, or everything that I had to say. He had pretty good explanations for it without argument, without being argumentative. So it should have a decent. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So we try to stick with things that we can empirically validate, like the curvature of the Earth, right? That's why we mostly talk about the Earth here, and we try to stay away from things that we can't validate empirically, right? So when it comes to celestial bodies,
okay,
right, something we can't validate empirically, we don't make claims about it because we can't prove it. We don't want to make false claims. Right? What we can validate is that the Earth can't be a globe because of the curvature problem, right? And other problems, right? We can get into the other problems if you want. But we don't make claims about the sun. We don't claim to know what the sun is, where the sun is, and that kind of thing, right? So what you have, right, is a globe model that has an explanation for the 24-hour sun, right? A globe model that we can't find any curvature, right? And we can't validate that the model actually matches reality. Right, there are some flat earthers that do have their own models that do explain the 24-hour sun, but I'm sure that those models have a lot of issues as well. So we don't go with that kind of thing.
Okay.
We try to stick with the Earth and things we can validate. If that's a good enough answer for you, man.
I mean, that's an honest answer. That's all I'm asking for, and I appreciate that. I'm not here
No
to
worries,
argue and raise my voice at anybody.
You're good. You're good.
That brings me to another question. Is there any phenomena that the flat earth has problems with explaining on Earth?
What, on the earth or in the sky?
You said what now?
On the earth or in the sky?
Oh, on Earth.
No.
Okay. So it's the sky that we have a problem with.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, one person's. Okay.
Because you're looking for explanations for stuff that happens in the sky which we can't verify.
Okay.
We can speculate, but we can't verify.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, explanations aren't proof. Right? That's just an explanation.
Okay. Well, so measurements are proof.
Yeah. If I want to know how tall I am, I'm going to measure myself, right? That's going to be proof of how tall I am, isn't it? If I want to have an orientation, say horizontal, I might use something like water to have a gauge of what horizontal is. And I'll understand that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Well, doesn't it depend on how you're measuring it, the type of measurement? Because that could, like, whatever you measure, if the measurement style you're using or method, like, produces information that's kind of difficult to understand, doesn't that make it, like, that becomes, like, a measurement that is not producing much of proof of anything?
Not well.
That's a good question.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, measuring, say, measuring my height in picoseconds versus measuring my height in meters. So one is empirically more understandable and useful. The other one can be misleading or difficult to understand and produces, like, the resulting information is difficult to interpret.
I guess I understand what you're saying, but we'll go for the conventional term of height, feet, meters, deviation from a horizontal, which is curvature, which would be the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b.
Mm-hmm.
That's primarily what we have to remember, right? Is we're trying, if the Earth is curved, to measure a deviation from horizontal over distance at 8 inches per mile squared. We do not measure any deviation from horizontal to depict curvature. That's where we're at. We measure the Earth to be flat. Not in picoseconds, though.
Okay, that brings a good question. What he said brings a good question. Not using, I understand what metric you're using, but how did we measure the point A and the point B of the distance?
Certainly, because you're saying, okay, there's no curvature because you measured it. But how? Yeah, exactly. How did you measure it? What method did you use?
You understand what planar surveying is?
No.
Okay, so planar surveying primarily works in angle measurements, like elevation above, elevation below, a protracted horizontal. The devices that they use, for example, are known as theodolites, so site observations, basically, to points along the surface of the Earth. We can use other things, for example, but again, they will be angle measurements. We use a nautical sextant, for example, when we're measuring elevation angles above the surface of the Earth, like we mentioned earlier. There's other methods that can be used. Line of sight laser targeting systems in the visible and infrared spectrums. There's the propagation of waves in UHF, VHF, microwave, Wi-Fi, whatever the propagation is. We can do it that way. But primarily, any methodology that we use, then we measure the Earth to be flat. Whether it's lasers, whether it's angle measurements, planar surveying, celestial navigation, cartography, all of those types of things. The premise of these things is angle measurements.
Okay. So, but I'm hold on. I'm confused about something now, because this brings back into like we're talking about the method of measurement, but it's about like how was the experiment performed, and seeing what those measurements entail or what are the results. Like, and then there's observations. Like, I guess a simple question is like what that one guy just said in the side chat, like, for navigation and such, lighthouses. Is there a reason they're on towers?
So, yeah. So you understand that if you were to go higher, you see further. So if you have a taller light, you're going to see it from a much further distance away.
Not on a flat Earth.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not necessary.
Sorry,
Why?
do you
That's
not
not necessary.
Sorry, do you not understand what perspective is? Do you understand
If it's on a tower, it would be a longer hypotenuse, right? If you make it higher, the hypotenuse to the ship would be longer, so therefore it would be weaker. So why would you put it on a tower to make the hypotenuse larger on a flat Earth?
Okay. You understand that we use things like lighthouses in celestial and terrestrial navigation by measuring the angle from the observer to the top of the lighthouse because we know how tall the lighthouse is above mean sea level. You understand this methodology requires a triangle, right? 3 straight sides. We use this when we're doing running fixes, when we're sailing up a coastline, for example, taking horizontal and vertical angle measurements along the coastline and to the top of the lighthouse. We know the height of. They're all straight sides, they're all angle measurements. Using this methodology, I can figure out how far I am from the lighthouse. It's a flat Earth measurement.
No, it's not the direction. The issue is how far can you see? If you're saying you are higher and makes you see farther, what that would mean is the hypotenuse from the lighthouse point to the ship was shorter than from a straight line from the bottom, from the shoreline out to the ship.
Yes,
so the fact is, you're going higher.
Into consideration.
So the fact,
things.
it's okay. You can interrupt me.
Assuming that straight away. That's all. Oh, this line's longer.
It's a
Therefore, I
hypotenuse.
should not be able to see it. Incorrect.
Yeah.
You've got angular
Didn't you
resolution.
just say distance?
You've got
well, wait,
angular
how does that affect it?
resolution.
How
Also,
does that change it? How does that change the point of the ship looking at the light?
Shut up. Now fuck off and go and annoy someone else's conversation. Jedi, as you were with that other chap.
Wait a second. Wait, what happened? What just happened?
Yeah, I don't understand either what just happened.
Look, listen, hey, anti-globalist. Can I have a word with you real quick?
Yeah, man.
So when we're having these conversations, a lot of us globers, we're respecting what you guys are saying and trying to understand, without being aggressive. And when we're getting new information, that we're asking to be explained, it seems a lot of the times that we're muted, and after being talked to in a very aggressive or in a very aggressive way. So I would just ask if you could unmute, bro, and we could both, him and the other dude, can agree to have a.
Okay, Mod King, I'm going to nail this right now. I don't do feelings, okay? So I don't care if you hurt your feelings. Rab Scuttle is not in here to give you useful information. He's here to fuck you over. So if you understand that off the get-go, he stays muted, you can converse with Jedi or VW or whatever his name was. Wherever he's gone.
I was talking to anti-globalist.
You can converse with him also.
Yeah. It's what Matrix said. No, it's the same thing, man. Like, I didn't mute him, for starters. And secondly, Rab Scuttle, like, we enjoy talking to you because you're a new guy, you're being respectful. Rab Scuttle, we've known Rab Scuttle for so long. He comes in here every day and he has the exact same 3 or 4 talking points. He tries to derail these conversations we're having with new people, and he spazzes out every single time he's in here. It's absolutely ridiculous. Right? I'm surprised he's not permanently banned, to be honest.
Yeah, I banned him
We're enjoying
today.
the
I don't know how he's back after just a few hours of banning. It should be for 2 days.
Everyone.
What the fuck?
Just a little bit of background information, dude. You probably don't know this, but there's people within this community, quote unquote, that we like to label anti-flat earthers, who come in and spoil conversations and take over the conversations, so people like you don't get to ask your questions. These types of things have been going on for like years and years now, buddy. So although you might know what's going on, we know what's going on. So maybe just respect the moderation, because we'd rather speak to you than somebody has an anti-flat earth position.
All right. Okay. Well, I don't know him, and I'm not taking up for him. I was just asking if we could have a respectful conversation instead of.
Yeah, we can. He's a stalker.
Won't deny.
He's a stalker.
It was just jarring. It was just jarring to see that, since the question. I mean, he was like going straight from the 24-hour sun and talking about Lighthouse. It did seem relevant.
Yeah, Rab Scuttle is a stalker. Okay, many folks that you see us ban and we look like assholes for doing it are stalkers.
Okay.
All right. Yep. Carry on.
Okay. So could you explain more down the line why we would need a higher elevation to see further distances? I didn't get that because it was, I guess, a verbal scuffle. And by the way, another thing, I wasn't appealing to feelings, Maverick. I didn't understand what was going on.
Good, man. Let's just continue the conversation. Everyone was having a good chat, right? So
right.
Someone wants to explain angles, right? Angles of view.
I think you got this, mate.
Yeah. Look, I mean, basically, right? Certain things could work just fine on a globe Earth or a flat surface. Right? When you go higher, you can see further. Either way. If you have if you're in a long hallway, for example, up down really, really low to the ground, you can't see the end of the hallway. As you go higher and higher, you'll see further and further down the hallway. Just the way perspective works.
I mean, that
right. It's because we see in angles, right? We see in angles. The light that we see, if it's not from the source of an object, it's being reflected. So when we're looking at the ground or the floor of a hallway, we're looking at reflected light off of the floor of the hallway. And when we elevate our angle, when we elevate our position relative to where we were, we increase the angle that we can view the floor of the hallway from. And when we increase that angle, we provide more light from more angles into our eye. And it allows us to resolve more of the detail of the floor than we had when we were at an oblique angle and looking at it kind of more edge on from a low vantage point. Hope that helps clarify. I'm going to back out.
Okay. One more question, and then I'm also gonna back out. Because I have to take care of my son. How long does the hallway have to be to distort our view from the end?
Okay, if nobody else will go, So the Earth, right? Earth curvature. From our vantage point, looking at the globe, assuming Earth is a ball, we can figure out with the math, based on a combination of your height on the surface of the ball and the size of the ball itself, where the geometric curvature horizon should be. So if you picture like a circle as a cross section of the globe and a stickman figure on top of the circle, the stickman figure is looking out and kind of looking actually at the ground, which is going to be several miles away from him. And the ground is going to meet the sky. And that there kind of represents the hump or the curvature of the Earth. In order to see the curvature, you have to look down. If you look straight across, you're going to look out into outer space, right? But to see where the surface of the Earth meets the sky, you need to look down a little bit. That's called the dip angle. And based off of the size of the Earth that's given to us, an average radius of 39.59 miles, with about a 14-mile difference at the equator. So it's really statistically insignificant. And based off of your height, let's say you're like 6 foot tall. The
You're giving me like
that curvature
2
where
inches,
it meets
but
the
yeah.
sky is going to be about 3 miles away from you. So if you had a 3-mile long hallway, if Earth is a globe, things should be falling behind the curve of the globe at about 3 miles. The formula, if you want to do it yourself, is 1.225 times the square root of your observer height in feet. And your observer height is the height of the ground to the actual center of the iris, of the pupil of your eyeball.
Okay. All right. So I understand your explanation on the curved Earth not working. What I'm asking is, if we're in a hallway, right, and there is an end to the hallway, how long does the hallway have to be for me to not see the other end of the hallway?
Okay, so using this math, and also if we were to use, actually, let's switch to the Rayleigh criterion. So the Rayleigh criterion is the diffraction limit of human vision. This is basically how far an object of a certain size needs to be for your eye to be incapable of resolving it.
Mm-hmm.
Something that is 6 foot tall, as tall as you, at 3 miles, is going to disappear from view entirely. You can't see it. The light waves themselves are going to interfere with each other and going to deconstruct the wave and destroy itself. And the information that light carried will not be determined by your eyeball.
Well, that's not necessary. You just need a telescope, and any captain would have that.
Oh,
to
yeah,
see
true.
lighthouses.
Absolutely true. So if you increase the aperture, if you increase the width of the hole that the light enters in, then you increase the number of angles that the light has from all the reflective surfaces to reach inside of your eye to hit the lens and to be focused to the focal point on the back of your eye against the retina.
Well, okay, yes.
So yeah, that's how optics work. Yep. So we can see further when we have a wider aperture and magnify
But that still becomes unnecessary with a telescope. There's also like one thing I've been concerned about because I'm like looking at lighthouses and such. There are some locations where there's a shorter lighthouse, and right next to it is a much, much, much taller lighthouse. Like I'm seeing, and now I'm just confused as to what's the point of having two lighthouses, one shorter and one much longer. I mean, what's one much taller?
With your lighthouses.
Again, because we see in perspective, the angle to the large lighthouse is more resolvable than the angle to the smaller lighthouse. So you're going to lose the ability to see the smaller lighthouse because it occupies a smaller angle, where you can see the larger lighthouse because it occupies a larger angle.
Yeah, the larger lighthouse might be shining a beam that goes above you, but the smaller lighthouse is shining a beam that doesn't. And so you've got a very, so, and the reason why this would happen is because they're trying to narrow the beam in order to extend its range. They're trying to increase what's called the gain, G-A-I-N. The gain of the beam is increased by narrowing the focus of it. So all the power of that light is being concentrated into a smaller area. And so you have a shorter lighthouse, and it's able to basically project a beam that is closer and more accurate for ships that are closer to that location. And the longer beam, you can use less light with a stronger focus, a higher gain, and it's going to reach further for the ships that are further out. That would make sense to me. I have no idea if this is why they designed it that way, but based off of the principles of optics, that makes complete sense to me, what I just explained. All right, I got to get going again. I've been in and out, guys. Sorry about this.
It's all right, mate. You're fine. Any more for any more? Comments, questions, concerns? I guess not. Good stuff. Well done. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I guess this is a moment of silence for the dead mind ball.
Yeah, please everybody light a candle and we'll have a moment of silence. Just bow your heads.
I have to go. I'm completely distracted. I have to get back to work.
All right, buddy. Take care.
That guy was pretty good.
Yeah, man, that was a nice conversation for a while.
I like it when they don't immediately have, globe, what's the word, in their head immediately when is their contradiction, right? He kind of had like a open mind, which is always nice to hear.
It's refreshing for sure, instead of somebody having to defend the globe every 2 sentences. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Defenders of the globe, defenders. For some reason, I just had the Defenders of the Earth cartoon pop into my head, and I remembered the theme tune. Right, scrolling down the list, I see we've got some interesting characters. Who have we got in here today? Let's have a look. So we've got Albanian. He's been unmuted. He's been in there all day. Got destroyed by Nathan Oakley earlier. That was interesting. Anti-Globalist is in the house. What's up, Anti? Good to see you, my friend. Critters in the house. Dank. Demok is here. He Globers better beware of Domogs in the house. Shit, you're screwed. Disinformationists in the house. Effie Batman. Fry's deafened, won't bother talking to him. Hush. So hush. Myself, Jedi. Jenna's in the house. Matrix. Yeah, he doesn't do feelings, guys, so you better watch out. Miss Doves is in the house. What's up, Doves? Good to see you. Morvis is in the house. MTCHL. I'm not going to pronounce that, but what's up? I'm going to say that's Mitchell. What's up, my friend? Mush Canes, good to see you, mate. You're doing really well. Nice to have you in the conversation, my friend. You seem to be a globe flat Earth interpreter at the moment, mate. So I appreciate you doing that. Neil's in the house. Phil T, Quetzalcoatl, Radwin's deafened. Rady Criterion's deafened. Says who is in the house? T Dub, T, the Scarlet King, and Killian. Welcome everyone to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel here on the politics server. If you got any comments, got any questions, got any concerns, if you want to defend the ball and die on that hill, we'll gladly oblige you. If you got any questions about the Flat Earth, you want to speak to real Flat Earthers and get some real answers to those questions, and please unmute yourself and we'll have a conversation. If not, I'm going to go and make myself a cup of coffee. But welcome everybody, hope you're all doing well. Just to let you know, it's bloody freezing here in the UK. It's -5 degrees outside and my little toes are blue.
Oh yeah, and Demok, great job with McToon, by the way. I mean, first couple minutes in, you already had him laughing in cognitive dissonance. Great.
When did Demok go against McToon?
Yeah, when did this happen?
I hear this. What the heck?
I've got to see this.
Yep, post it up. Come on, you know the rules.
Yeah, I'll go retrieve it. It's freaking hilarious. You might be able to find it right there on McToon's channel. But I mean, within the first few minutes, Demok just had him with, you draw a vertical line on your globe, you draw a horizontal line on your globe. You tell me why you can't launch a rocket horizontally and hit the fucking clouds on your globe, right? And it makes perfect fucking sense, right? But McToon just starts laughing in cogdis, just tripping over himself. Yeah, let me go find that, dude. It's great. Demok, if you have it, and you can post it before I do, go for it. But I'm gonna go look for it.
It's definitely something I've got to see.
Lots of people.
Anti-globalist, that CBS video that you just posted, and your question is this meant to be for real? I mean, it looks like something out of Buck Rogers in the 22nd century, if you ask me. It's just fucking ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah, I just looked up and it says they did do a spacewalk then. So I think I'm not going to say for sure, but it seems like this footage is meant to be for real.
It's just fucking crazy shit, man. That is some crazy shit.
Yeah.
That guy and that rocket, that just does not look real. I could have done better with Thunderbirds, to be fair.
People in the UK don't know what Thunderbirds is.
Yeah, we do.
Sorry, people outside the UK don't know what Thunderbirds is.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I got you. Yeah.
Team America, but old school.
That's the one, pretty much. Captain Scarlet, do you guys get that in America? I guess not.
I guess all they had available was the High Wire Act back then. Their orientation is interesting. Always chest down.
Oh, right on. Matrix, I see you found it. Yeah, it's a pretty damn good debate. I mean, to the point where McToon gets so triggered that he silences Demok and goes reading off the super chats.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm going to have to go and watch this in a bit, I think. Shout out to Demok, though, man. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, it was over within the first couple minutes, ultimately. Like, the moment that McToon starts laughing and Demok asks, what's more dense, ice or water? And McToon's like, you're more dense. You're more dense. You just, yeah. Well done, Demok. Well done.
Thanks. For a second there, I was like, hey, I heard my name. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, give us the down.
that McToon debate that you did. Excellent work, dude. Freaking excellent.
Yeah, thanks. The first one, I was just trying to get him to learn how to measure stuff directly with the tape measure. And he said, no, you can't do that. You got to calculate.
When did you do this, Demok? Is it recently, like last couple of days or something?
No, it's been a while. It's been a while.
Years ago. This is just coming back to the surface.
I did one debate with him, and then he did another one, but I told him the stipulation. See, like before we even debated, it's like you guys probably know, the flat earthers will tell him, hey, this is the thing that I want to debate with you if we're going to be debating. I don't want a shit show. I don't want to do goopy stuff. I don't want it to be a dumpster fire, literally. I want it to actually have some content and like get somewhere, right? And they're like, okay, agree to everything. And then when I get on there, he's not going over any of the topics that I told him that are the main things that I wanted to go over, like how elevation works, and different things and how, but then they get to the thing, I get muted, I can't really say anything. We were supposed to go over a video I made of how a ball works because I had a 8-foot, it's 4 foot, it's a 4-foot section of a ball, half of a sphere, right? So if you had both sections, it'd be an 8-foot ball. So I did like demonstrations on it, and he was supposed to present that, and we were supposed to debate over that too, on how an actual ball works and what we would see on a real ball. But none of that was played. Even FTFE, same thing. I said, okay, man, I debated McToon. Now I'm not going to fucking debate you. And they kept begging me. Please debate me. Please debate me. Please debate me. And I was like, son of a bitch, man. It's not that I can't. It's not that you guys bring anything that worries me. It's just that I know the format and the way that it's going to work out. It's going to be like goofy for me. I'm going to get modded over. It's going to be like a weird shit show because, yeah, it's going to be whatever they want to put or how they edit it. So, yeah. I just wanted to let you guys know that before I even debated him, I said I want to go over these things, and then you see the outcome. You know.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go and watch this debate in a bit, man.
And then I debated him twice. One was the debate that we had, just a debate or whatever that he, whatever he was gonna. Then the second was gonna be just a debate, and he put just the debate because I said I just want to have the debate about this. You know what I mean? But he still never followed the rule I set, and we just was talking about whatever event, whatever he wanted to fucking pop off with. I had to go after.
I think, me, Alpha, I can't remember, it was somebody else from 24/7 maybe about 5 years ago, 2019. I think we debated Muktoon, Fight the Flat Earth. Yeah, Muktoon and Flight the Flat Earth. That was an absolute bloody shit show. Honestly, these people, Muktoon and Fight the Flat Earth, are the most horriblest, nastiest pieces of scum I've ever had the displeasure of having a conversation with. Just not good people.
Yeah, and I could tell the way he was just red-faced and laughed. It looked like he was drinking whiskey all night. I was like, damn, we're debating a drunk or something. I don't know. I know he's not, but it's, people's red-faced, he's just laughing and red-faced the whole time, like she said, and just muted me. Like, that was just showed just him being a red-faced, laughing at who knows what.
Oh, no, but fair play to you, brother. Well done for that. I'm going to have to go and watch it. It sounds epic.
Oh, yeah, there's two of them, though. There's that one, and then there's one called Just a Debate. And then I also debated FTFE. So.
You debated. How did that go?
That was kind of shitty, but we debated him before I debated him. Like, he came to Asylum, and we asked him. We said, "You got that ball right there in your hand, right?" He said, "Yeah." And me and Sinklenzer thought it'd be funny to ask him to calculate the curve of that in his hand to prove that he could calculate the curve. And he said he'd know. And we said, how do you calculate the curve of that ball in your hand right there, not the globe? The globe's supposedly a given. And he just went fucking crazy, man.
Oh, wow. I'll see if I can find that as well.
Yeah, because I want him to do something live. You know how they all act like they know certain things just to be a fact? I want him to present from scratch, step 1 to step 100, how they did that on an actual thing that's not the Earth. And that's where I keep getting them, and they won't do it. So how do they know how to calculate a curve to something if they won't do it on anything but the Earth, where it's just something you read? You see what I'm saying? Like a real physical sphere. Yeah.
Starlight, are you trying to jump in, buddy? Background noise.
Sorry, I'm just listening.
Are you trying to jump in, or is that just background noise, mate?
Oh, is my mic having feedback or something?
Background noise.
No, it's open. Yeah, I just wondered if you were trying to. Cheers,
but I made a big sphere, right? A 4-foot section of a sphere, right? And I put some objects past the view of my phone. I set my view where the camera was all the way to the sphere, and I moved an object out of the view, just out of my view. That's all. If you're on a ball, out of your view. As soon as that spot's out of your view, you raise vertically up, and you should not be able to see certain things. And I actually got a ball. I put the stuff on there. I put a penny in like a soda cap. And then I put like a penny on top of a thing, or the lid at the top of the soda cap, the words, right around the rim. So I raised my phone up vertically, all the way up to the height of my roof, from 4 foot off just the ground in my yard. I raised it. I climbed a ladder. I climbed straight up vertically, filmed down on the ball, and you still couldn't see the penny inside the soda cap at all.
Oh, wow.
Right, because it's a sphere, and once it's out of your view, once it moves out of your view and you go up vertically, you'll never be able to see the object that's tilted away from you, because the soda cap was tilted away just enough that when I went up vertically, You can't see the penny. Not even on my roof. Looking down at the 4-foot section of a ball. So if that doesn't tell him something, and then that's what I kept telling him to play. I said, play my video. I want to show you what an object looks like when it's out of your view and you go vertically up and you won't be able to see the helicopter pad H on the building. You'll never be able to see it again. Not even from the ISS.
Brilliant.
Yep. And he would not play my video. He said, we reviewed it. I said, what do you mean? I said, the whole point of me coming on here was you and me were supposed to review it right here live. And then that pissed, so after he didn't do that, that made me mad. I started cussing him out.
Yeah, they're just disingenuous people, man.
Isn't that funny, though? He watched it. He watched every one I made. And discussed it in the closed background of a private session when that's what we were supposed to be discussing live. You see how dirty these motherfuckers are?
Oh, yeah. 100%. 100%. You don't change the rules of engagement, man. If you set up 3 topics that you wanted to discuss and he doesn't want to discuss them, then he's a slimy little motherfucker.
It's all part of his debate tactics. Hey, we're going to discuss this. And just change it. So you're constantly chasing the rabbit the whole way. That's how he keeps ahead of people, so you don't know where he's going to jump to. Instead of pinning him down, which Demok had the intent to do. Because he's just a weasel.
Oh, no, I don't let him jump around. I stay right there. He didn't even know what was the most dense part of a balloon, the center or the plastic. I mean, like when you actually critically think about certain things and you just suppose, I know a question isn't supposed to be the proof of anything or like the end all be all, but like if you do ask the right question, it can lead you in the right place to get the output you want. And if they can't answer the question when they're supposed to be the very ones that have the answer, there's something wrong. Now, if they were like, hey, flat earther, you said you have the answer for this, this, and this, then they can hold me to this, this, and this. But if they just start asking me random questions, I don't have to know the answer to anything if I don't want, right? Or I do. That's up to me, you know? The thing is with them, they're supposed to know and have the physical facts or you know, make the measurements right? Make it make sense. Yeah, they're the ones that are supposed to know what's the. Yeah, they're supposed to know the most dense, the most. Yeah.
In all honesty, I've probably seen more of McToon. Actually, I have seen more of McToon with QE reviewing his dumbass videos than I have actually watching direct videos. I can't stand him. I think I've probably watched about 5 minutes and then went, this guy's shit, I'm off. And that was it. Just can't do it. Professor Dave, that one, ugh, I don't know how people watch that idiot.
He's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it is hilarious how all you got to do is sit with a cartoon behind you and just read. And you debunk everybody in the world just by reading stuff from Google. It's just so funny.
It is.
Today I'm going to read the chapter of You're Wrong and I'm Right again. Chapter 1, How You're So Wrong and I'm Right Again. Chapter 2, You Couldn't Be Any Wronger Than Making Me Righter. Chapter 3, I Am the Rightest of the Right. Like, what the fuck are we even reading here? What are you reading, bro? I've asked them how to falsify a globe. They won't tell you any physical way to falsify it. I think it's the funniest thing when all I do is say, show me how you can swim down to sea level. and I get laughed at and muted, and I can't have a debate no more because they think that's a joke that I'm asking them to swim from sea level down to sea level. And then they'll also tell you in the same sentence that the ocean, the level ocean can be at a different level. They'll say you can have one ocean at this level and one ocean at this level. And I'll say, well, how can that be equidistant 360 on a sphere? If you have a flat body of water lower than another flat body of water, that works great on flat Earth. But I don't know how you would ever have that work on globe because they're supposed to be equal. The ocean can't separate from itself to be at another level than itself, or else that wouldn't be a curved Earth, spherical, mathematical formulated from the radius 24,901 circumference. It wouldn't work out. And the other day, what Torah or whoever, whatever Ra was talking to you guys about was the idea that all 360s are 360. No matter what size the sphere is or circle, it's 360. But now, how do you find out the size of the circle or the circumference? You have to have a straight line. You have to go from the radius to the edge with a straight line. So you can't have a circle without a straight line to figure out the circle. Or, I mean, you can't figure out what a circle is without a straight line. You wouldn't be able to figure out the radius or the circumference, correct? Not that I know of. Because you have to go from the outside to the center to make it be that and then find out what that is. But no matter what, all spheres are 360. It's a weird fucking conundrum. And I don't think all spheres should be 360. Not if they're a bigger, because all cubes ain't, all cubes have 6 sides, but they're all not a certain degree of anything. You know what I mean? You have different sizes of cubes and different sizes of spheres, but there's not like the radius of this cube and the circumference of all cubes is 360. That's not true. It wouldn't even work out. What about a pyramid? The radius of all pyramids are the same? No. The angles to make them are.
Speedmaster is mad. Why are you so mad?
You summoned me? How can I help you today?
I don't know. You're leaving some really weird comments in the chat there. Looks like somebody deleted it though.
Ah, yes, it's the classic flat earth copium. Understandable. But please continue. Bring me my comedy, please. Chop chop.
Comedy of no globe model? What kind of comedy is that?
It is pretty hilarious that they think that large bodies of water seek to rest with convexity
Oh,
on
it
the
is
surface.
hilarious that most of you don't understand basic physics. It's kind of funny, and Dimok is a prime example. Every time I've heard Dimok
You
speak,
want to sit here
I'm a
and
bit
say
of a
that we
fan
don't
of comedy,
understand
though.
basic physics, right? So I begin engaging with you in this, okay? And you want
But
to
that's
sit here and say that we don't understand basic
So,
physics
Dimok, please, have you figured the model out
when you
already?
guys are when you are sitting here not understanding what large bodies of water do, which is physics, by the way, the science of water.
Oh, actually, Jenna, I play the same game as you guys do. If you decide to mute me, that's perfectly fine, but I just mute you back.
Just so you know, Speedmaster Muppet, it was me that muted you because you're over talking Jenna. Please don't. I've got no problem having you in here. Just don't talk over him. It's really not that hard.
Yeah, so the physics of water, right?
No worries, you can enjoy mute as well. I play on an even playing ground, so.
No, I mean that's okay. I'm not the one muting you.
Here's an idea. If you mute a mod, and this is your first and final warning, you'll get booted out. So, play nice, or I won't.
Yeah, it's not a void if you're here, Speedmaster.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. You both turned down to like 5%, so you're not muted completely, so you can speak into the void. I don't have an issue with that. I play on an even playing field, but if you want to engage with me, Jenna.
Yeah, I don't have mute powers, bud.
Down for a speed tard, we don't care. If you wish to be an adult and converse like one, you're more than welcome to do so. Or you can just stay parked. I'm not going to lose any sleep either way.
I'm sorry I got you muted. I'm playing on the same playing field. Jenna.
You think I didn't give you a warning for a reason? Yep, see you later.
So let's check out what the science of water says. Check this out, right? Oh, he's banned. He's gone. Well, darn.
Anybody that says I don't know physics definitely needs to be banned. The physics I don't know, can he show me? He would never do that. He wouldn't be able to.
Right. That's why I found it very amusing. You know, I'm a nerd for physics. I really am. I love physics, right? And so, yeah, when somebody comes at me like that, I'm like, oh, okay, this person on the globe side telling us that we don't know anything about physics that's just ultra rich.
Yeah, but they don't even understand there's no such thing as 360 even being a size. So what the fuck is pi good for?
You what?
360. It doesn't have a size. You can have a big ball, a little ball, a big circle, a microscopic circle. They're all 360. 360 doesn't have a definite size, correct?
True.
So what did you think I was joking when I said that? Why'd you say do what? like it was a joke.
No, I was just baffled that anyone would even say this.
You're baffled that I'd say something that's real? Huh.
No, the thing about the 360.
It's like you didn't ever think about it before?
No, listen, I'm on your side. Again. I'm just saying that the dude who said this, that 360 is the size, is ridiculous.
Oh, okay. I didn't say. I was just re-asking you a question.
No, it's
Don't
fine.
get
It's fine.
offended.
No, it's the
offended by
third
my
time
voice.
this happened between us.
Oh, okay.
It's
Well, listen.
no problem.
I'm gonna say and ask a question, and in the same tone. Don't think it doesn't mean anything. I'm just asking a question, brother. If you answer it, that's fine. It doesn't. Yeah, I'm not looking for any special answer or nothing crazy. It's just whatever your answer is. Yeah, you gave the right answer. I mean,
why you Globers? Why you Globers fighting?
What?
Ripcord, I want to confuse
watch your
you
mouth.
more. Why you Globers fighting?
Damn Globers.
Well, I just have to make sure where people are coming from because you know what I mean, you just never know until you ask, you know what I mean? So I was asking, like, are you saying I'm goofy for saying it or I'm all right for saying it? That's all.
Yeah, true.
Because some people be like, Democ, what the hell did you just say? That was dumb. Or they'll say that was right. You know what I mean? So yeah, I was asking.
Dimok, where is the border where Atlantic Ocean stops and Pacific Ocean starts?
Word what?
Or better, where is Atlantic Ocean starts and when it's finishing comparing to Indian Ocean?
Well, one's by my grandma's house and one's over past my cousin's. So
yeah, because there are three oceans, you know, they have how they separate them.
I thought there was 7.
Yeah,
the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something new.
Are they separated?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't know they were supposed to be on a ball.
The oceans are more like regions. Like there's no real separation between them.
Yeah, I thought the water was like all connected in some way, shape, or fashion to itself on a sphere. But on flat Earth, it's a whole different perspective now. They don't have to all be connected, brother. And they don't have to all be on the same level on flat Earth. One can be 10 inches below another. One can be 5 foot above another. And you can have 3 different sea levels on flat Earth. But on a globe, you have a billion, zillion, never-ending different sea levels. But they're all the same and different. It's weird, you know.
Yeah, every mile you have different level.
No, every listen, the most
Yeah,
smallest,
I know every.
yeah. The smallest amount increment of degree of nth of anything you can imagine, it's supposed to curve at that rate, and everything's supposed to do it at that rate. Elevation is supposed to increase at that rate in every direction.
Yeah, on 10 centimeters is something 0.000.
So if voltage, right, each body of water you measure, there's no curve. Doesn't mean this lake has to be at the same height as the lake in Colorado. You know,
You know that logical
but
thing.
they're
What about waves?
well. Listen. The dude that talks shit, anybody that talks shit, like if they want to get real, I mean, I done told Mick Toon, FTFE, whoever, Professor Dave, I sent him messages. That motherfucker's never said my name before, which I find weird as hell. And so I told him I'll have a model off with them if they want.
Why we don't counting on waves on Black Swan example?
What is it?
Why we don't account on waves on Black Swan example?
Oh, why don't they count the waves?
Yeah, maybe because there are no
Fuck,
waves,
I'm not.
but okay.
Yeah, I mean, they say there's 7 in and 7 out. I mean, they say there's 14 shades of dark and 14 shades of light of every color. I mean, but to who? And who made that rule? And where'd they notice that from? And what was their very first reference? And could it be perfectly right? Could it be different? I don't know what these people got going on when they have to say these weird fucking things. Like, it's either true or it's not. Now, yeah.
But if you see the water in distance, something light, it's playing with you. It's not the water. If you see water on 10 miles, that's not water. That's light. It's playing with you. It's tricking you every time. Every time when you see some physical things in distance, that's lighting playing with you. That's not real. You understand? You need to understand. But you don't understand. Let me understand.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think the black swan for the amount of the markers and what you're asking them where the horizon is and everything, I think that all does good enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, I wouldn't even I didn't come up with doing that way. I mean, we've all asked him, hey, this and this and gave him the thing, but the black swan wasn't necessarily, Democ's thing that he put out there like that. So I wouldn't really, I mean? I don't want to I'll push it as a point of view and information that's true, but it's not my thing, so my thing's more along the lines of like the stuff I'm talking about. Like I'd love to see somebody dive down diagonally to the surface of water. Just dive down in any water on the globe and don't hit the dirt. Just don't hit dirt when you dive. Or go horizontal. Go down underwater and horizontally go that way without hitting any dirt. Shit. You're gonna only hit the dirt on flat earth. That's all you're gonna hit when you go down in water and diagonal in water on flat earth is dirt. But on a globe.
If you're in submarine, let's say, and you go, in one point you will go out from the water if you go straight.
Yeah, the tip of your submarine should stick out. Yes. Or you could just go down diagonal. You know how the boat is supposedly down below the curve of water, where you take your submarine and it goes down diagonal and goes under the boat and then pops out the surface. It doesn't have to be as big as all the people are telling you guys or anything fucking spectacular either. The boat that's over that curve, you just have Billy Bob with his camera go dive under it and then hit the surface of water. Dive under that boat, but hit the surface. because that boat is going over the curved water, and right below that boat should be some curving water you should pop out. And if that's not happening, and you only need 15 foot to do so.
How far the submarine can shoot the target with the
It's got the periscope too. That's another first thing I ever brought up as a flat earther. I said, how the fuck does a periscope work if the earth is a globe, dude? How? How's a periscope coming a couple inches above the water from a submarine, and you guys are saying you're on a globe? No answer. I got no answer. Dude,
periscope is, you don't know. Periscope is, there are now modern periscope. They are going like 300 meters up.
Oh, the torpedo?
No, the periscope.
Well, listen, the periscope is used to see what you're going to hit with the torpedo, correct?
Yeah, I know.
There we go. They both got to end up looking at the same thing. If you can't see it with your torpedo, or with your fucking thing, then the only other way you'd be hitting is by aiming at radar. Aiming at a radar blip.
That's why so many people does not go to military, because they don't want to have them, you know. They ask them, if you see the target on 10 miles, you will shoot or not? And the guy saying, no, I need to first account or something. And the guy said, no, you cannot be on in military. Go away. That was for me, Demo. I was thinking about it because I was shooting targets. I was not shooting real targets. I was exercising in the military. Target on not so far away, but still, you know, some miles, you know. And I remember, you know, you count an angular resolution of the object, or angular size of the object in the distance, and if the object is moving. Only that, nothing else. And then you shoot. Because when I was learning in military, it will be something, man, if there is a hot day and if there is some kind of air refraction or something, you know, that means you cannot shoot like you are shooting usually. The ship will be on 10 miles, but practically he is on 1 mile. That means if you see the ship on the warship on the 10 miles, shoot all things on the 1 mile, because the ship is not on 10 miles. He's projecting there.